Chapter 1 God of Spirit. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was formless and empty, darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. There was evening, and there was morning, the first day. Genesis. Another year. On the barren land, Laine awoke from his slumber. Looking around, the familiar yet strange land seemed as if it had never changed. Many years had passed since he came to this world, but Laine still wasn't used to the emptiness and desolation. Unlike the divine creation recorded in the Bible, chaos evolved from chaos, which he had witnessed with his own eyes. Therefore, it didn't become complete in a mere 7 days, instead, it still seemed desolate and broken. But today was different because as Laine was awakened, he could clearly sense that a new deity was about to be born. The 12 Titans, finally, the day has come. Feeling the rhythm of the laws and the waves of the origin sea, Laine looked up. At the far horizon, magnificent ribbons of color danced in the sky, and the tremors of the laws became more intense. FEUNV.com. That was the sign of the birth of a new god. This was not the first time. In the newly born chaos world, Laine had witnessed the birth of many gods, one of them was just 700 years ago. Of course, in the newly opened world, year was an inappropriate term because there was no sun and moon, no changing of seasons, and naturally, there was no concept of year. But Laine liked to use it, so chaotic chaos got its second term for counting time, year. It is worth mentioning that the first term day was also created by Laine after he witnessed the birth of the sovereign of the night, the Trian ancient god Nyx. Therefore, he acquired the power of chronology. But unfortunately, power isn't authority, this was only a nascent form of godhood, so Laine remained the god of spirituality. Cronus and Rhea, the true masters of time, are about to be born. With a long sigh, Laine leaned against the excavated cave, gazing at the transforming spectacle between heaven and earth. Even with a deity's perception across the boundless land that knew no borders, he could not sense the origin of everything. But Laine didn't need to see because the sky and the earth were coming together. Regardless of which corner of the world, atop hills, beneath the oceans, the breath of desire was ascending, and new life was being conceived. For thousands of years, in Laine's observation, the newborn chaos world differed from later myths, but the birth of the deities seemed essentially the same. All things originated from the dark void, and the vast land was born alongside Mother Earth. Before the sky existed, the Lady of the Night dominated the infinite void, while chaos-filled Tartarus appeared in his sleep below all things. As the first being in the world with self-awareness, Laine witnessed the birth of the primordial gods, and thus chaos welcomed its first batch of creatures. Latterly, under the world's calling and Mother Earth's gestation, the sky, the ocean, and the mountains appeared in succession. Uranus, Pontus, and Aurea were born from it, pushing chaos closer to a complete world. Now, 1,300 years since Laine began marking time, Gaia's eldest son, the heavenly father Uranus, married his nurturer, and the 12 Titan gods were about to come into this world. Of course, at this time, there were no Titans. They were the great primordial gods, born of the Heavenly Father and Mother Earth, supreme beings who possessed mighty powers from birth. The laws of the world would become perfected with their birth, and the throne of the divine king would crown the ruler of the sky due to the manifestation of paternity. Aside from Laine, there may or may not have been Eros, who seemed to have died momentarily upon birth. He would be the first divine king. But this has nothing to do with me. Shaking his head under Laine's divinely inspired eyes, the laws of the world leapt forward towards completion. The barren chaos was gaining color with the birth of the new gods, becoming more prosperous and thriving. However, the bustle was theirs, Laine had nothing. As a weak transmigrated spirit god, his power didn't even compare to a single hair of the sky's ruler. Thousands of years ago, when he first arrived at the beginning of heaven and earth, Laine was very confused. Other transmigrators might be reborn or seize a body, or perhaps return to life in a corpse with soul fusion, but at least they all had a body to claim. But when Laine arrived, chaos had just begun, and the primordial gods were still gestating. He didn't even have an object to possess. Fortunately, as the first existence of this world, Laine's original soul transformed into the origin of spirituality and a faint temporal divinity. Leveraging this, Laine crafted a divine body for himself and avoided the fate of soul dispersal. Later on, the power of chronology also relied heavily on this. Not just anyone could create a new concept and gain power from it. The existence of temporal divinity allowed Laine to take a shortcut. He barely made the world acknowledge the existence of year and day, earning the weakest of chronologies. But power is not authority. The latter is the essence of godhood, while the former is merely an extension of the dominion. If one wants to elevate power to authority, to obtain the status of the god of time, one must still follow one of those two paths. Either directly, with great force inscribe the concept into the world, or let the law's representatives, a sufficient number of deities, recognize him as the creator, and then gradually gain that godhood over a long period. Unfortunately, Laine could do neither. He neither had the tremendous force to shake the world nor the ability to gain the recognition of the gods. So Laine could only wait patiently, waiting for a proper opportunity. For example, the time when this divine king was about to be born. The humming sound suddenly rose, without a source yet seeming to come from everywhere. The sound was clear but not piercing. It was the agitation of the law. FKEUYOBnovel.com. The next moment, endless light, limitless water, sprang into existence in the void. In the newborn chaos world, the earth rested in the center, with the ocean wrapping around the land. But at that moment, in places where the ocean could not reach, on the land, in the sky, new water appeared out of nowhere and began to form streams. Oceanus, also known as Oceans, the eldest of the 12 Titans, lord of the great seas, circumterrestrial river, was finally born in the chaos world. At that time, Laine could clearly feel that part of the authority originally belonging to Pontus, the primordial sea god, was being split in two, with one part hurtling straight towards the global currents. The world was carving out his power. The ocean and water rose greatly, but Pontus suffered a severe blow to his vital essence. He still controlled the sea depths, coastal waters, and saline waters, but the emblem of fresh water and currents was taken by the newly born deity. In Laine's perception, the once powerful presence in the ocean weakened in an instant. If we were to get more specific, it would be a fall from great divine power to moderate divine power. Chapter 2. The Day of the God's Birth. The deities of chaos were divided into rankings of strength and weakness. According to the laws of the world, the gods of this realm were generally classified into 4 tiers. Laine, for instance, embodied the typical weak divine power. And the primordial sea god Pontus was born with moderate divine power, later growing into a being of great strength. As for the primordial gods, they were even more magnificent than those with great divine power before their consciousnesses were born, but after becoming conscious, they were only about half a tier higher. FKEUYOBnovel.com. The humming of the laws resounded once again, and as Laine looked toward the ocean, the anomaly of the chaos world persisted. The moisture in the air condensed once more, shaking the recently stabilized godhood of Pontus. The godhood of natural-born deities couldn't be taken away by the later generations, but the world that nurtured them was an exception. Apart from the spirituality that Laine had condensed from his own soul, the world itself could retract all power. Of course, apart from when nurturing new gods, the unconscious world wouldn't interfere too much with the deities either. Luckily, I arrived early. If the 5 great primordial gods had already been born with consciousness, I suppose my spirituality godhood would have also become the world's possession. Shaking his head, Laine continued to watch this century's epic unfold. The condensation of water vapor continued, and Oceanus, who had just been born, exhibited the same symptoms. Both gods, who shared dominion over the sea, lost part of their authority at the same moment, which was the aspect of their godhood related to pure water. The world's laws vibrated, and all existing deities understood the implicit meaning. Theseus, the god of the primordial waters, another ancient titan, had been born. With the consecutive births of 2 water-related deities, the power of the world began to shift from the sea to the sky. Laine felt that the next titan would be born there. Pontus was just a little short of maintaining his intermediate divine power. Even so, he could still beat me with one hand tied behind his back. With a resigned smile, Laine turned his gaze toward the sky. The combat strength of a deity was not only related to their divine power level but also to their authority. Fire god and god of spring may have similar divine powers, yet their combat abilities were vastly different. But unquestionably, even if Pontus's authority wasn't the best for battle, it was certainly much stronger than mere spirituality. After all, pure spirituality was like physical strength, it seems useful, but it isn't very. After waiting for a while, as if it had recovered its energy, the world's laws became active once more. This time, the Chaos World directly births two ancient gods and a brand new celestial body. After thousands of years, Laine once again saw the sun in the sky. Gazing at the sky, that new celestial body radiated light and heat, and the origin power of the entire world increased in an instant. Hyperion, the original sun. Thea, mother of light, god of eyesight. As the world's origin power rose, even though Laine was just an insignificant god of spirit, his power also increased. The special spirituality godhood did have its advantages. He wouldn't be blamed for the world's decline, but he could profit from its strengthening. If classified according to the levels Laine himself had detailed, this wave had likely moved him from divine power level 2 to divine power level 3. If he could ascend 3 more times, he would be able to shed his status as a deity with weak divine power and be promoted to become one with intermediate divine power at the divine power level of 6. This detailed division was not innately present in the Chaos World, but rather a classification entirely fabricated by Laine, which helped him to measure the varied strengths of the divine powers among deities. Just like now, as the world as a whole ascended, Pontus, who had been teetering on divine power level 11, finally regained some strength and stabilized his power. The humming noise began again. The laws of the world did not stall for the will of a single god, the source sea churned once more. Soon, 3 consecutive tremors of the laws announced the birth of 3 new deities to the world. In an instant, storms swept across the land, and numerous lightless celestial bodies appeared in the sky, a manifestation of the authority of 2 deities. The third deity followed her sister's path, partitioning a portion of the light from her newly born sister, Thea, and siphoning some power from the sun. Caius, god of celestial bodies. Crius, god of meteorology. Phoebe, god of luminance. The emergence of the 3 new gods caused a rise in the world's source power, but the extent was not as prominent as when the sun appeared. However, although his divine power had not increased, Laine still felt a new power gestating within his body. This force had been present since the moment the first Titan came into being. With each new birth, it grew more substantial. Finally, it had become perceptible. Very good. Seeing his expectations realized, and despite this being the change he had long awaited, Laine could not help but smile. Fortunately, this was not the era of King Zeus's reign. In these dark ages, there was still much he could achieve. I must at least try hard not to end up a weakling in the future. It's a minor issue if others look down on me, but a major one if Zeus takes an interest. He couldn't help but shiver at the thought of the gods of later generations, who did not differentiate by gender or race. The determination to become stronger solidified even more in Laine's mind. In this regard, at least, Uranus was quite trustworthy. Apart from Gaia, he took interest in no one else, and his 12 children seemed to have inherited his fine tradition. He was clearly engrossed in watching the big picture, yet he suddenly recalled the past. Laine refocused his mind and instantly sensed the source of the influence. 2 new deities were born, one after another, their powers leaning towards the domain of the spirit, hence the active laws affected Laine's psyche. Mnemosyne, originally the goddess of memory, speech, and innate script, but until her name spread throughout the world according to the law, the godhood of memory still had not emerged. Epidus, god of souls and speech, similarly, for some reason, the aspect of his soul seemed to have vanished without a trace. Regarding this, Laine said, "This is not my responsibility to bear, although it was indeed my doing. Fortunately, I was not exposed earlier. Otherwise, Epidus might not have been too much of a concern, but Mnemosyne would probably have been brought by Mother Earth to my doorstep by now." He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling extremely fortunate for his previous actions. The soul and spirituality are 2 sides of the same coin and have already become a part of him. Memory, being subordinate to the soul, could not be attained as a godhood by anyone without his permission. If he were a deity naturally nurtured by the Chaos World, he either would have had his authority torn apart like Pontus or have already become a sub-god for one of those 2 new deities. However, his godhood of spirit stemmed from his own creation. He was the god of origin for spirituality, the first soul to appear in this world, hence the world could do nothing against him, unless it killed him outright. But killing a god of origin was tantamount to annihilating the authority it represented, and spirituality would likewise vanish from the world, never again to birth souls in the Chaos World. Therefore, chaos, acting purely on instinct, ignored the divine authority of the soul and memory, and directly allowed the birth of two new deities. Chapter 3 Divine King Summons. This is really no small trouble. Although it was he who had done it, Laine still felt a hint of fear. It was one thing when it came to Epidus, who had no idea he originally possessed a soul's godhood, but Mnemosyne was a different story. The godhood of memory had already been born, but instead of crowning her, it had scattered across the world, waiting for him, the source of spirituality, to absorb it. If she discovered Laine's identity in the future, she was unlikely to let things slide. However, even with that said, Laine did not regret his actions. Joking aside, with the spiritual authority already so weakened, if it were to be divided among others, he feared he might become a joke among the gods, the first one unable to maintain his deity status. As for serving as a sub-god, that was even less likely. Once a dog's leash is put on, it's difficult to take it off. Laine had not yet enjoyed the life of a god and had no intention of prematurely experiencing the life of a dog. But although I have provoked a potential enemy, this is not entirely a bad thing. Sensing the godhood of memory that had been born but scattered across the world, Laine smiled slightly. The godhood of memory was not strong, but it was enough to take his spiritual authority a step further. After all, the strength of the godhood determines the upper limit of divine power. The deity of the fountain could never become intermediate divine power through fountain alone, no matter how much it enhances its divine power. At this time, one requires either to acquire more powerful godhoods or to expand the capacity of the original one. Using spirituality to absorb memory, a lower godhood, is one way to expand. It increases the depth and breadth of the original godhood, making the related concepts stronger. Of course, this absorption is not something that can be achieved at will, one must be able to encompass another. Spirituality is quite suitable in this regard, as it can be linked to many godhoods. Shaking his head, Laine thought no further. Although the godhood of memory currently had no master, he would still need a lengthy period to absorb it. FKEUYOBnovel.com. After all, to the world, the origin of spirituality is not controlled. Once memory is absorbed by spirituality, it means that chaos will also lose control over memory. So even though the world is without will, it would still instinctively prevent him, making the time he needs to spend multiply tenfold. Another hum resounded, and while it seemed that Laine had been in deep contemplation for a long time, only a brief moment had actually passed. After the birth of the two deities, the gestation of new gods continued. Having so many powerful deities born in one day could only happen at the beginning of the creation of the heavens and earth. Following the vibrations of the law, the two deities who had emerged successively declared their existence to the world. One breath was just and meticulous, like the everlasting laws, the other signified the unalterable passage of time, seemingly close at hand yet untouchable. Themis, the deity of justice and law. Rhea, the deity of the flow of time. The feeble authority of chronology quivered with the birth of the two deities, but ultimately there was no reaction. Authority is only the nascent form of power, not yet eligible to be divided. Breathing a sigh of relief, Laine felt the rhythm of the law subside, signaling that the birth of the deities this time around was complete. But he knew the most critical one had yet to appear. Complete time and space will not have masters. This is not permitted by the world. Yet, one being will receive a portion from each of them and become destined to rule over the world. He is Uranus's youngest, yet in the future, he will become the eldest. Under his rule, the first humans will be born upon the earth. After their passing, the second generation of humans will also be born because of him. If it wasn't for his oppression of his own offspring, Cronus would in fact be considered a competent ruler. He didn't treat his wife as the Heavenly Father treated Mother Earth, nor did he flaunt his authority in the mortal world arbitrarily. It's just that his divine fate wasn't all that great. While Zeus's brothers fought alongside him, Cronus's turned against him. Clang. The chains of law fell silent for a moment, before resuming with an even more intense clangor. The very fabric of time and space throughout the world began to destabilize, yet it seemed to be constructing a new structure. Maybe it was an instant, maybe it lasted an age. With the disordered fluctuations of time and space, Laine couldn't determine how much time had actually passed. But at a certain moment, time and space suddenly found the rules that suited them, and all changes came to a sudden halt. Cronus, king of time and space. The name of the new god resonated throughout the world, carried to every corner of chaos by the strings of space. The lengthy divine birth had finally come to an end. The sky grew higher, the sea deeper, the world more complete. The already boundless earth expanded rapidly. Soon, Laine could no longer gauge the size of the land. The newly born 12 deities were not the source of the changes, they were merely a primer allowing the world's accumulated power to vent. But none of this mattered to Laine at that moment, for all his energy was focused on sorting the power within himself. Divine Power Level 4. Godhood, Prophecy. After a long while, a slight smile formed on his lips. When he felt that expected godhood, Laine still felt overwhelming joy. Yet it was but a momentary emotion. The deity in white quickly contained his feelings and turned to look outside his dwelling cave. His senses told him there was nothing there, but Laine knew that with the new god's birth concluded, the honored mother goddess would surely seek him out. So, as if expecting her, he spoke. Respected Mother Earth, what do you think of this outcome? In a moment of bewilderment, a young woman in a green dress appeared before him out of thin air. The aura emanating from the woman was vast and profound, but a sense of irremediable vacancy still rendered her face somewhat pale. The Mother Earth before him was not the aged woman of later times, her body was youthful and vibrant, her origin still brimming. Having birthed 12 deities in succession had drained her vital essence, but she still ranked a notch above the powerful divine force as a primordial ancient god. Prince Laine, it was I who was impertinent before, she said. Regarding our wager, I am willing to concede defeat. Speaking thus, the still young Mother Earth smiled apologetically. The storm in the sky moved away, and everything became joyous around them. I must admit, your precise prophecy made me ashamed of my earlier skepticism. Even the king of all gods is astonished by your power to glimpse fate, she said. It doesn't matter, Laine replied with a smile, accepting the ancient god's apology and expressing his own doubts. Then, honored Mother Earth, what brings you here, right after the birth of the divine child? Meeting Laine's calm gaze, Gaia eventually uttered the words he had long been expecting. I've come to invite you to Mount Otherworld to attend the divine king's banquet. With a gentle smile, Gaia extended the formal invitation. Prince Laine, on this special day, my first son, my husband, my sovereign, the ruler of the sky, Uranus wishes for you to visit the Mount of the Gods to meet with him and celebrate this significant day. If you would honor us with your presence, that would be the best gift we could receive. Visibly moved, Laine couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Merely a prophecy had earned him such esteem from Mother Earth. It's just for a new prophecy, Laine thought to himself. Nevertheless, when faced with an invitation from a primordial god, Laine naturally accepted with a bow. His expression was excited by the invitation of the divine king, and his heart was equally stirred. Only he knew how many years he had been waiting for this day. You flatter me, Lady Gaia, said Laine with a smile. To witness the birth of Chaos's very first king of all gods is an immense honor for me. Chapter 4 Banquet. Walking beside Mother Earth Gaia, Laine headed towards a mountain in the central part of the continent, revered as the Mount of the Gods. The heavens and earth were different than before. With the sun, celestial bodies, and a variety of meteorological phenomena, the world of chaos now resembled a true world. Perhaps because he was walking on the original body of Gaia at the time of her birth, Laine did not feel the vast distance. Under her guidance, he could cover thousands of rivers and mountains in a single step. Although at this time, there were neither thousands of rivers nor mountains, as the children of Aurea, the mountain god, and the 3,000 descendants of the god of the ocean had not yet been born, the earth still looked desolate. After roughly less than half a day, the sacred mount soon came into view in the distance. Your Highness Laine. From the moment Laine had agreed to come, Gaia had become increasingly pensive along the way. Not until they arrived at this recently sacred birthplace of the gods did she finally speak up. This will be the place where the divine king will rule the world in the future. Gaia looked at the towering Mount Otherworld, where her third son Aurea had been born. This is the tallest mountain on the land, the closest place to the sky. My lord will deign to rule here in the capacity of the ruler of the sky, presiding over all beings on earth. That is indeed a great undertaking. Laine expressed his reverence, yet his tone sounded as if he had already known as the first divine king in the world. Only such a place is befitting of the authority of the Heavenly Father. Yes, Gaia frowned slightly but still said. He will rule all things in the world, forever. Clearly, at this point, the Heavenly Father and Mother Earth were still immersed in profound love, with no hint of the conflicts that would arise in later generations. Let's go. Influenced by the birth of my 12 children, this place is filled with the chaotic divine power. Please follow behind me to avoid any unpleasant incidents. Nodding slightly, Laine readily agreed, seemingly oblivious to the subtle change in Mother Earth's demeanor. Following behind Gaia, the two began their ascent up the Mount of the Gods. As a place where Mother Earth resided all year round, the Mount of the Gods was not like the barren land with exposed rocks elsewhere. Primitive vegetation had already spread here. Along the way, Laine saw many exotic plants and fruits whose names he could not call to mind. These were new creations under the godhood of plant life. Perhaps in a few years, with the help of the god of meteorology, this vegetation will spread across the world, bringing a touch of green to the desolate land. But that was a matter for the future. Soon, under Gaia's leadership, Laine reached the summit of the sacred mount. "We've arrived," Mother Earth stopped and said to Laine, following behind her. Nodding slightly, Laine stepped forward to take in the appearance of the place. The summit of the Mount of the Gods was open and flat, without any trace of man-made structures. Compared to the mythical Mount Olympus of later generations, it was like a desolate mountaintop. However, this did not surprise Laine, for to the ruler of the sky itself was his palace. As he set foot on the summit of the mount and observed his surroundings, 13 deities of differing appearances also directed their gaze towards him. Although no divine power was used, Laine still felt some discomfort. It couldn't be helped, the primordial deities had yet to learn to contain their auras, and being near them was inherently oppressive. "I present myself to you, your majesty." FreeWebNovel.c Sigma. Ceasing his inspection, Laine bowed slightly, showing respect to the male deity in the center. This was not his first encounter with Uranus. Unlike the youthful appearance during their last meeting, Uranus now looked like a tall and majestic middle-aged man. It was the combined result of paternal authority and the position of the divine king. A deity's appearance changed with authority and power, which was common knowledge among the gods. As they faced the meeting with a foreign deity, the 12 titans were somewhat puzzled, given that they could sense the weakness of Laine's divine power. They looked towards their father, waiting for his reaction. Then they saw their majestic father extend his hands to embrace the deity before him, offering his greeting without any reservations. "I am pleased you could come, respected foreseer, god of prophecy." Uranus's voice was wild and powerful, befitting his godhood immaculately. "Until today, I never truly believed you could see destiny. Please forgive my previous misunderstanding. Please take a seat, Prince Laine. You should join us at the table." "My honor." Under the varying gazes of the 14 deities, Laine chose a spot on the mountain summit to sit. This was a birthday celebration, as well as a banquet to honor Uranus's ascension to divine king. As the 12 new gods were born, the crown of the world was automatically bestowed upon him. With everyone gathered, the fruits of the plants on the mountain, brought forth by Gaia, served as the feast for this banquet. The divine king sat in the central position, with others lined up on either side, only Mother Earth seated beside him. When the banquet began, apart from occasionally conversing with Laine, the Heavenly Father spent most of his time speaking to his newly born children. He shared his thoughts with them, instructing how they should respect him as their father and how to assist him in fulfilling the role of the divine king. Perhaps due to the influence of patriarchy, his 12 children mumbled quietly, simply responding to the demands of the divine king. Not bad at all. Having tasted an unknown purple fruit, Laine quietly observed everything. He was aware of why he had been invited here and had his thoughts about it. But before that, he just wanted to enjoy a few more fruits. After all, the plants on Mount of the Gods were the progenitors of their kind, the very first batch from the chaos world. The fruits had no small effect on deities. At least for Laine, they could help him reach the upper limits of his godhood more swiftly. Time hurried past, for deities do not concern themselves with the passage of time. When night and day had exchanged places for the third time, Uranus finally ceased his admonishments. He turned to face Laine, sitting beside him, the deity who had prophesied the birth of his 12 offspring. Even now, he struggled to comprehend how such weak divine power could glimpse into destiny. But since it was proven true, he did not mind asking him some questions. especially since he had heard every word spoken by the other at the foot of the mountain. Raising his cup, Uranus spoke to Laine again after 3 days. Prince Laine. Previously, during our first encounter, you prophesied the birth of my 12 children. Fate is truly mighty, said the Heavenly Father in his resonant voice, only a deity as wise as you could detect its destined course. Fate's dominion resides in the hands of Lady Night, Laine said with a smile, raising his cup to clink it with Uranus's from afar before downing it in one gulp. I simply chanced upon a part of it. This was not wine, but the juice of a plant, yet it was still delicious under the influence of divine power. Then, respected Prince Laine, I have a question I wish to ask you. Uranus did not mind Laine's modesty, it appeared he was only curious about the ability of prophecy. I hope you can use the power of prophecy to tell me. In chaos in the future of this world, am I the eternal divine king, ruling over the sky, the land, and the ocean? The banquet seemed to suddenly fall silent. The 12 titans watched Laine with strange looks, while Mother Earth's eyes were filled with worry. freewebnovel.com. Faced with Uranus's seemingly casual inquiry, Laine smiled faintly. He did not rush to answer, instead, he set down his cup and began to explain the nature of all prophecy. Chapter 5 Prophecy. Honorable Divine King, before the prophecy, I hope you can understand one fact, that prophecy has always been observation, not creation. After taking another sip of the sweet juice, Laine solemnly explained. I cannot change destiny, I merely observe it, and sometimes only a part of it. Moreover, observation is not without cost. When you know it, it knows you too. What do you mean? The Divine King, facing an unfamiliar realm, was somewhat puzzled. What does it knows me mean? Destiny is originally undefined, although it has a fixed trajectory, it is not necessarily unchangeable. But if you try to observe it through prophecy, then destiny, on the contrary, becomes a predetermined, unchanging outcome. You can only delay its arrival, twist its meaning, but you cannot make it disappear completely. So, do you still wish me to make the prophecy? In the end, Laine asked the Divine King in return. The words before were not fabricated by Laine, this information he acquired after he received the prophecy godhood. When anyone tries to directly observe destiny, whether with the aid of other gods or not, he himself becomes part of destiny. Just as one cannot lift oneself off the ground by pulling on one's hair, so no being can escape the shackles manifesting from their very essence. Knowing this, Laine decided he would never prophesy about himself. As for the prophecies made by some gods in later generations, Laine would rather call them the curses of destiny. On the other side, after hearing Laine's explanation, Uranus breathed a sigh of relief, but then hesitated again. The cost of prophecy was high, which made him less wary of Mother Night, who controlled destiny, but he still wanted to know his own outcome. The first Divine King. Thinking of the title Laine had used for him down the mountain, Uranus made up his mind. I believe in my own strength, Heavenly Father said, looking Laine in the eyes. At this moment, having just acquired the position of Divine King, his immense power filled him with confidence. freewebnovel.co. Make the prophecy, Prince Laine. No matter the outcome, I promise you one reasonable condition in the name of the Divine King. I believe that under my current power, nothing is destined to remain unchanged. As the first Divine King, a symbol of patriarchy, Uranus, already at the pinnacle of divine power, took another step upwards. Now he stood on equal footing with the primordial gods, and even Gaia, who was not adept at combat, was no match for him. This filled him with boundless confidence. He believed that even if the outcome of the prophecy was not favorable, he could, as Laine had said, delay its arrival, warp its meaning. The god of chaos, always so confident. Laine chuckled inwardly, the events unfolding just as he had anticipated. Meeting the gaze of the Divine King, Laine nodded slightly, his dark eyes suddenly flashing with a mysterious white light in the next moment. This was not a feigned prophecy to deceive. Laine was truly probing Uranus's future. But the result was clear, the godhood gained from a single prophecy was very weak, far less powerful than even the spirit-based godhoods by several times. In a void of nothingness, Laine saw nothing. With his current power, he was far from able to glimpse the Divine King's destiny. But this did not hinder him from making his first great prophecy. An era. Under the watchful eyes of the gods, Laine said, you will rule the world for an era. You and Mother Earth will also bear new progeny, but they will not be like us, with divine and perfect appearances. One day in the future, your eldest son will raise a knife against you, and your reign shall thus be shaken. Bang. Nonsense. Before Uranus could react, Oceanus, standing beside him, could no longer tolerate Laine's words. Though only born 3 days ago, the eldest of the 12 Titans already possessed near mid-level divine power. The savage force surged within him as he brazenly pressed towards Laine, attempting to stop this strange deity's madness. He indeed succeeded, for Laine fell silent, but he also failed, because the Heavenly Father spoke up. "Stop, my child." With a wave of his hand, Oceanus's divine power was easily quelled, and Uranus's gaze turned towards him. "You shouldn't strike a guest." The tone of the divine king betrayed no joy or anger, but all present felt his skepticism at that moment. "Father, I swear to the world, I will never challenge your position as the divine king." Seeing his father speak, the Lord of the Oceans knelt on the ground, expressing his loyalty to his father. Uranus was non-committal. Oaths truly bound deities, but they were not fatal. Even now, before the authority of oaths had been decreed by the world, breaking an oath would at most cause a fall in divine power and instability in godhood. But if one could ascend to the position of the divine king, all could be reclaimed. Honored foreseer, is that the entirety of the prophecy? The Heavenly Father ignored his son, instead continuing to inquire of Laine, whose speech had been interrupted. If that was all, then the prophecy was nothing special. He would divide his eldest son into 3 and cast him into the depths of Tartarus, the dark void, and the deep earth, to ensure he could never oppose him. No, but Laine's answer clearly did not align with his desires. Under the angry gaze of the Lord of the Oceans, Laine smiled at the divine king and said, "Prince Oceanus will certainly not be the true assailant, your majesty. The prophecy shows that the one who will overturn your throne will receive assistance from another of your kin. Where it all began, so shall it end. And the eldest son holding the blade will surely not be your oldest child." As soon as the words were spoken, the remaining 11 Titans in the hall had a change in their eyes. Only Oceanus breathed a sigh of relief. Although in the complete prophecy, he too had the potential to be an accomplice, Oceanus would definitely not be the main culprit. If everyone is guilty, then no one is guilty. He was very clear about this. Unless his father wished to sit on the throne alone, he would not be punished. The hall fell silent for a moment, until Mother Earth broke the stillness. Her gentle face was full of worry. At this moment, Gaia was not yet the calculating mother of all gods. She looked towards Laine, who had just uttered the prophecy, and asked with a serious tone, "Honored Prince Laine, wise foreseer, may I ask if you can provide any further clues? Because of your prophecy, suspicion will riddle the relationship between father and child, and the nascent divine court will know little peace. I presume you would not wish to witness such a scene." But facing Gaia's veiled threat, Laine calmly shook his head. "I am truly sorry, honored Mother Earth. It's not that I am unwilling to interpret, but in this respect, the foreteller himself is often less wise than the listener. After all, I am but an observer, a relayer. The true essence of destiny is still far from me." At last, Laine offered a reply that Gaia could not refute. "If you still have doubts, you may go down to the domain of night. I believe in the realm of destiny. One of the 3 aspects of Lady Night, the destined Ankh, will provide a more detailed interpretation. As her elder sister, you will surely not return empty-handed." Chapter 6, Year, Month, Day, and the God of Time. The once joyful banquet seemed to have come to an end, for after Laine delivered his prophecy, only the sporadic sounds of eating resonated at the summit of the Mount of the Gods. Gaia was worried about the future of her children, while Uranus looked over the gods before him, his gaze occasionally drifting to the distant sea. There, his brother, the second child birthed alone by Gaia, the primordial sea god Pontus. Without a doubt, the aid of another kinsman mentioned in Laine's prophecy had caused him to become suspicious of his own brother. As for the possibility of Laine deceiving him, that was out of the question. The last time, Uranus indeed had not felt a response from destiny, which was why he had mocked Laine, who claimed to be the god of prophecy. But this time, he felt the breath of destiny very clearly, a force that all gods birthed by chaos could scarcely oppose. Regarding this, Laine affirmed that you are not mistaken. The previous prophecy he had indeed made empty promises, with destiny paying no attention to him, the god of spirit, but this time was different. Even relying on his godhood, Laine saw nothing, but when he made the correct prophecy in the name of the god of prophecy, destiny would still respond even if it wasn't something he saw through his divinity. There was another benefit: his identity as the god of spirituality from the origin had been successfully concealed. Ever since their first meeting, he had declared himself as the deity in charge of prophecy, and now he had indeed proven it. As long as he did not reveal himself, the threat from Mnemosyne could be temporarily ignored. Laine's prophecy had ended, and perhaps to mask his own intentions, the Divine King's banquet continued. 2 days later, amidst an awkward atmosphere, Uranus finally remembered the promise he had made. Prince Laine, the Heavenly Father, stood up and spoke to Laine solemnly. Just now, before you made your prophecy, I promised to fulfill one of your reasonable requests. As the first promise made by the King of all gods, it is time to fulfill it. I thank you again for your generosity, Your Majesty. Laine also stood up to express his gratitude to the Divine King. It is your due, said the Divine King. Please make your request now, for in the name of the Divine King, it shall be accomplished. Then I shall speak forthrightly. Laine was not the slightest bit embarrassed, as such an emotion did not exist between the gods of this era. He had prepared for this well before setting foot on the Mount of the Gods. Until the end of Uranus's era, this was bound to be one of his 2 greatest gains. As great as you are, you should know that a long time ago, seeing that the world lacked a means to measure time, I created years and days to record it. In the face of Laine's story, Uranus nodded. These 2 concepts did indeed exist, and he could read them from the law of the world. However, they were superficial and not yet fully acknowledged by time. Today I witnessed the birth of 12 new gods and the ascension of the Divine King, and I feel it is time to create a proper standard to record the years of your dominion over all things. With an unchanged smile, Laine gently raised his right hand, and a phantom sphere of silvery white light appeared there. The light sphere changed unpredictably, sometimes round, sometimes incomplete. Subtle forces of chronology spread over it. It was an illusion with no physical substance. This is an illusory luminous body, said Laine. I hope it can hang in the sky opposite to the sun that rises each day. I call it the moon, and the rotation of the sun and the moon makes one day. There are 4 surviving primordial gods, 12 newly born gods, and the esteemed Divine King, so a full cycle of the moon will mark a month, 3 months will be a season, and 4 seasons will make a year. This is not just my personal vision of chronology, Laine said, smiling at every deity present. This is also my congratulatory gift to the Divine King. Uranus was somewhat moved. He was indeed touched by Laine's idea. Such a way of recording time subtly expressed his supreme authority, even proving he was greater than the primordial gods. There was no better way than this. What about you, Prince Laine? Uranus finally remembered the foreseer before him. He had yet to set a time of his own. My children and I, like the primordial gods, all have our own share. You should also have your own time. Then add 1 more day. Laine seemed very casual, as if he didn't really care whether he had his part or not. Every 4 years in the 2nd month, add 1 more day at the end of the month for me, that will be my day. FRYOUKNOW.CO. Then so be it. After pondering for a while, Uranus really did not know where else to add some more. He simply agreed to Laine's request. He stretched out his hand and took over the orb of light from Laine's palm. Of course, now it had to be called moon. The next moment, the Divine King lifted it up to the heavens with his mighty power. The moon grew in size and emitted light bright enough to illuminate every corner of chaos. Standing on the Mount of the Gods, Uranus for the first time exercised the authority of the Divine King. Supreme power gathered upon him, and the laws of the world were clear before his eyes. Heeding the request of the foreseer, god of prophecy Laine, I proclaim to the world in the name of the Divine King. The chaotic and undefined chronology shall become the past. They will be imprisoned at the center of the moon. Year, month, and day will become the namesakes of the new chronology. They will coexist with time and endure with the world. As the words fell, the world changed accordingly. Under the authority of the Divine King, the new chronology was deeply engraved into the depths of the origin sea. Laine immediately felt the power of chronology become complete. It had undergone the transformation into authority, becoming a true godhood. At the same time, the godhoods of year, month, day, and season moved towards their respective masters, but no one accepted them. For a weak godhood was inherently inferior in some aspects, and this was not something the powerful deities were willing to accept. Eventually, these godhoods still merged into the nascent chronology, making it appear more full. Laine could feel that at this moment, chronology seemed more powerful than spirituality. Indeed, over time, it would continue to grow before slowly becoming stable. The godhood of the moon also appeared, but it was incomplete. Laine knew this was because the real moon was still in gestation, and this ersatz moon had no substance, it was just a temporary substitute. But this is enough, I don't want the real thing yet. He thought with a light laugh in his heart, bowing slightly again to thank the divine king for his gift. It is your due, said the divine king, let us conclude the banquet. Gaia, please help me send our distinguished guest back. Certainly, my liege. Mother Earth responded with a gentle voice, turning to gesture to Laine. Then I thank you, Princess Gaia. Without Gaia's assistance, it would indeed be somewhat difficult for him to leave, so Laine promptly accepted the offer. With the gods watching behind him, Laine followed behind Gaia, leaving the Mount of the Gods that had brought him a rich harvest. Chapter 7 Commitment. Just like on the journey here, the earth and mountains flashed beneath his feet. In just half a day, Laine had crossed a third of the continent. By the cave where he had set out, Laine received 3 stone tablets from Gaia's hands. These are the items agreed upon. Mother Earth handed the tablets, which symbolized destiny, to Laine as proof of the wager they made when they first met. freenovel.cm. At that time, Heavenly Father and Mother Earth purely had not seen such a weak god, and thus, they took it upon themselves to find Laine. They inquired about Laine's godhood, and upon receiving prophecy as the answer, Uranus remained indifferent, and Gaia also believed that with such feeble divine power, he probably couldn't prophesy anything at all. So, in that moment, Laine was struck with inspiration and declared the birth of the 12 titans on the spot, establishing a wager with Gaia. If he could prophesy about the primordial gods with such weak power, then these 3 stone tablets, born with the world itself, should rightly belong to him. The outcome was clear, and so Laine accepted his wager. Your prophecy was correct, Mother Earth once again admitted her mistake, the oracle rightfully belongs to you. Your honesty is the true virtue. With a slight bow, Laine took the tablets. It must be said that the gods of this era were nothing like those of later times. If it were Gaia from the era of Zeus, she wouldn't have handed over the divine artifact so easily. The two conversed a little longer before bidding each other farewell. freenovel.com. As she was about to leave, Gaia hesitated but still asked. Prince Laine, as the mother goddess, as the queen of gods, I really shouldn't be asking this question. But I still want to know, is the war between child and father truly inevitable? Gaia was somewhat saddened, she didn't even know which side she should stand on. You have to ask yourself that. Laine did not directly answer her question, but he made a promise at the end. If one day, you can bear no more and decide to make your final decision, you can come find me again. At that time, I will try to think of a way for you, as a way to honor your virtue of keeping promises. I will, thank you once again. The gentle thanks from Mother Earth, even though she did not know who she would bear no more, whether it be her child or her husband. Perhaps it was her child, perhaps her husband. About this she planned to ask her sisters. Although as one of the 3 faces of the Lady of the Night, the destined Ankh never interfered with destiny, completely unlike her principal aspect Nyx who personified, she still hoped to gain some hints. Lost in thought, Mother Earth hurried off, returning towards Mount of the Gods. She needed to think seriously about where to go from here. Laine closed his eyes slightly, immersing himself in the world within. After Mother Earth had left, he returned to the cave he had carved out. Things had largely concluded, and what was left was to wait. Now, he needed to organize the path ahead. In a body constituted of divine flesh and blood, the powers of chronology, spirituality, prophecy, and moon coexisted, yet were distinctly separate. But apart from the origin of spirituality, which he fully controlled, the rest were merely godhoods bestowed by chaos. Even spirituality would not have been wholly his had he not arrived early enough, older even than the 5 great primordial gods. His otherworldly soul would only be devoured by worlds that have already formed the law of spirituality, granting him a godhood of spirituality equal to that of other gods, and then lose his power after the true god of spirit arises, with the best outcome being merely to become a sub-god. This is the difference between a native son and an outsider, which is why if there is an opportunity to consume chaos's power through spirituality, Laine would show no mercy. Sooner or later I'll feed all of you to spirituality. Glancing at the other 3 major godhoods, Laine silently schemed in his heart. Without surprises, the origin of spirituality would have devoured them before the birth of the relevant deities. What is eaten into his stomach, nobody would think of taking back. Aside from spirituality, among the remaining three godhoods, Moon appeared to be the weakest. If graded, it could barely support a divine power of the weakest godhood level 1. As time goes on, the power of the Moon would be strengthened, but the amount of increase would still be limited. After all, it is merely a shell with concepts related to time encompassed by chronology, and not an actual celestial body. If not for its opposition to the sun, it would not even count as a godhood. Before the true Moon is born, I need to find it a new home. The Moon of spirituality and the actual Moon do not necessarily have to be the same entity. Mulling over silently, Laine cast another glance at the illusory image of the Moon in the sky. When the time comes, it would also lose its function, and upon becoming a part of spirituality, once free from the control of Chaos World, Laine actually had some other ideas. With the Moon's arrangements complete, it was time to tackle prophecy. In the original trajectory, there were not a few gods in chaos with the power of prophecy. But apart from prophecy that seemed more like a curse, only Prometheus and Apollo could be considered half a god of prophecy. The rest of the deities, whether Themis or Phoebe, only had the ability for prophecy because they possessed the oracle. Now that the oracle stone tablet was in Laine's hands, these individuals probably wouldn't get the chance. So for the time being, he did not need to worry about the world splitting the godhood of prophecy due to the descent of new gods. This godhood can exist for a while longer, and even though it is one of the godhoods to be integrated, it can still be strengthened. Yet without prophecy to cover it up, it might inevitably expose my identity as the god of spirit. However, it still depends on the situation then. If Uranus is deposed just as I anticipate, I may not even have to worry about it. Only spirituality, this origin godhood that exists within me, is my true reliance in this world. Having made arrangements for the prophecy godhood, which was roughly at divinity level 5, Laine then shifted his attention to chronology. In the future, he would probably issue several major prophecies, just continue using this godhood as a front for now. Divinity level 9, and it's even on the rise. If I can perfect the seasons and create calendars, I wouldn't be surprised if chronology's godhood reached level 15. However, let's forget about the seasons. Calendars can be integrated into spirituality as they don't have a physical form, but seasons are part of material changes. If they can't merge into one, then even if I create them in advance, once the actual goddesses of seasons are born, they will simply switch allegiance. It has to be said, compared to spirituality, which is only at divinity level 6, chronology is now Laine's strongest godhood. But no matter how strong this godhood is, its ultimate fate will not change, and Laine would not even touch aspects that involve reality. Otherwise, no matter how well things develop now, once the Olympian 12 take their places, the symbols of the 12 months would simply be reassigned. Once the three goddesses of seasons are born, the power of the godhood would be halved. It's ridiculous in Chaos World, Pontus, Hyperion, even Mother Earth Gaia, they were all originally powerful ancient gods, yet their godhood kept dispersing due to the birth of new gods, ultimately leading to a severe drop in their strength. That's why Laine decisively wants to merge them all into spirituality. As for the 12 principal gods lacking godhood later, that's none of his concern. Iapetus and Mnemosyne are living just fine, aren't they? If those two Titan elders have no complaints, do you Olympian gods dare to take issue? Having taken the critical first step, Laine is full of confidence for the future. Once Zeus ascends, as long as he can become a powerful divine power, the other would not rashly become his enemy. Zeus, after all, is the divine king who is best at relying on the power of the masses. Chapter 8, Titan Deity Race. Laine observed his chronology godhood for a while before withdrawing his mind. For now, there was no connection between his spirituality and chronology, there was no bridge for fusion between the two. I still need to focus on it. Glancing again at the illusory moon in the sky, Laine's gaze deepened. For now, prioritizing the accumulation of divine power is crucial. Now that I have a powerful godhood, the accumulation of my divine power can also accelerate. In this era, there was no faith and gods were still using primitive methods to increase their divine power. Laine lay on the ground, uniting with his godhood, and entered a state akin to being both asleep and awake. The so-called divine power level XX of godhood is merely the upper limit it supports, not the level of strength that Laine has already attained. Right now, he was just a minor deity with a divine power level less than 5, needing a long time to gradually reach the limit allowed by his godhood. The future Olympian gods used faith as an accelerator, quickly reaching this step and even creating new godhoods based on faith. But the deities of the current time had no such cheat. FEUNV.com. Including the 12 titans, the new gods all needed time to grow their divine power until they reached their own limits. At the center of the chaos world, the birthplace of Aurea, the peak of Mount of the Gods. After Laine and Gaia left, an eerie calm descended on the place. The prophecy flowed through his mind as the Heavenly Father calmly observed his children, but the aura around him steadily climbed. He hadn't yet decided what to do, but that didn't prevent him from creating some pressure for them. Father! Father! Seemingly unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, Uranus's youngest son, Cronus, stepped forward. He shrank back, looking at his father, a stark contrast to his own tall and heroic features. I am your youngest child, Father. Cronus seemed on the verge of tears. I will never be the one from the prophecy, and I'm willing to swear to the world that I will never become the traitor who aids the rebellion. No sooner had he spoken than the world responded to his oath. FreyaWebNovel.com. If Cronus were to become an accomplice to the one with the knife in the future, then the world would punish him by stripping away a major rank of his divine power and retracting part of the authority granted to him. Listening to his youngest son's oath, the pressure around Uranus significantly decreased. In the eyes of the divine king, he truly did not see this youngest son as the one in the prophecy. Although he didn't quite understand what the eldest son is not the oldest child meant, it surely could not be the youngest one regardless. The position of the eldest child was definitely not his to claim. Aren't gods supposed to be immortal? Uranus pondered to himself. At least up to this point, he hadn't discovered anything that could truly kill a god. Even he himself, who was infinitely close to great divine power with the blessing of the divine king's throne, could not extinguish the immortal essence of even the weakest deity. This was chaos. Gods are eternal and undying, they can be imprisoned, but never killed. Father. As Uranus was immersed in thought, his aura undulated unconsciously once again. Seeing this, the remaining deities seemed to understand their father's intent, and they started to swear in turn. We swear to the world that we will never become the rebellious one with the knife, nor will we ever be party to aiding him. The world's response arose instantly, and Uranus too snapped back to his senses. He looked at his children, who were knelt before him, and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He had yet to say anything, just lost in thought, and yet they were already so weak as to beg him for forgiveness. Are these the children of me, the king of all gods? With such trash, overthrow me? That's a joke. It seems only the children spoken of in the prophecy that follow are the true killers. Making a judgment in secret, the divine king was nevertheless angered by his children's cowardice. It was a complex feeling. He wished they had more courage, but at the same time, he didn't really hope for them to be truly courageous. Conflicted emotions made the divine king somewhat irate. He kicked Caius, who was closest to him, then used his divine power to send his children tumbling to the ground. After glancing at his offspring, who still dared not resist, he wielded the authority of the divine king and then proclaimed loudly, "Enough, as the eternal divine king, no one can overthrow me. Since the rebels wield knives, here and now I declare that from now on, the creation of any weapon in this world will be perceived by me. In the name of the king of all gods, any forger is guilty. They will be locked in the depths of Tartarus and shall never emerge again." The world responded to the unreasonable demands of the king of all gods. However, it seemed as though his authority had been slightly reduced as well. The master of the sky didn't care about this, for as long as he remained the divine king, the lost power would eventually be restored with time. Having concluded his proclamation to the world, the divine king then turned his gaze back to his children. For the great divine king to have such incapable children, this was nothing short of disgraceful. "Ah, my children, my offspring, as your father, I am truly proud of you." Uranus looked at them with irony, and suddenly, he had a wicked idea. To reward your loyal vows, he looked at them, without a shred of praise, the noble divine king grants you the title of Titans. From this day forth, you shall be the deity race of the Titans. As the divine king spoke, the world echoed in response. At the same time, his children instantly understood his meaning. At that time, the word Titan in the ancient language of the gods meant the nervous, the cowardly, the ones who face retribution. The 12 Titans, meaning that they were 12 who trembled with fear for defying the Father God. As a noble deity race, such humiliation was unbearable to them. Yet, sensing their father's immense power, they couldn't muster the courage to resist. In the end, under the gaze of Uranus that was either expectant or threatening, no one dared to stand up in opposition. Fie, be gone. After waiting a while, the divine king finally let out a cold snort and dismissed his children. Even he himself did not know whether he would have been pleased or enraged to lock them in the abyss if someone had spoken out in retort. He was beginning to regret hearing that prophecy. Perhaps the prophet of prophecy was right, being ignorant of one's destiny might be better. Shaking his head, his gaze fell from Mount of the Gods down below, and Uranus began to look forward to Gaia's return. Although he had previously guessed that the subsequent children were the threat to his throne, he did not embrace the idea of ceasing to procreate. As a symbol of patriarchy, the embodiment of masculinity, the master of the sky, his virile desire was simply irrepressible. Moreover, procreating offspring and expanding the scale of the deity race was his duty as the divine king. And they are still very weak, Uranus thought to himself. Within 1,000 years, before their divine power could accumulate, they posed no threat to him. As for the future, the divine king believed that with his supreme power, there would always be a solution. Chapter 9 Cyclops. The divine king had sent his children away to fulfill their godhood. In the primordial world of chaos, time had always been of the least value. But it differed from the chronology-less primordial wilderness of the East. Since the advent of chronology, with the division into years, months, and days, the passage of time had been recorded. In the blink of an eye, 1,500 years had passed since Laine prophesied atop the Mount of the Gods. On this day, another intense dispute broke out on the Mount of the Gods. This was not the first time. Ever since the birth of Uranus's 3 misshapen children, such arguments between the Heavenly Father and Mother Earth had erupted periodically. Uranus, they are your children, too. Gaia's voice rose, but it was tinged with weakness and sorrow. She had tried numerous times to persuade the divine king to accept those 3 offspring, even if only as his guardians, but time and again Uranus had rejected her. Children. No, they are not. They are but a base breed born of an accident. The voice was cold, and the divine king had grown weary of this debate. Please think about it carefully, my sovereign. They are only different in appearance. Enough. 1,500 years had elapsed, and the Mount of the Gods had grown even taller. The king of all gods stood at the place closest to the sky in this world, cutting off Gaia's plea with a cold indifference. Before him, 3 monstrous creatures with a single eye each glared at him angrily. Although the great divine power of the divine king pinned them to the ground, they seemed not to know what fear was and continued to stare defiantly at Uranus with their soul eyes. Look, Gaia. Such twisted life dares to confront my rage. Once again inspecting the 3 giants on the ground, Uranus seemed to have reached a decision. The eldest son, yet not the oldest. He, the leader of the monsters, is also the eldest, isn't he? You're mad, Uranus. Gaia, who now appeared to be in her 20s, called her husband by name for the first time. She didn't understand how Uranus could consider someone with low intelligence and an ignorance of fear to be fit for the divine king. No divine king would be unworthy of godhood. I'm mad. Perhaps, but stop your ridiculous pleading. Gaia's words finally incensed the divine king. With a dispassionate glance at his once beloved wife, he extended his hand to push her aside. Standing atop the summit of Mount of the Gods, Uranus once again exercised the authority of the divine king to pronounce judgment on the giants. I have tolerated you for a long time, perhaps 100 years, or maybe 200. Uranus scrutinized the 3 giants before him, yet still couldn't see fear in their eyes. But every tolerance has its limit. You dirty, ugly, a disgrace to my lineage, I am sick of your existence. Cyclops. A laughable title. No more forgiveness for you because of Gaia, but instead, I will send you to where you belong. Lowly trash, the bottomless abyss is your destiny. In the name of the King of all gods, I declare you guilty by virtue of your inherent baseness. The sentence, eternal. A mighty voice came from the edge of the sky, and in a cave, Laine slightly lifted his head. The sky outside had darkened, and the great sun also tried intensely to restrain its own light. This was the rage of the dominion of the sky. Although Uranus was no longer the sky itself after giving birth to his self, he still wielded absolute influence. It's a bit far. Mere eyesight wasn't enough for Laine to see the mount of the gods, so he decisively chose another method, using the moon in the sky to observe for him. After 1500 years of orbit, this artificial celestial body had finally become somewhat complete. Its associated role of the moon in godhood had also slowly climbed to the status of a level 3 deity. Whoosh! 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 Through the perspective of the moon, Laine could vaguely see 3 streaks of light flying out from the central mountain in the vast land, one after another, before plummeting into the western part of the land, piercing directly through the thick strata. Through that dark cavern, Laine could sense an incredibly chaotic and powerful aura seeping out. That was the abyss, the bottom of the world, the physical shell of the primordial god Tartarus. Unlike the other 3 primordial gods, Tartarus seemed to have abandoned awakening his self-awareness, maintaining a state of chaos and disorder. Because of this, he was the only being who had not fallen in power due to personification. He remained an ancient god with great divine power. Cyclops, huh? Whispering the name of those 3 streaks of light, Laine felt no surprise. Unlike the 12 titans, the Cyclops were more like monsters with great strength. There was no corresponding shift in the law upon their birth, and the vicinity of Mount of the Gods did not even witness their presence, so it was only natural for Uranus to deny their existence. Even the future second-generation divine king did not recognize his brothers. Later on, Zeus rescued them but only used them as crafters and jailers. Despite Mother Earth's existence, which made the divine king tolerate them for 200 years, the Heavenly Father was not a generous god. He ultimately couldn't restrain himself from casting them into the abyss. Boom! Another thunderous boom rose, and this time, Laine did not need the moon to see it, because the sky and the earth were once again melding together. It seemed Gaia's pleas had enraged Uranus, who made the heavens and earth tightly embrace, just as they had before the birth of the 12 titans. The sun anxiously dodged, meteorology sought refuge from land to sea, a large number of plants were destroyed, and the once verdant lands that flourished over 1500 years reverted to desolation. The divine king violently unleashed his primordial desires to vent the dissatisfaction in his heart. Laine hid in a cave, quietly watching this scene unfold. The divine king had ruled the world for 1500 years, his 12 sons conscientiously fulfilling their spiritual duties under oppression. But Uranus still did not favor them. He often shattered celestial bodies, watching with cold laughter as Caius cried out in pain from the wounds. Occasionally, he would pluck the sun from the sky and cast it into the sea, watching his children and brother suffer due to the conflict of their powers, which was one of his rare forms of entertainment. No music, no nectar, there was hardly any life upon the earth. Apart from the other primordial gods, Uranus could only vent his surplus energy on his own offspring. As for Laine, he had always lacked presence, and the prophecy subtly filled the divine king with apprehension. So while Laine's location could not be concealed from him, the divine king nevertheless did not seek him out to cause trouble. I wonder how much longer it will be. 500 years, or perhaps 1,000. The era of the Heavenly Father was indeed dull. It is Cronus's reign that shall be more interesting. Having glanced at the moon in the sky once more, Laine no longer focused on the outside world. The scattered ownerless memories had mostly been integrated, and his role in spirituality had thus risen by one level. It was foreseeable that when the memories were fully assimilated, spirituality would gain another promotion. FGEUNVEL.com. Besides the godhood, in terms of the growth of divine power, unlike the currently meager supply from spirituality, the role of chronology provided Laine with an abundance of divine power every second. A similar upper limit of godhood did not equate to the same speed of divine power provision. Light and sun were equally potent, but the latter's divine power accumulated much faster than the former's. Though chronology was not a role known for easily increasing divine power, it paled in comparison to spirituality, which hadn't moved up a level in thousands of years. 1500 years had passed, and he now stood at the peak of weak divine power. Unforeseen circumstances aside, he should be able to shed this lowest tier of divine power before the birth of the hecatonkers. The commotion outside continued, and Laine once again entered a deep slumber. While the godhood is the upper limit, divine power is what one currently possesses. He would not leave this place until he advanced even further. Chapter 10 Visit from Mother Earth. 500 years had hurried by since the last time the Heavenly Father's wrath was provoked. Just as Laine had predicted, a century after the Cyclops were imprisoned in the abyss, the birth of the three hecatonkers incited the Divine King's thunderous fury once again. They each had 50 heads and 100 arms, possessed of immense innate strength. Their names were Briareus, Cottus, and Gies. Though they held no godhood, the hecatonkers still had the immortal essence, and together, their combined strength could even defeat titans who had attained intermediate divine power. But no matter their abilities, no matter how much Mother Earth spoke in their favor, the great king of all gods could not tolerate their existence. This time, only 50 years had passed when Laine, newly ascended to weak divine power, was once again awakened. Through the vantage of the moon, the descent of the three hecatonkers into the abyss was clearly visible. The brutal act of casting 6 offspring into the abyss in succession sent tremors of fear through the 12 titans. Although they did not particularly like their strangely shaped brothers, they couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for their fate. The drama on the Mount of the Gods was captivating, but it had nothing to do with Laine. By now, having reached the 7th level of divine power, he sat quietly on a rock, awaiting the arrival of a visitor. Prophecy was somewhat useful. Though he had never actually foretold anything successfully, he still received hints from fate about certain matters. Like today, when Laine, his expression changing, saw the green-robed goddess appear before him. Mother Earth wore a black veil, her demeanor solemn and tinged with sadness. "It has been many years, revered Mother Earth," Laine said, guessing at her purpose for coming. "I had intended to greet you, but seeing your complexion, I refrained from such an offensive notion." Different from the youthful and vibrant goddess of 1,000 years past, today's Gaia appeared much older, looking like a woman in her 30s or 40s. Her once smooth skin seemed dull, with fine wrinkles hanging at the corners of her eyes. Her clear and gentle gaze revealed pain, and even though there was a great disparity in their divine power, Laine could still feel the emptiness and decline. Once the most robust in origin, Mother Earth was now languishing among the primordial gods, struggling even to maintain her rank of great divine power. This was unprecedented. Although the primordial gods had lost power due to becoming personified, their rank had always remained stable. The current state of Mother Earth indicated that the origin of the Earth had suffered greatly. "May I inquire the purpose of your visit, Mother Earth?" It seemed as if he had examined her for a long while, but it was merely an instant. Although he had already guessed Gaia's intentions, Laine still asked. "Respected Foreseer, just as you said before, I can no longer bear it," Gaia said directly, not minding Laine's feigned ignorance. 2,000 years have passed. It started off well. Although he was harsh on the children, he never did anything excessive. He demanded too much from me, but I cannot blame him. As the Heavenly Father and the symbol of Yang, this is the influence of divine authority on him. I accept and understand it, and I do not resent him for this. freewebnovel.com. But it changed later, Mother Earth said, looking back at the Earth as if seeing her children locked away in Tartarus. When Cyclops, the Cyclops, were born, everything changed. He began to become mad and despotic, irritable and irrational. He even believed that children, who did not possess godhood, could threaten his position. He abused the Divine King's authority, casting them into the abyss. Until now, he has set his sights on my offspring, the deities born of me. Gaia's gaze left the Earth and met Laine's directly. Although Mother Earth was not known for her martial prowess, such a look still imposed considerable pressure on Laine. He knew that Gaia was somewhat dissatisfied with him, despite the fact that none of this was his initiative. It was out of respect for fate, or perhaps a desire for a solution, that both Uranus and Gaia always behaved properly in his presence. But Laine knew that they behaved this way because they wanted to, not because they had to. So the Divine King feels threatened? Laine asked with a smile, facing Mother Earth's gaze. Yes, the children who are growing stronger are unsettling him. Hyperion, Cronus, Oceanus, and Theseus, these children have become beings with great divine power. Although they are not yet a match for their father, it is enough to trouble him. Even my other offspring, except for the pitiable Epidus and Mnemosyne, who possess only speech, script, and language, and are too weak, their brothers and sisters have all become deities with intermediate divine power. As Gaia continued, her expression became somewhat sorrowful. She should have been happy to see her children possess such great strength, but the increasingly dangerous look from Uranus told her that if she didn't do something, they might follow in the footsteps of the Titans. I understand, Laine nodded. You hope I can solve this problem and reconcile their differences, is that it? FRYOUBNOL.com. If it could be done, that would be ideal, Mother Earth said. But that's impossible. Shaking his head, Laine spoke calmly, Respected Mother Earth, I am only the god of prophecy, not the god of destiny. The moment the divine king commanded me to prophesy, his own destiny was enveloped by that prophecy. A prophecy that envelopes the destiny of the divine king, even the esteemed Ananke might be powerless against it. Mother Earth was at a loss for words. Long before today, over the past 2,000 years, she had visited her sister more than once, the Mother Night who reveled in silence with the dark overlord Erebus. But as Laine said, the power of a prophecy and a curse is closely tied to the one who initiated it. Once the divine king personally sought to know his fate, that fate could no longer be stopped by anyone. Perhaps the world itself could, but the world does not have its own will. That is why the divine king, who also visited Lady Night, believes so firmly in the prophecy, because he knows it cannot be changed. What if we tried a different method? After a long hesitation, struggle appeared in Mother Earth's eyes, but she finally spoke. If I want to solve this problem once and for all, what do you think I should do? Upon hearing this question, Laine's heart gave a slight leap. This was not nervousness, nor surprise, but as Mother Earth made her choice, the power of history began to gather around him. Witnessing an entire era and possessing authority related to time naturally grants one the godhood of history. This power was supposed to belong to the future Rhea, but now it reached out to an older deity. Laine gladly accepted it. Chapter 11 Sickle. In the Chaos World, at the foot of an unnamed mountain, a conversation powerful enough to influence the world continued. Feeling the power of history, Laine faced Mother Earth's questioning and expressed his helplessness. I am a god of prophecy, not a god of wisdom, Laine said, shaking his head. Respected Mother Earth, I can only see the outcome, and that too is only the unfathomable future. If you insist on having my advice, then all I can say is that the divine king cannot be overthrown by power alone. The prophecy shows that the one with the sickle shall shake the divine king's position. Not defeat him, much less kill him, not only because no one can match the divine king's power, but also because his kingship comes from the world and not from conquest. A throne of godhood not gained by usurpation, naturally cannot be stripped away by sheer force alone. Hearing this, Mother Earth appeared somewhat perplexed. She did not know what, other than power, could lead chaos to reclaim the kingship he had bestowed. As the divine king crowned by the world, his authority comes from within himself. He is the first to birth new gods through union, and his paternity rules the world. I am not sure how to shake his kingship either. Then there is nothing I can do, respected Mother Earth, Laine said with a smile, shaking his head. For the sake of your trust last time, I am willing to try and think of a solution. But as I said, I am not the god of wisdom after all. Very well. After a while, Mother Earth brought up several ideas, but Laine negated each one. Finally, feeling Uranus's presence returning from the sea to the earth, Gaia had to leave for the time being. She had come out while the Heavenly Father was away entertaining his own children. Now, she had to hurry back. Prince Laine, I am grateful for your help, no matter what, Mother Earth said in the end. However, if I do make up my mind in the near future, I hope to receive your prophecy. I will, Laine couldn't have been more willing. I will do my utmost to foresee the success or failure for you once you are ready. Nodding in satisfaction, Gaia's green robes vanished before Laine in a fleeting moment. Even with her vital essence greatly diminished, Mother Earth's movements were still undetectable by him. However, Laine did not envy her, for he knew Gaia's power would continue to decline. Even in the distant future, she would become the only primordial god to completely fall from the peak of her great divine power. Giving birth to Typhon, the monster king who once defeated Zeus, would further deplete her origin. The birth of the goddess of agriculture would tear apart her control over plants. The emergence of Hades would take the lands of the underworld from her. The line of Ares mountain gods and heirs of the lord of the vast oceans river gods would thin her grasp over the earth. The goddess, born with the most abundant origin, thus became average through successive childbirth and the betrayal of the world. Perhaps she still seemed powerful to mortals, but no generation of divine kings ever truly regarded her. This return to Mount of the Gods might soon be met with another torment. Level 7 Divine Power. Once I get what I want from Cronus, everything should get back on track. The next time we meet, I won't be so easy to talk to. Looking again at where Gaia had disappeared, Laine knew that although Mother Earth respected him, it was merely superficial. In terms of power, like other deities, Mother Earth never took Laine seriously. Emotionally, even though Laine had always been on her side, she was still dissatisfied with him. Being lenient with oneself yet strict with others is no different between mortals and gods. Laine quietly assessed his own divine power and continued to slumber. In the time of Uranus, one of the 3 generations of divine kings of chaos, he was just a witness. The earth, even devoid of animals, was not yet time for spirituality to manifest power. It was not until the 2nd generation of divine kings arose and the first humans were born, with a new generation of deities descending upon the world, that he would find space to act. Before that, he could only wait. Mount Otherworld, the divine king's dwelling. Pleased to have trapped Phoebe at the bottom of the sea, Uranus admired the sea of light for quite a while. The deity of light made the waves shimmer with extraordinary colors, but the lifeless sea soon bored the divine king. They are getting stronger, the king of all gods thought upon returning to the peak of the Mount of the Gods. 2,000 years had passed, and the power of the Titan gods was nearing its peak. Even from the perspective of the ruler of the sky, if the bonuses his position as divine king provided were disregarded, he had to admit the strength of his descendants. 300 years, 500 at most, I must do something. Determined, the divine king rose and walked toward his wife. In the world today, deities are scarce. If he didn't want to rule this world alone after dealing with his children, he needed to hurry and create more gods. That's what he had done before, but Gaia's 2 births had disappointed him. He even began to wonder how the sky and the earth could produce such anomalies. If it weren't for Tartarus lacking a conscious persona, he might suspect this ancient god, who dwells at the bottom of the world, of having offended the king of all gods. Gaia, my wife, my queen of gods, Uranus thought as he approached Mother Earth. Freewebnovel.c Sigma. He did not realize Mother Earth had ever left Mount of the Gods. As the personification of the earth, Gaia easily eluded Uranus's senses. Your Majesty. Gaia seemed to understand the divine king's intentions. Although she knew it would be useless, she still pleaded. freewebadaoval.com. Continuous childbirth has left me exhausted, and your divine power is even more immense. Perhaps you could grant me more time to rest, which might result in a child that better meets your expectations. But isn't this a situation you've caused yourself? Uranus retorted. Without any consideration for Gaia's refusal, he pressed her beneath him as usual. You know, Gaia, birthing deities and birthing monsters is not the same. The power of deities comes more from godhood. The world bestows gifts upon them. Apart from my foolish brother Aurea, who took part of your godhood at birth, the birth of our other children has never left you so exhausted. With a cold laugh, Uranus became even rougher. But giving birth to a monster is different. They are innately powerful, requiring no growth. They hold no godhood, yet they are immortal. All their power comes from the mother, your own essence, and it's their birth that drains you, leaving you weak. So, bear a proper deity, Gaia, just as you did in the beginning. Let us together strengthen the power of our deity race, rather than providing the abyss with a few immortal morsels. Gaia seemed to yield, no longer trying to convince her husband. Under the watchful eyes of the gods of chaos, the sky once again descended, becoming level with the summit of Mount of the Gods. They knew it was another union of the Heavenly Father and Mother Earth. Yet, unseen by the Divine King, the last of Gaia's hesitations faded from her verdant eyes. Just as he had said, Gaia had no wish to create immortal morsels, and so she made up her mind. Destiny is on my side, Gaia thought, I will succeed. And so, in the next moment, her anger began to burn. Deep beneath the earth, among a mix of metals and stones, the authority of Mother Earth stirred the magma into motion. A sharp essence was extracted, and a special type of stone slowly took shape. It needed no smithing, for it was nurtured by the earth itself. It was curved and sharp, symbolizing Gaia's conflicted emotions and her ultimate resolve. And like that, 300 years later, the first sickle of chaos came into being. Chapter 12, Return to the Motherland. 200 years had passed again. There was no birth of new deities, no changes brought by the movements of living beings. Apart from the growing vegetation spreading further, There were hardly any changes to the land from 200 years before. But on this day, the disaster that Laine had long foreseen still happened. Perhaps it had indeed occurred before, or maybe it was just the Divine King's conjecture. In any case, after another round of entertainment with his children, the Heavenly Father declared that he had seen dissatisfaction and resentment in the eyes of his children. So you have finally made your decision. Uranus laughed wildly as he stood by the sea, tossing the last child he had found, Rhea, in front of him. You harbor complaints against me deep in your hearts, and now you want to turn your blades against me? We haven't, Father, Hyperion said. We have all sworn an oath, no one dares to harm you. Yes, Uranus interrupted his child's defense. Oaths are a good excuse, but I can think of another one for you. For instance, you don't yet have a weapon, do you? To sit upon the throne of the Divine King, you would need at least a long sword. The 12 Titans remained silent. They knew their defenses were meaningless, so they quietly awaited the judgment of the Divine King. This sort of occurrence had happened many times in the past. The Divine King would always find some reasonable or unreasonable pretext to mete out punishment freely upon them. The Titans thought that, as in the past, they would experience pain or be subjected to mental humiliation, for which they were prepared. But clearly, the outcome this time would be beyond their expectations. At this moment, the deities did not yet realize the gravity of the situation, for Uranus was serious this time. After all, Gaia had still not bore him another divine child in the 500 years that had passed. Listen to me, Titans. I have thought of many ways to deal with you, such as locking you up in the abyss as well. Turning his back, Uranus's voice suddenly calmed down. He did not look at the expressions of his children. He knew they would appear frightened, but in truth, they were not. They were different from those monsters. They were truly divine beings. Abusing authority would be punished by the world. Imprisoning a few monsters without godhood only temporarily weakened his divine authority. But if he were to imprison the 12 true gods, their associated godhoods would become uncontrollable, and the consequences would relentlessly affect him. This is exactly what happened with Zeus in later generations after defeating the Titan deity race. Apart from Crius and Cronus, the other Titans who submitted to him were spared. Because meteorology can be replaced and time and space were never fully controlled. But if he dared to lock away the sun, the consequences would suffice for his elder brother to take his place. It was not until later, when Zeus's progeny were born and there were deities to replace the day, moon, and stars, that the Titan gods began to fade from the divine court under his oppression. But Uranus had no substitute at the moment. Over the past 1,000 years, he was ceaselessly pondering how to deal with these children, until now, when he finally had an idea. How does one make a deity exist and yet not exist? It would suffice for them to have been born, but not quite born. Thus, the Divine King made up his mind, and his supreme divine power began to emerge. His 2,500-year reign as the Divine King had brought him almost completely to that step, and even in terms of strength, he was hardly inferior to the great divine power. As the 12 Titans looked on in terror, Uranus turned the sky into a sharp blade, concentrating it in his right hand. He looked at the deities before him and, in the name of the King of all gods, delivered the final judgment. You are rebellious, cowardly, imperfect divine beings. You possess power, but you do not match your power. Therefore, as your father, as your king, I mercifully give you another chance. The Titans were somewhat bewildered. They did not understand their father's meaning. Since a deity had already been born, how could there be talk of another chance? Not until the Divine King's right arm swept across the earth, not until he seized his eldest son, did the Titan gods finally understand how they were to have another chance. Ah! As the sky struck the earth, Gaia's pained voice echoed throughout the world. She, who had been waiting atop Mount of the Gods for her husband's return, suddenly felt immense pain. The earth was being torn asunder, and as the personification of the earth, Mother Earth felt it as her own. That was the Divine King's power. She was absolutely certain of it. The supreme force was forcibly cutting open her abdomen, and she felt something familiar being stuffed inside. Oceanus? In her anguished wail, Gaia seemed to recognize the source of the breath. Ah! The next moment, an even more intense pain struck her. This time it was Theseus. Quickly, as one familiar presence after another made themselves known, Gaia lost even the strength to cry out. When Cronus also returned to the womb, She lay back dazed at the summit of Mount of the Gods, staring at the sky that had been the same for 10,000 years. He had once been her beloved, but now he was her foe. They could not coexist in this world, she was absolutely certain of that. Gaia, are you all right? She didn't know how much time had passed when Uranus's voice came from afar. The Divine King's tone was filled with joy, for he had finally solved the problem that had been troubling him. FRYOUKNOW.com. I no longer have to worry about my children, Uranus said cheerfully. The prophecy can be delayed, this is feasible. As long as they remain in your womb, they are never truly born. But you are defying my instincts. Gaia's voice was devoid of emotion, she didn't even know how she still managed to speak. As embryos they will drain my power, but as fully grown deities, they will not gain any strength from it. Yes, you are right. So, I must thank you, my queen of gods. Uranus's voice suddenly softened, as tender as it was 1,000 years ago. I will remember what you have done for me. Now, let us celebrate this moment. He embraced Gaia, but Mother Earth was indifferent to it. But the Divine King did not care. He was the king of all gods, and all gods should offer everything to him. His children should do so, and so should Gaia. It has begun. Laine raised his head, watching the chaotic meteorology of the moment. Heaven and earth were once again in contact, but everyone who saw this scene felt an inexplicable sense of horror. The primal ocean trembled slightly, as though something terrible was about to happen. The wheels of fate began to turn, and just as the myths told, the authority of the Divine King was about to change hands. The feast is about to begin, yet I am the only spectator. Of the 4 ancient deities that still exist, only Gaia has fully personified, and her fate is the most tragic of all. Perhaps this is the beginning of Gaia's transformation, an experience profound enough to be etched in eternity, making her never trust divine kings again. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Laine took the initiative to step out of the cave for the first time. Between the earth and the abyss, there was a place that was still empty at the moment, which would later be known as the Underworld. Eternal night and darkness interwove there, Mother Earth and the abyss converged there. Though most of Chaos's myths took place upon the land, the Underworld was in fact the most terrifying place. The conversation to come, Laine wanted to have it there. If nothing unexpected occurred, the Underworld would be his new home in the coming eon. Chapter 13 The Surgeon. At the summit of Mount of the Gods, another 7 years had passed, and the close union of heaven and earth momentarily ceased. The great Divine King, having vented his desires, began to wander aimlessly upon the earth once again. He found himself somewhat bored, as there were no more children for him to use as his toys. In his helplessness, Uranus could only use his divine power to strike at everything he saw at random, finding a bit of petty amusement amidst the destruction. After his departure, Gaia remained lying dazedly at the pinnacle of Mount of the Gods. She tried her best to conserve her energy, but it was futile. Visible to the naked eye, her immortal divine body began to age. Knowing she had to do something, Gaia made a plea inside herself in the place where the 12 children resided. You see, this is your father, the Divine King of Chaos. He has hurt me and imprisoned you as well. If things continue this way, when I fall into eternal slumber, you two will remain here forever, stuck in a state between life and death. Gaia's calm tone was laden with hatred. With every passing second, she could feel her power ebbing away. Her spirit was focused on the 12 deities, they were her last hope. I need a warrior, Gaia said. I need one of you to muster the courage to rebel against your father. This is also part of the prophecy, the Heavenly Father will have his divine authority challenged by his own offspring, and you are destined to succeed. A silence ensued, and in that stillness, Rhea's voice hesitantly rose. Mother, we are willing to alleviate your worries, but the eldest son, yet not the eldest, none of us meets this criterion. The other titans thought the same. Thousands of years had passed, and they still had not understood the meaning of this phrase. No, you do meet it. Unlike the titans, just before, right when the Divine King's transgressions had ceased, Mother Earth suddenly realized the true intent of the prophecy. The eldest son, but not the eldest by age, it was now time for him to arise. Whoever agrees to my request will be the first to leave my body. You have been conceived again by the command of the Divine King, so the position of the eldest son will be reassigned. When Mother Earth's voice fell, the deities were somewhat startled. Only at this moment did they deeply feel the power of fate. 2,500 years before, at the feast, everything had been prophesied, they would be conceived again, so the eldest son would not be the eldest one. But we have no weapon. Hyperion seemed to have an idea, but also hesitated. As the sole son, who had not yet had his godhood divided, he was not inferior to his elder or younger brothers. If he could become the deity to defeat Uranus, perhaps he too had a chance to inherit the position of the divine king. The sickle from the prophecy? It is ready, Gaia said once more. The divine king ordered all weapons under the heavens to be felt by him, so I nurtured a sickle from flint. It has never before appeared in the world, and its very purpose was to harvest plants, so it is not a weapon. It is naturally formed without smithing, so it has no forger. It is a natural product. The deities fell silent once again. They had not expected that the relative assisting in the rebellion mentioned in the prophecy was Gaia herself. Not one among their siblings, nor the uncles incarnated as mountains and deep seas, but their mother who lay before them giving birth. Indeed, nothing fits the description of relative more than husband and wife. But we have sworn an oath. Before Hyperion could speak, Thea pinpointed the crux of the issue. Among the 12 titans, she and Hyperion were particularly close. Hence, she did not wish to see her brother tempted by the divine king's position and make a wrong decision. Faced with the reality Thea had spoken, even Mother Earth was at a loss for words. At this time, the guardian of the oath had not yet appeared, the river Styx had not yet come into existence, and the world had not yet devolved the authority to uphold oaths. At this juncture, breaking an oath was a very dreadful thing. If the prophecy indicated that the one who held the sickle was destined to become the next divine king, then the 12 titans would not hesitate, they would fight for the right to wield the sickle. But since the divine king's position was uncertain, nobody was willing to bear the consequences of breaking their oath. After all, becoming the divine king, the supreme divine authority could compensate for the damaged godhood. But if the wielder of the blade was merely doing someone else's bidding, the deities were not willing to take that risk. Moreover, what was most crucial, and what Mother Earth had not yet mentioned, was that shaking the kingly power did not necessarily equal overturning the kingly power. Had it not been for the Foreseer mentioning the term the first divine king more than once, the gods might not even dare to believe that their great and powerful father could also face the possibility of failure. FreeYoBNNui.com. Thousands of years of fear had already penetrated deep into their marrow. Let me do it. In the midst of the prolonged silence, as Mother Earth was gradually losing hope, Cronus spoke up. Unlike before, his voice was now steady and magnetic, without any of the cringing that had been present in front of the divine king. Until today, he had always been the most timid and inconspicuous of the 12 titans. Because of his unique authority, he was never treated as a toy by his father. Being the youngest child, Uranus wasn't very wary of him either. Despite possessing the most powerful divine power among the titans, he had always gone unnoticed by his siblings. But at this moment, as he raised his voice, the gods finally recalled his premeditated oath. As the first one to swear, he declared he was not a helper, but he did not say he was not the one to wield the blade. Just as if he had planned it all along, Cronus intended to wield the blade for himself, never to become the blade in someone else's hands. Yes, my youngest brother. Hyperion sneered coldly as if seeing him for the first time. I never thought you could be so far-sighted. Indeed, Cronus. Perhaps, in terms of wisdom, you are not far behind the Foreseer. Oceanus also spoke up. He still remembered the disgrace he had felt when the first part of the prophecy was spoken. But Cronus was different. Facing the oppression of his father, he even dared to play these little linguistic games. If Uranus had not been inattentive, he would probably have spent his 2500th birthday in Tartarus. Enough. Mother Earth cut in coldly, her voice mixed with disappointment and a hint of surprise. Since you are all unwilling to wield the blade for me, do not mock your brave brother. Cronus, my youngest child. After scolding her other two sons, Gaia's voice finally took on a hint of vitality. So are you willing to pick up the sickle, for me, for your brothers and sisters, and for yourself to end this disaster? Yes, I am willing, Cronus said. I am willing to wield the blade, but I need more specific guidance. The prophecy definitely has more crucial parts. A mere blade cannot allow me to contend with the Father God. You are right, I will. I will find the foreseer and ask him for the true essence of the prophecy. But he has said before that he is just an observer of fate, Hyperion suddenly interjected. That's just because he has other demands. I see that more clearly now. Seemingly regaining some wisdom through repeated devastation, Mother Earth calmly recalled every meeting with Laine, now that she faced her only chance for rebellion. No one who could peer into fate could resist using that power for their own benefit. The god of prophecy definitely knew more, but he had not revealed it all. Just as he had demanded chronology from the Divine King, he surely had his own purposes. He is in the Underworld right now, between me and Tartarus. He is waiting for me. He will make his demands, and I am prepared for that, but you must also be prepared. Mother Earth spoke calmly, then lay silently on the ground. The time was not yet right, she needed to wait for the proper moment. When Uranus found a new toy, that would be the time for her to head to the Underworld. For now, she chose to endure the pain. Chapter 14, Divine Artifact, Calendar, and 3 Conditions. In the Underworld, without the embrace of the sky, everything seemed silent and soundless. When the earth was torn apart, Laine had already passed through the ground and arrived at this empty land. This was one of the 3 parts of chaos. The sky and earth were one, the oceans and rivers coexisted, only the Underworld, shrouded in darkness, stood alone. Under the influence of divine power, as Laine passed through the strata and looked around, what he saw was an endless gray plain. FRYOUBNOL.CO. At this time, the Underworld was greatly different from the one recorded in the myths of his former life. There was no river of fire, no 3-headed dog, no Styx or Acheron, and certainly no divine palace of Hades. The gray land that later generations would call fields of truth had nothing but emptiness, even more desolate than the land 1,000 years prior. At least the ground back then had mountains and seas, but here in the Underworld, there was nothing. This should have been the final resting place for souls. But it won't be in the future. Shaking his head, Laine silently made his assertion. Using his divine power, he pinched up a small mound and then fashioned a set of furniture out of mud for himself. This was a new invention of chaos, thus he acquired a trace of skill and creative divinity. Better than nothing. With a casual gesture, he merged this insignificant spark of divinity, not even worth calling power, with spirituality. Laine did not continue to create new things but instead quietly waited for his guest. After all, without users and admirers, craftsmanship could not become a godhood. In the future, when new gods were born and humans appeared, he had better ways to obtain them. Days passed by. Although there were no sun and moon in the Underworld, by sensing chronology and the moon, Laine could still determine how much time had passed. It was approximately 24 years after the 12 Titans had returned to the womb that a dark green light flickered and the solitary Underworld finally welcomed its second visitor. Seeing Gaia again, Laine clearly noticed her aging. The Mother Earth before him now looked like a woman in her 50s. Her emerald eyes were dim and without light. Her hair, once embellished with vibrant flowers, was dry, yellow, and withered, and even the hem of her gown was coated with dust. It's been a long time, Mother Earth. Without rising, Laine gestured with his right hand to the stone chair opposite him, indicating that she could sit down. He was not particularly courteous, to be exact, he did not much like these ancient gods. Gaia glanced at Laine. On their 4th meeting, she clearly felt a change in his attitude. Unlike the previous respect and courtesies, Laine's demeanor was now indifferent and distant. Gaia was not surprised by this. With the wisdom of a foreseer, she must have long detected her and her children's discontent with him. Before, she was the Queen of Gods and Mother Earth, an ancient god with supreme divine power, so he greeted her with a smile. But now, although she did not know what Laine was relying on, he clearly feared her no longer. Long time no see, wise Prince Laine. FK Eubnovio Elcom. After making eye contact with Laine for a moment, Gaia eventually sat in the chair. Whatever the deity in front of her was thinking, she no longer wanted to endure it. First, her 6 offspring were locked in the abyss, and then her 12 children were forcibly stuffed back into the womb. Uranus, after performing such brutal acts, without hesitation indulged his desires for over 20 years. Gaia could feel her origin ebbing away every moment. Though as a deity, she was immortal, but at this rate, one day, she would inevitably fall into an eternal slumber. I have come to seek help, Gaia said tiredly. I have nurtured the blade of prophecy, which you once proclaimed could shake the seat of the Divine King. I asked my children, and although most of them swore oaths and dared not oppose their father, it was Cronus who bravely took on the heavy responsibility of wielding the knife. Gaia said, I am the helper foretold in your prophecy, but now, the greatest challenge stands before me. Foreseer, wise Laine, please tell me how to truly shake the reign of Uranus and even prevent him from ever becoming a threat again. Faced with Mother Earth's earnest inquiry, Laine simply smiled and did not respond. What do you want? Mother Earth asked again. Faced with Laine's silence, she directly posed the question. I am prepared to fulfill your request to the best of my ability, as long as you tell me how to end this nightmare. Your Highness Gaia, you alone may not be able to afford what I desire, Laine said calmly, unmoved by Gaia's words. What he wanted wasn't something Gaia could provide on her own, even more so, her part seemed insignificant in comparison. I need the destined one with the knife, which now seems to be the noble Cronus. If he can end the Heavenly Father's reign, then he will undoubtedly become the new king. I want you, Mother Earth, to do 2 things for me, but I need him to agree to 3 conditions. Then, you will know what you desire. These were Laine's terms, 2 tasks for the primordial god, and 3 conditions from the future divine king, a price that was indeed steep. Although Gaia was still very weak, power coursed through her. Murmuringly, even though she had not yet come into being again, the force of space and time coalesced within her. You made a prophecy, yet you've met with me many times, Gaia said coldly. If the divine king learns of this, he will not spare you either. Perhaps, but you need not concern yourself with that. I had foreseen this day the first time we met, Laine retorted. I had prepared 3 things for you, but since you've kept your bargain before, the oracle cancels one. Besides that, 2 requests and 3 conditions, not one less, he insisted. Confronted with Laine's firmness, Gaia felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Although she didn't believe that he could have foreseen this day thousands of years before, she had to admit that since the Foreseer dared to sit there, he must have been fully prepared. At least in terms of foreseeing the future, Gaia had to concede she was no match for him. State your conditions. I cannot promise on behalf of my children, but for my part, I am willing to hear your demands, Gaia spoke after some thought. Things had progressed to this point, and she could no longer hesitate. With a slight smile, Laine was not surprised by Gaia's submission. Clearly, she despised that tyrannical king more than she cared about some external possessions. A divine artifact, he started. The life vase. I wish to borrow it for 1,000 years. That is my first request. The life vase was Mother Earth's companion divine artifact, manifesting its full might only in her hands. Away from Gaia, the life vase would slowly fall silent until it degraded into a mere object, which was why Laine intended to borrow it only temporarily. Of course, whether it would be returned intact, Laine did not guarantee. I agree. And the second one? Gaia asked, nodding at Laine's request and then promptly continuing. The second condition is even simpler, said Laine. I require you to arrange the growth of plants and the changes of climate according to the waxing and waning of the illusory moon as determined by the calendar I have established. This mustn't be altered until you challenge the divine king. This was Laine asserting the control of chronology and the moon over the growth of plants and the climate, further solidifying their powers. In theory, Mother Earth could annul it at any time after the new king's ascension, but Laine did not care. He needed only this period. As long as chaos parts for plant growth and climate change were briefly under the dominion of chronology and the moon, once he assimilated this origin, everything would be set in stone. Chapter 15, The Beginning of the Magic Net. Divine Artifacts and Calendars. Facing Laine's request, Mother Earth did not immediately respond, but she had already agreed in her heart. Unlike divine oracles, those were artifacts born of the world, which could be transferred and handed over. However, the vessel of life as Mother Earth's accompanying object could not truly be taken from her by anyone. As for allowing the moon's changes to guide plants and climate, Mother Earth was similarly agreeable. After all, the land was her fundamental godhood, and the god of meteorology would certainly be willing to dedicate himself to this. Cronus, Gaia called in her heart, she wanted to ask the opinion of her brave child. I can agree to his request, but what about your 3 promises? At that moment, Mother Earth's belly was not at peace when Laine spoke of an undoubted new king. Both the Lord of the Oceans and the God of Sun could no longer hold back. If they had known this outcome earlier, they would have stepped forward before anyone else. But now, they realized that the matter was settled. Cronus's power was not weaker than theirs, and unbound by oaths, he was the most suitable to hold the knife, and Mother Earth would not choose another. I agree, Cronus said to Mother Earth, his voice also transmitting outside his body. He had already gained an absolute advantage but also attracted his brother's discontent. Now, he just wanted to obtain a more certain prophecy, ascend the throne, instead of bickering with his own brothers inside their mother's belly. I am willing to agree to your 3 conditions, Prince Laine. As long as it does not affect my sovereignty, I will do my best. Nodding, Laine was not surprised by Cronus's answer. For him, if he could become the divine king, any price was acceptable. If he could only be trapped in the mother goddess's belly, then the smallest price was still just a worthless promise. Very well, he said with a smile, voicing his first requirement. First, I want the origin of spacetime. The scene fell into silence for a moment. Evidently neither Mother Earth nor the Titans had anticipated Laine's demand. It wasn't overly demanding, just quite strange. After a short pause, Cronus's voice came through. He was not angry, but somewhat puzzled and confused. The origin of a deity can indeed be transferred, Your Highness, but the recipient can never truly own it. Unless you intend to become my sub-god, even if I give you much of the origin, it will return to me over time. Cronus was not lying. Unless divested by the world, the rights of natural deities could not be transferred, otherwise, the godly powers of the 12 titans would have already been taken by the divine king. Sub-god status is the only way to transfer powers for an extended period, but no one would think that the Foreseer would serve under another. That is my affair. Like the vessel of life, at least I need it for now. Laine did not respond directly, simply reiterating his demand. Very well, I agree to your request. As the god of chronology, the departure of the origin will not severely impact my power. I will give you as much as I possibly can, Cronus promised. Pleased, Laine nodded and began to state his second condition. All right, my next demand involves the future of the land beneath our feet. In an incidental prophecy, I saw that one day a new moon will rise in the sky. It will be a celestial body with substance, just like the sun, more suitable to hang there than the moon I created. Therefore, I want to find a new home for my creation. So, you have chosen the Underworld? Yes, Laine nodded in acknowledgement. Cronus, the future divine king, I want you to make the following promises. The celestial bodies above the earth have substance, those below do not. Therefore, the substantive sun and moon shall be above the earth, the insubstantial sun and moon in the underworld. The sun symbolizes the masculine, so the sun above is stronger than the sun of the underworld. The moon symbolizes the feminine, so the moon of the underworld is stronger than the moon above. The substantive sun was born first, so all concepts of sun originate from it. The insubstantial moon was born first, so all concepts of moon begin with it. Above and below, corresponding to each other, this will also be your accomplishment as the divine king. I agree. Cronus didn't hesitate. After all, the sun and moon had nothing to do with him, and he could use this to alleviate his brother's jealousy toward him. Please state your third request. You are always so full of wisdom. Cronus really couldn't fault Laine's thinking. Just like the previous matter of chronology, though no gods had taken on the godhood of year, month, quarter, all the gods recognized the respect it accorded them. Now the Foreseer was making a request for his own creations, but Hyperion also benefited from it. Mother Earth, and the rest of you listening at this moment. Laine's smile became even more sincere. He was thankful for this still ignorant era. I'm not sure if any of you have noticed, but between heaven and earth, amongst all things in the world, there exists a variety of special particles. They exist yet they do not exist, they can influence the material reality, and they can shape both darkness and light. They are chaotically scattered between heaven and earth, even close at hand. Yes, I can feel it. Mother Earth said earth, water, wind, fire, light, darkness, thunder, and lightning, they are special particles with distinct powers. But in the face of divine power, they are as fragile as a sheet of paper. Apart from rhythmically following when the gods exercise their authority, I don't know what other value they have. Laine simply smiled in response to Gaia's disparagement, neither confirming nor denying. What she said was not without reason. In the presence of divine power, the strength of elements was indeed negligible. But he had never intended to use them to oppose divine power. There will be, Laine said, at least controlling them would allow me, who lacks the godhood of water to stir the waves, would allow me, who lacks the godhood of meteorology to create wind and rain. Gaia offered a polite smile, and the gods within her womb laughed more outright. With Gaia's protection, they were not afraid of being noticed by Laine. They had been led by the nose by Laine all day, and rage brewed in their hearts. But now, the other party's request finally helped them regain some confidence. Indeed, the god of prophecy might be able to see the fate, but his own power was a glaring weakness. Weak power, Oceanus commented, from chronology and moon to his ideas today, he has always been using alternative means to gain power. Yes, he even dares to influence meteorology. freewebnovel.com. Kriya sneered, unhappy with Laine's attempt to use a calendar to control the climate. But godhood is fundamental, those ridiculous trinkets are meaningless. You can't say that, it's at least an attempt, isn't it? Everyone knows the destructive power of prophetic divine power is a joke. Because of Laine's plans for the sun and moon, Hyperion now harbored a bit less animosity towards him, but just a bit. After all, Laine's prophecies had only brought him hardship, and the throne of the divine king had slipped through his fingers. So what will you do? Unlike his brothers, at this most crucial moment, Cronus wasn't as willful as his older siblings. His voice was gentle and sincere, as if genuinely considering Laine's interests. If you're interested in them, once I ascend the throne, I will, in the name of Divine King, grant you the authority to control them. As long as I remain Divine King, you will command them as if they were your own limbs. Laine smiled inwardly. He understood the underlying meaning of Cronus's words. With an unchanged expression, he gently shook his head to refuse. Thank you for your kind offer, Your Highness, but I have other plans. I intend to weave a net to constrain these disorderly particles. When I need them, I will activate the preset structure, letting the strings of the net resonate and intermingle. That way, I will be able to control them. Having said this, Laine also extended an invitation to the gods. When that time comes, if any of you present wishes to use this net, you are most welcome to do so. Chapter 16, The Great Prophecy. Thank you for your generosity. Faced with Laine's invitation, Cronus responded seemingly with pleasure, completely unaffected by the influence of his elder siblings beside him. At that moment, within Mother Earth's womb, Crius was expressing his disdain for that net. Beside him, the other Titans concurred with his opinion, equally convinced that they needed no assistance from the elements. Even Cronus thought. So, as a deity with potent divine power, he could achieve anything he desired with his divine power. Yet, since he was asking for a favor, he still expressed his concern. What do you plan to weave this net from? If you need, I could tan the fabric of space into strings to present to you as a gift. No need, I have a better option. Laine shook his head gently, then smiled as he gazed at Mother Earth. The request being made, it was time for the other party to act. We will do as you wish, Your Highness, Mother Earth answered Laine's look, but don't disappoint us in a while. As her words fell, Gaia reached out her hand. In the silence, a peculiarly shaped bottle appeared. Its form resembled the organs of a female nurturing offspring. The vase was inscribed with profoundly mysterious divine patterns, and right in the center was inlaid an unknown gold-green gemstone, from which Laine felt an endless breath of life. This was the life vase, a symbol of life, fecundity, and propagation. Even Gaia herself never possessed these divine authorities. It was the treasure bestowed upon Mother Earth by the world, and she had once used it to water vegetation and nurture new gods. For the next 1,000 years, it is yours. Though it holds the origin of life from chaos, let me remind you that your absorption of its essence is meaningless. Like the origin of a god that eventually returns to its master's hands, the life you take from the vase will revert to the world. With some reluctance, but Mother Earth still handed over the life vase to Laine. Thank you for the reminder, I have taken note. Laine took the life vase in his hands, examining the legendary divine artifact, but it seems that the origin of life can be absorbed by mere mortals, at least that's what you did when you created plants. Because mortals inevitably decay, and the birth of new life also strengthens the power of the divine artifact, Gaia explained calmly. Nodding, Laine looked towards Gaia's womb, where Cronus and his 11 siblings were located. Under his gaze, the surrounding chronology began to fluctuate, and a mass of gold and silver source power slowly emerged. This was most of Cronus's space-time origin, and given the uniqueness of the powers of chronology, even with the origin separated from his body, he still retained most of his strength. It can only be maintained for 500 years, Cronus's somewhat weary voice reached them. This is the limit of what I can do, after which, it will uncontrollably revert to me. That is sufficient, Laine replied while securing the mass of origin. Chronology is the foundation of the world. If the life vase represents most of the world's origin of life, then at most, Cronus represented 30% in the space-time continuum. What Laine had in his hand was slightly less, roughly over 20% of Chaos's space-time source power, but this was already far beyond his expectations. I swear to the world, if you can tell me the true meaning of the prophecy, including how to truly overthrow my father once I become the new divine king, I will immediately uphold our previous agreement. Cronus's voice came once more, his tone a bit urgent, and Mother Earth also followed closely with her oath. The initial exchange complete, they were eager to hear the answer. Smiling inwardly, Laine knew that under the influence of destiny and the push of the world, even without him, Gaia and Cronus would have thought of the key to the problem. But such is reality, sometimes knowing something just a minute earlier can bring immense returns. Without urgency, Laine leisurely explained the reason Uranus became the divine king. Among the 3 generations of divine kings, he was truly righteous in his rule, for it was the reward given to him by the world. Heavenly Father's divine authority came from the world. He was the first existence to use union to reproduce deities. When he took this step, he obtained the symbol of masculinity, and when the Titans were born, he became the origin of paternal authority. For such achievements, the world crowned him king, allowing him to rule the sky, the seas, and the land. So, how can we make him lose the world's favor? Ignoring the mention of Titan, a term of disgrace, Cronus hastily inquired. He is a male deity, so he represents masculinity. He is a father, thus he holds the power of patriarchy. Aside from me, aside from the primordial gods and his brothers, by now all beings in the world are his offspring, which is unalterable. Therefore, Laine put away his smile and looked solemnly at Mother Earth and at the king of time and space within his womb. You must use the sickle to sever his symbols as a male deity and a father. Once he loses these symbols, he will no longer be a male deity. The power of masculinity will depart from him. Once he loses these symbols, he will be sterile, and the power of patriarchy will crumble and disintegrate. Without them, he will still be the ruler of the sky, but no longer the divine king who is beneficial to the world. Gaia was shocked, and Cronus and his siblings also seemed to have lost their ability to speak. Up until a moment ago, they were still pondering the purpose of the sickle. There was no doubt that it was a divine artifact, but it was not sufficient to threaten the supreme divine king. However, as Laine elucidated its use, they finally understood its purpose. The sickle was nurtured in the earth, so it naturally wouldn't harm Gaia. It could exist within her body and flesh. As long as Cronus wielded that blow at the appropriate time, everything would be over. Is this destiny? Gaia scoffed, not knowing if she was mocking the divine king or herself. He personally positioned the one to hold the blade in the most suitable place. He buried the seeds of calamity for himself. Oh, my sister who presides over destiny, I wonder if she has foresaw this scene long ago. To this, Laine did not comment. He knew that Lady Night was different from Gaia. She and the Dark Overlord only personified a very small part of themselves. Even in the myths of later generations, they often lacked any presence. Choose the appropriate time, Laine said. Not now, not soon, but when the divine king has completely relaxed and believes that the prophecy has been thwarted. I will, Gaia replied. Having gotten the answer, she no longer wanted to stay here. freenovel.co. To her, Uranus was hateful indeed, but Laine also made her reluctant to draw near. In front of this foreseer, she always felt like a puppet being manipulated. Wait a moment, mother. Seemingly sensing Gaia's intention to leave, Cronus suddenly spoke up. His voice was formal and powerful. Ever since he was confined within his mother's womb, he had stopped concealing his edge. Especially after listening to Laine talk about the key to overthrowing the Heavenly Father, his confidence surged within him. But before that, he wanted to ensure his own insurance. Before we depart, he said, before we go to accomplish this great deed of toppling the divine king. Respectable foreseer, creator of chronology, lord of the moon, god of prophecy, as the future divine king in your prophecy, I tentatively ask you in the name of the divine king. In your eyes, with this sickle destined to be engraved in history in my grasp, can I achieve the common wish of my mother, my brothers and sisters, to overthrow the cruel old master and mount the throne myself? Can I create deeds greater than my father's in the future, and rule permanently over the sky, the earth, and the seas? After a moment of silence, Laine did not know what to say. This was the fate of Chaos's lineage of divine kings. Even having witnessed the horrors of the prophecy, they were still so obsessed with destiny. But since Cronus had asked, Laine might as well satisfy his request. Since they liked prophecies so much, he would make one last great prophecy before merging with the godhood of prophecy. Having made the decision, Laine nodded to Mother Earth, and immediately his eyes glimmered with a faint light. Gaia and the Titans all quieted down, no one wishing to disturb the Foreseer's observation of fate. With different thoughts, they waited quietly for the final result. After a while, the glow in Laine's eyes had just subsided, and Cronus couldn't wait to ask. What did you see? Will I succeed? You will succeed. Returning to his senses, Laine said calmly, you will succeed in defeating your father. Although the process will require a battle, victory will ultimately be yours. But I hope you remember. He looked straight at Mother Earth, as if gazing directly at the future divine king within her womb. Nothing is eternal, Cronus. You will succeed, but you won't succeed forever. One day in the future, when life and death trade places, you will understand what I mean. The way you obtain it is how you will lose it. A ruler rises by it, will assuredly fall by it. Chapter 17 Prelude. It had been nearly 300 years since Laine's last meeting with Mother Earth. Laine's power had increased, and although he had spent those years in the Underworld with the implementation of the chronology and the rotation of the moon, he had reached divine power level 9, nearing the peak of weak divine power. Among his many godhoods, it was chronology that had undergone the most drastic change. It was now powerful enough to support him reaching divine power level 12. Epidus, one of the 12 titans, was even weaker than him after all. Mere speech was too insignificant. But Laine did not care, because he knew that soon he would have a real foothold in the chaos world. According to the prophecy godhood sensing, it might even be today. Mount Otherworld. 300 years had passed since the divine king had imprisoned his offspring. At first, Uranus, who committed the atrocity, was somewhat worried. He was not certain his scheme was indeed effective. He checked on the Titans intermittently and even cut open Gaia's belly again. But the eventual outcome reassured him. The prophecy indeed had been thwarted. His children were behaving inside, and there were no major disturbances spotted in the laws corresponding to their godhoods. Except for Mother Earth weakening day by day, nothing unforeseen happened. Uranus finally put his mind at ease, proving to himself that destiny could be stopped by power. From then on, he no longer worried about it. He had once sought out Laine's trail, for he had defeated the prophecy, and the god of prophecy was no longer fearsome. He planned to vent the anxiety he had developed over this, to show the Foreseer that nothing is absolute in the face of true power. But to Uranus's disappointment, he searched the earth and seas. He wielded the authority of the sky to scour the world, but still could not find a trace of Laine. Perhaps he has taken refuge in the land of eternal night, or some other place. At least in the matter of fleeing, the Foreseer is quite capable. In the end, the divine king who had come up empty gave up his search. Not wanting to provoke other primordial gods and having nothing else to do, he could only spend his days by the side of his queen of gods, releasing his desires incessantly. On this day, as usual, the sky dipped slightly to touch the summit of Mount Otherworld. Heaven and earth conjoined due to the personified actions of their embodiments. This was not the first time. But now in the silent chaos, there were no onlookers. It's time, Themis said. Unlike her siblings, the goddess of justice and law had been silent all along. She was not close to her kind, and her power was not great, because in the chaos of that time, no one cared about justice or law. The divine king wielded his power at will, and the weaker Themis could only watch in silence. For this reason, she had blindfolded herself. Contrary to later mythological interpretations, at this moment, she simply did not want to see all this disorder. But now, as the divine king was about to be overthrown, she was the first to cheer on her younger brother. Yes, it's time, Rhea also spoke up. Perhaps it was their similar godhoods. The goddess of the passage of time had always been close to her youngest brother. As a goddess, she was not suited for the role of eldest son, so instead of envying her brother, she felt proud of his bravery. You are right. It is time. Cronus lifted his head. He reached out and plucked the sickle mentioned in the prophecy from his mother's flesh. It wasn't elaborate, even somewhat crude. The flint blade radiated a shine, with plant vines wound around the handle. Cronus grasped it, feeling boundless pain and despair. It was the anguish Gaia had endured while nurturing this sickle. Only the titans who had suffered alongside her could hold it. As heaven and earth intersected within Gaia's belly, Cronus could clearly see the scene. His hand clasping the sickle's handle trembled, with both fear and excitement. Even now, the fear Uranus had instilled in him for a millennium still lingered. He feared his father as anyone would fear pain. But still, he mustered the courage, because ahead lay the throne of the divine king. I will succeed, he thought. Grasping the handle tightly, he swung down, and era thus came to an end. Underworld. He was not standing on the ground, but suspended in the sky. Under the influence of divine power, Laine looked down at the land below. It's about to begin. Glancing upward at the space above the underworld, Laine seemed to see through the strata to witness a scene destined to be recorded in history. He didn't go up to watch, not only because it was a war between the Heavenly Father and the Titans, but also because he had more important matters to attend to. I have to start now as well. Laine was somewhat excited, knowing himself that he was about to commit an act surely forbidden by chaos. But at this special moment, no one could stop him. Quietly, Laine watched ahead. At some unknown time, the moon, which used to hang upon the ground, had vanished. Its creator, its very origin, had taken it down, passing through the layers of earth to a strange place. Now, the silvery white celestial body hung above the underworld. Soft yet bright light illuminated the underworld, which hadn't seen sunlight for millennia, and the power inherent to the nether moon began to converge upon the moon. This was not only because a nether moon rightly belonged here, but also due to the oath of the future divine king. But Laine knew full well that once the true nether moon was born, chaos would reclaim its authority, as this was the typical ruse of the world consciousness. It had no subjective consciousness, only instincts. Accordingly, it never cared to whom something should belong, it acted solely on its own set of rules. However, from now on, such things will never happen again. With a slight smile, Laine reached out to straighten his silver-white robes. On this significant day, he still wanted a sense of ceremony. He held the oracle stone tablet in his hand and hung the vessel of life on his waist. Surrounded by the essence of spacetime, Laine walked toward the moon. freenovel.com. Without seemingly touching anything, the master of the moon thus entered its interior. Unlike the external brilliance, it was pitch black inside at the moment. Chaotic chronology, bound by the orders of the divine king, wandered here. The past and future were uncertain, the duration of time was without measure. It more closely resembled the dawn of creation, when everything was in turmoil. In the face of this scene, Laine lifted the intertwined silver-gold essence of spacetime. He scattered it, merging it into the space. The original essence dissipated, commingling with the chaotic chronology of this place. However, having lost its original consolidated form, it was escaping at a rate thousands of times faster. If nothing unexpected occurred, in at most 3 months, maybe 2, Cronus would reclaim this essence instinctively, and by then, Laine would not be able to accuse him of violating his oath. But now, these essences wouldn't last even a day. The essence of spirituality, hidden for an age, surged from Laine for the first time, enveloping the moon and its creation. Using this as a medium, chronology, prophecy, the nether moon, and even the powers absorbed by the moon in its course, like light, celestial bodies, changes, and even the concepts of death and desolation that had just begun to coalesce in the underworld, all converged with spirituality at this moment. They mingled together, furiously torn asunder by spirituality, morphing into an indescribable chaos of color, like an absolute darkness, a void of all things. Only Laine stood here, he was the sole existence in this place. I've finally waited for this day. Laine felt a tinge of emotion, sensing that the will of the world was now fixed upon him. Without a doubt, his act of allowing spirituality to devour other essences had enraged the world. Chaos didn't care whether these essences belonged to it. It only cared that things once under its control were trying to break free. Thus, it sent out a summoning through the void, and all the existing deities received this special message, similar to the call of the law during a god's birth. All gods knew that within the depths of the underworld, under the earth, a god who held the essence of spirituality had defied the will of the world. Those who stopped him would be rewarded, while those who aided him would be punished by the world. But as Laine had calculated, time passed second by second, and nothing happened. In the center of the moon, within the dark, chaotic void, Laine's divine body began to disintegrate of its own accord, becoming one with the matter and environment. At this moment, in the moon, the earth was a void of chaos, the abyss above was shrouded in darkness, and Laine's spirit moved upon the surface of the water. Amid this emptiness, a voice broke the silence. This was the primordial one, from which all things were born. "Let there be light," he said. And at that moment, there was light in the dark void. He saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. He called the light day, and the darkness he called night. There was evening, and there was morning, the first day. Chapter 18 Divine King Dethroned. Time rewound to not long ago. The sky and earth were still close, and the world was as tranquil as ever. But on this day, the unexpected happened. Without any forewarning, at a certain moment, the sky below and the land above were filled with the agonized roars that spread throughout the world. The supreme divine power shook the void, and all beings could feel the divine king's pain and anger. At the same time, atop Mount Otherworld, the great earth cracked open and 12 titans emerged one by one. The leader, holding a bloody sickle, had an expression of steely resolve. He was tall and heroic, with the flow of time surrounding him. 11 brothers and sisters stood behind him, together resisting the oppression from the divine king before them. When Cronus's sickle swung down, the oath was already over. They were not the wielders of the sickle, nor the helpers, they were merely informed onlookers who had not reported. But now, unconstrained by the oath, they decisively stood opposite the divine king. Of course, by this moment, Uranus was no longer the divine king. When the symbol of the male god was cut off and his children stood against him, the symbol of Uranus's paternal authority collapsed as well. Every moment, the divine king's authority was slipping away from him. By the time he recovered from his agony, his power had already fallen by nearly half. "Return it to me," the heavenly Father roared, his large hand reaching for the flesh that had fallen to the ground. With the regenerative ability of a god, as long as he could reclaim a part of himself, he could be restored to his former state the next moment. He was getting close. Uranus's face brightened with hope, but the next instant a streak of silver light flashed by and the distance between them was once again suddenly extended. The Titans had stood by earlier to counteract the divine power released by the divine king, but now as Uranus's mind became clear again, his power no longer matched its former peak. After all, he was no longer the divine king. Boom! The rage of the ruler of the sky was unleashed due to his flesh being severed, the Queen of God's betrayal and his offspring's rebellion all driving him somewhat insane. He frantically released his divine power, charging towards his own body's location. The Titans had some difficulty holding back, but Oceanus came up with a good strategy. He rushed forward, grabbed the remains of his father, and threw them hard towards the sea. The sky instinctively resisted this act, but still, the remains landed near the sea. Uranus looked in that direction with hopeful eyes, wishing for his brother's help. But he was disappointed once again, as Pontus betrayed him without hesitation. Although he was usually quiet, he still harbored hatred for his tyrannical elder brother. So, using his divine power, he hid the remains in the waves, beneath the sea. The Heavenly Father thereby lost his connection to his body, and only the blood foam floated on the sea's surface. "Ah, how dare you all!" Uranus roared, unable to believe that even his own brother would betray him. In his eyes, these relatives, beyond the primordial gods, had always been timid, allowing him to take whatever he wanted from them, never knowing resistance. "My father, this is the consequence of your brutality," Cronus said as he pointed the blood-stained sickle at his father. Until this moment, he still tried to persuade his father to yield with words rather than force. After all, he was well aware that even without the title of Divine King, Uranus was still the ruler of the sky closest to the great divine power. "Give up, your madness has made all the gods resist you. Give up the position of Divine King, and you are still the master of the sky." Boom! Without responding, what awaited Cronus was the Heavenly Father's frenzied divine power. He expanded his divine form, and the sky pressed down with it. As the embodiment of the sky, he too had the potential for great divine power. When he unleashed his full force, weather patterns were altered, celestial bodies were shattered. Pieces split off from the sun, falling to the ground, setting everything ablaze. Light was obscured, currents were severed, and the divine blood of the Titan gods rained down like day. Only Cronus and Rhea escaped unscathed, furiously dodging with the authority of time and space, avoiding their father's final frenzy. Although he did not know why, Cronus could still feel that his father's power was continuing to weaken. Some kind of transformation seemed to be happening within him. He tried to suppress it with his divine power, but the transformation grew more and more severe, and so his divine power steadily declined. As long as he held on, Cronus believed he would surely be the final victor. The war of the gods had burst forth, and the land of eternal night similarly gave birth to strange fluctuations. The chains of law danced across the heavens, signaling the birth of gods. Perhaps it was due to the negative emotions released before the divine king's dethronement, or perhaps it was because of the disturbances among the sky, the sun, and celestial bodies. The children of Nyx and Erebus were born. 8 presences descended upon the world in succession, 2 of which thinned out a fraction of the origin related to light from the Titans, while the rest accompanied negative emotions. Ether, the god of heavenly light. Hemera, the goddess of daylight. Meros, the god of doom. Kur, the god of destruction. FreeWebNovel.c Sigma. Oasis, the goddess of decay. Apate, the goddess of deceit. Phalots, the goddess of lust. Unlike the birth of the 12 Titans, the birth of Nyx's 8 children did not have a major impact on the world, thus, they did not receive any additional help at their birth. Without unexpected circumstances, it would take years for these gods to descend one by one. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened that surprised all the gods. The vibrations of the law caused by the birth of gods and the war of the gods were still ongoing, but suddenly, a warning from the world came. In the underworld, within the moon, a being in charge of spirituality was devouring the world's source force. Anyone who stopped him would receive a reward from the world. This was the world's natural response. But unfortunately, no one was free to address this matter now. FreyoWebNoel.com. It's him. It's him who has taken my godhood. Mnemosyne had fallen to the ground, her garments stained with divine blood, yet she screamed out. As soon as she was born, she sensed that the godhood of memory was born with her, but for some unknown reason, it was not under her control. Damn it. Once again, the divine power of the Lord of the Sky flashed, and Cronus's face also twisted with fierceness. He felt that not only had Laine concealed the godhood of spirituality, but for some unknown reason, his power also had a faint aspect of temporal divinity. With this divinity, his origin that rightfully belonged to him was being devoured ruthlessly. This was the origin he had actively surrendered, so it did not resist in the slightest. He felt a deficit in his inner power, but Cronus could only grit his teeth and persist. With the help of the power of time and the assistance of the goddess of time's passage, he temporarily maintained his divine power level. Without hesitation, he continued to engage Uranus. It was too late to go to the underworld now, and Cronus could only hope to defeat his father and use the divine king's authority to sustain his own power. Now, he had no way out. Meanwhile, in the land of eternal night, the nurturing of the divine child began to accelerate. What originally required several years for the children to be born was now condensed into a few days, yet, this still could not quench the immediate thirst. The world's pleas echoed along the chains of law, but for a long time, there was no response. This was Laine's only and best opportunity. The Heavenly Father and Mother Earth were at war with the 12 Titans, the twin gods of the dark night were birthing children, Tartarus was as will-less as ever, and no one could stop what he was doing now. The next moment, as if in response to the world's targeting, the fluctuation of fate came from the underworld. All the gods could feel that the fate of chaos had been torn apart. Chapter 19 God created the world in 7 days. Time rewound to not long ago. Unlike the chaos outside at this moment, within the moon, Laine's creation was still ongoing. At the core of the moon, chaotic chronology was released. Just like at the beginning of creation, at this moment, time had no scale. This was a feature deliberately preserved by Laine. In his view, both chaotic and orderly space-time had their value as long as they were controllable, they had a reason to exist. Therefore, in the newly born world, the deeper it was, the more chaotic the order of time. The shallower it was, the more dominant the order. But at the very core, it was as orderly as the outside world, and that was also to be the future dwelling of Laine. At this nascent boundary, Laine no longer had a body. his spirit floated at the origin of the world. Materials from his disassembled divine form combined with the source power from the life vial, giving birth to a material that was both ethereal and solid. He used this material to form earth and water, the most fundamental substances in the world, but Laine needed something else to separate them. Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, to divide the waters from the waters, he said. And so, in the realm of spirituality, there was a firmament, dividing the waters below from the waters above. He called the firmament sky. There was evening, and there was morning, this was the second day. With light and dark, with the sky, the world needed a substantial entity to bear it. So Laine's spirit moved to the midst of the waters, also the very midst of the world. Let the waters under heaven be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear, he said. And the waters were collected to one place, and he called the dry land earth, and the gathering of the waters he called seas. Let the earth bring forth grass, herbs yielding seeds, and fruit trees bearing fruits with seeds in it, upon the earth after their kind. And the earth brought forth grass, and herbs yielding seeds after their kind, and trees bearing fruits with seeds in it after their kind. There was evening, and there was morning, this was the third day. The land appeared, the seas were separated, and with the help of the life vial, Laine began to create beings evolved from spirituality, starting with the simplest plants. He could feel that the outside battle was becoming more intense, and the offspring of the twin gods of the dark night were also growing at an accelerated pace. But none of this concerned him, for in this realm of chaotic chronology, he could easily stretch a day into 7. Laine's spirit looked up at the empty sky, where he solidified the concepts of the moon and celestial bodies. The world of spirituality did not need the sun, but there would be more than one moon. He said, in the expanse of the sky, let there be luminaries to divide day from night, they shall serve as signs for the seasons, days, and years, let them be lights in the expanse of the sky to give light on the earth. And thus, he made a great light divided into 7, he also made stars, corresponding with the seasons, days, and years. freewebnovel.com. He set these luminaries in the expanse of the sky to give light on the earth, to govern day and night, and to separate light from darkness. There was evening, and there was morning, this was the 4th day. As celestial bodies appeared, Laine had nearly exhausted his reserves. But aside from what he obtained in this world, he also had legacies from a past life. While the external world still lacked stars, the origin of stars was already in gestation. As he created the stars, the corresponding origin in the world began to be drawn upon by him. This extraction would not cease until the true god of stars was born. Drawing from memory, he extracted the concepts of flowers, birds, fish, and insects, and once again poured the liquid from the life vial. He could not yet create beings in reality on his own, but in the realm of spirituality, he was the sole supreme entity. freewebnovel.com. Let the waters be filled with living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth across the expanse of the sky, he said. Thus, he created great fish and various living creatures that teemed in the waters, each after their kind, and every winged bird after its kind. He blessed them to be fruitful and multiply. And so they were endowed with the ability to reproduce and gradually increase in numbers. There was evening, and there was morning, this was the 5th day. Primitive life had appeared, and what followed was the hardest part. Laine had once thought of creating humans, but this was beyond his capability, for in his memory, there were no pure beings made entirely of spirituality. So, he abandoned his original idea and mixed his own flesh and blood with the origin of life. He separated the good from the bad, the superior from the ordinary. He would use them to create life respectively. He said, let the earth bring forth living creatures according to their kinds, livestock, insects, and the beasts of the earth each according to its kind. And so, he made the beasts of the earth each according to its kind, the livestock each according to its kind, all sorts of insects of the earth each according to its kind. He said, I will create them in my image after my likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the heavens, and over the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth. Thus, in his own image, he created divine life, that is, he created them in his image. Spirituality was in opposition to matter, thus the divinely feminized took on the form of females as they came into existence. He blessed them, promising them eternal life. He commanded them to manage the order of this world in his stead. There was evening and there was morning, it was the 6th day. The consumption of the many origins by spirituality was reaching its end. Time and spirituality were the foundations of this world's existence, with order and chaos separating within and without the world. Laine stood at the root of the world, having shaped a new body for himself. He had taken most of the power of the vase of life, leaving behind the source power aligned with matter. From then on, the liquid from the vase would only affect matter, having no effect on spirituality. All spiritual life in the world was to be governed by the dominion of spirituality. The world grew increasingly incensed. Though to use a personifying word like incensed might not be fitting, it was simply instinctively resisting the loss of authority. The twin gods of the dark night were approaching the end of their divine birth, but Laine was also facing the last day of creation. He removed the godhood of prophecy, he removed the godhood of history, and finally, he took out the 3 oracle stone tablets. He cast the 3 into the origin of the new realm, and in an instant, spirituality devoured them. Thus, the time and fate of the chaos world were shaken, their source power endlessly pouring into the newborn realm. Transformed by the power of spirituality, the oracle stone tablets were reborn into the world. From then on, the world of chaos had no predetermined fate. Spirituality would not interfere with what was destined, it intervened in the unknown. Reaching out his hand, Laine picked up the first tablet. Just as in the beginning, the tablet was inscribed with a maxim, "Know thyself." Laine preserved these words but added new content above them, "Know the world, then know thyself." Using the authority of memory, he engraved everything he had witnessed since the beginning of creation onto the tablet. He assigned it history, carving it with new characters belonging to the spirit realm. And thus, the embryonic form of a powerful divine artifact was born. It symbolized the world's past and immutable truth. Reaching out again, Laine picked up the second tablet. Similarly, it was inscribed with a maxim, "Nothing in excess." He kept those words, supplementing them with a new maxim, "Nothing in excess, let the law be your guide." He engraved the chronology on it, the rules between realms on it. Its content would evolve as the realms were perfected. From that moment on, it became the codex of creation. Last, he picked up the third tablet. "Promises bring pain, read its content." He wiped away these words, extracting the source power of the most ancient script. The tablet was not yet ready to appear in the world, so Laine set it aside. At that moment, at the root of the world, several divine artifacts were in the process of forming. Some belonged to life, others to chronology, all were creations spontaneously born from the origin. Laine glanced at them and then allowed them to continue their gestation. Next, he extended his hand beyond the world and caught some of the spittle shed by the Heavenly Father, then seated himself at the center of the realm. He had created all the elements of heaven and earth, and he named this realm the Spirit Realm. There was evening and there was morning, it was the 7th day. At the same time, outside the Spirit Realm, the new realm was now stable, and in the underworld sky of the underworld, the silhouette of the Lady of the Night began to quietly emerge. "I am late by a step." Her black dress gently swayed, releasing invisible power. In the next moment, before this supreme figure, the entire underworld began to tremble slightly. Chapter 20, Twin Gods of the Dark Night. Truly a miracle of creation. 7 layers of interfaces, each different. This is a new world, subordinate to chaos yet independently originating. Beside the illusionary nether moon, the gentle voice of the Night Lady came through. Just like her, it was elusive and seemingly both real and illusory. She wore a black dress woven from the night sky, and anyone, mortal or god, who looked upon her could only sense her beauty but could never grasp just how beautiful she was, only able to envision it within dreams. Even Laine had only glimpsed the maiden form of Nyx at the moment of the birth of the primordial gods. Beyond that, the visage of this creation goddess was never known to others. She was like the night, mysterious and hazy. "What a pity," Nyx said in a tranquil tone that belied the cruelty of her words. "If it were before, I could have shattered it. But now, its origin has been reshaped. Time, space and fate are bound together by spirituality, unless chaos is willing to give me all of his remaining time-space source power, otherwise I can't touch it." Nyx could feel that the spirit realm was right before her eyes, even covering most of the underworld. But it was useless, because spirituality separated the two realms. Nyx could use the powers of destiny to fix the trajectory of fate, but she lacked the divine authority over time-space to break this shield. In many cases, divine authority is absolute. Even though her power was enough to shake the entire underworld, she could not breach this barrier, just as the later Zeus could not stop the hypnotic powers of the god of sleep. But chaos won't do that. Suddenly, a male voice that betrayed no age came from beside the Night Lady. The voice was very calm, but the tone was somewhat mocking. Clearly, the speaker did not favor the instinctive consciousness of chaos. This is a world without self, just like our divine bodies, preferring to be slowly bled dry rather than knowing when to cut losses. That was the Dark Overlord Erebus, his existence even more secretive than Nyx's, for he was darkness itself. Perhaps we can talk, Erebus said. Freewebnovel.c Sigma. Laine knew he was speaking to him. In the past, I dismissed you due to your weakness. But the facts have told me that as a primordial god older than us, your power is far greater than you show. That's what the Dark Overlord said, and he truly believed it. As the most ancient deities, the primordial gods were all aware of Laine's existence. But after sensing Laine's power, they no longer paid him any attention. If not for Uranus's interest in the weakest of the ancient gods later on, even Mother Earth would not have come to see Laine, let alone the subsequent prophecies. Within the spirit realm facing the invitation of the Dark Overlord, Laine felt a bit hesitant. In essence, Laine, who had just completed creation, was extremely powerful. He had snatched a tremendous amount of origin power from the world, and even if he had not yet fully digested it, its intensity was far beyond his imagination. Especially the Oracle Stone Tablet, from which Laine had obtained a terrifying amount of the powers of destiny and order, and even many miscellaneous powers. For instance, script was one of them. The inherently carved script on the tablet was older than Mnemosyne, the god of script, and it was with this power that Laine created the spirit script belonging to the spirit realm. The great origin powers stacked upon one another, and in Laine's perception, his current spirituality, if measured by godhood, was nearly as strong as the sky. Even when he completely digested this gain, he could reach even higher levels, but in reality, Laine's power was not that strong. Like the original sea god Pontus, before his godhood was divided, the ocean was not inferior to the sky, but he never matched up to Uranus. It wasn't a gap in godhood but a difference in actual strength. Godhood determines the upper limit of a deity's divine power level determines a deity's current power. Laine had a powerful origin, but like the newly born original sea god, he only had a divine power level of 11. If it had been another god outside, even Gaia, Laine would have dared to meet them, but the twin gods of the Dark Night were different. The personalities of these two primordial gods were not deeply individualized, therefore their power was much stronger. At this moment, both inside and outside the spirit realm, silence fell. After a lengthy hesitation, Laine ultimately gave up the idea of avoiding confrontation. He couldn't stay in the spirit realm forever, slowly accumulating divine power over tens of thousands of years. He had many more things to do. Besides, he was born of the spirit realm. Even if he were captured, at worst he would die once and his divine power would fall. As long as the spirit realm existed, he could always reassemble his divine body, and they could not possibly trap him forever. However, by that time, his grudge with the twin gods of the Dark Night would have definitely solidified. With his mind made up, Laine took a step forward. In the next moment, he appeared outside the spirit realm. His silvery white shadow shifted from intangible to solid, his robe adorned with light purple patterns. Laine stood before the Lady of the Night, nodding to her in greeting. He was no longer his former self. Even the primordial gods were no longer worthy of his bow. Good evening, Lady Nyx and Lord Erebus, I apologize for keeping you waiting. May I ask what you wish to discuss with me? Narrowing her eyes slightly, the Lady of the Night scrutinized the young deity before her. Unlike the other male gods of this era, Laine didn't have distinctly built muscles, nor was he dressed in rudimentary garments congealed from divine power. His silver-white robe looked very distinctive, and he had an altogether different aura about him. You really are surprising, Lord Laine, you do seem out of place among the gods. I guess, in front of my unfortunate sister, you wouldn't have looked this way. Accompanied by a ripple of light laughter, Nyx's ethereal voice rang out again. But for some reason, Laine always felt that there was a mocking tone to it. Perhaps, but if Mother Earth could have set aside the pride in her heart earlier, perhaps she wouldn't be in the predicament she is now. Besides, I fail to see where you and Mother Earth have shown sisterly love. With a slight chuckle, Laine responded to the Lady of the Night's remark noncommittally. When he was still weak, he always had to dust it off. If he had the strength he has now back then, Laine wouldn't have had to go to such lengths to deal with any prophecy. If he were a deity with great divine power now, even if the twin gods of the Dark Night sensed the will of the world, they would choose to turn a deaf ear. However, Lord Erebus, please forgive my impertinence, Laine said with a smile, his tone a tad casual, but could you please come out and speak? It's quite unsettling speaking to a deity I cannot see. Since you've invited me, it's only right to meet face to face, isn't it? You are correct, it was impolite of me. The next moment, as the Dark Overlord's voice fell, Laine caught sight of his figure. A black hood draped over him, different from the darkness of Nyx's black dress. Her dress's color was more like a mutable black, whereas the Dark Overlord's hood was more akin to a black hole. It had no color of its own, but only by comparing it to its surroundings did people realize it was black. Furrowing his brow slightly, Laine found that Erebus hadn't actually concealed his presence. He had always been standing there, it's just that his existence was so subtle, it was almost as if he didn't exist at all. Compared to Nyx's discourtesy in her words, the one who came straight up to shatter it, this Dark Overlord was truly not easy to deal with. This move was undoubtedly a show of force, yet Laine still had to swallow it because this type of concealment ability worried him more than pure strength. Only 3 beings possessing the cover authority were gathered here at this moment. One could conceal secrets in history, one could veil secrets under the night sky, but only Erebus' darkness was a secret in itself. After a moment of thought, Laine spread his hands open. The radiance of spirituality emerged, turning into thousands of nascent points of light. These were the embryos of souls, with divine power to mold their forms. He could create nymphs or daemons. And this was the gift Laine had prepared. The gods should be revered, Laine spoke, they may obey someone, but they should not serve anyone. Treating one's own children as servants will ultimately invite disaster. These are the embryos of souls, a modest gift in the hopes that the tragedy of the Heavenly Father will never recur in the eternal night. The only response to a threat is another threat. And the only thing in this world that could make the primordial gods wary was probably the unpredictable nature of destiny itself. The implication in Laine's words was clear: if you can't kill me, then you had better think carefully about the consequences of being my enemy. Chapter 21 Return Gifts. Thank you for your gift. It seemed like the Dark Overlord hadn't picked up on the underlying meaning of Laine's words, his expression remained unchanged. He simply paused for a moment before reaching out and accepting the point of light from Laine's hands. Unlike the mythology of later generations, when the Master of Spirituality was born, no life would appear in this world without his permission. For every soul that exists must have spirituality, but not all that have spirituality must have a soul, hence, the soul is encompassed within spirituality. In the original trajectory, even without the help of the Titan Epitus, known as the divine child of the soul, natural spirits like nymphs could still be born into the world. But now, without Laine's permission, only gods could be the exception. After all, gods are different. The structure of deity is very peculiar, and Laine didn't quite understand the mysteries within. What about mine? Nyx, who had been watching from the side, suddenly spoke up. Laine was somewhat surprised. He had thought the relationship between this couple was close and united, as there had never been a tragedy like that of Gaia between them. Don't look at me like that, Nyx sensed Laine's surprise and explained somewhat discontentedly, he and I aren't really husband and wife, those divine children are the offspring of our true forms. I thought the Foreseer knew everything. Now Laine was genuinely surprised. Whether it was the mythology of future generations or the history that Laine had witnessed in this life, Nyx rarely made an appearance. His understanding of Nyx was more conjecture than knowledge. No wonder the twin gods of the Dark Night seemed not to care much for their offspring, who never received the treatment that children of ancient gods should have. It turns out, in their eyes, these so-called descendants were just products of their true forms answering the call of the world. Having personally witnessed the personification of the primordial gods, Laine understood very well that for ancient gods who had already developed a sense of self, their true forms and their individual selves were not one and the same. This is also why, although Ananke was often on Laine's lips, he never really cared about her either. The three aspects of the origin and the personified incarnation could not be equated. Nyx indeed could harness the power of destiny, but she herself couldn't see the fullness of fate. I'm truly sorry, this was my oversight. Without taking Nyx's sarcasm to heart, Laine used the power of spirituality to condense thousands more soul embryos. He let these embryos drift toward Nyx, but in addition, mingled among them was a small glowing trinket. Behind her ever-changing veil, Nyx seemed to twitch her mouth corner, but she still reached out and accepted them. Never forgetting to snatch from Chaos's hands, Nyx commented sarcastically again, "Not at all like an ancient god, you truly know how to manage a household. It's necessary if only the world respected the sovereignty of gods over their godhood. I wouldn't have to resort to this tactic." Laine didn't shy away from his purpose. He intended to secure a portion of the origin of stars before the collective god of stars. But this particular star was a bit special, so he hoped Nyx would personally hang it in the sky. Now, Mother Earth, the sea god, the forthcoming god of sun, and even the godhood of the moon which I once controlled. Whenever I foresee them being torn apart by the powers of the world in the future, I worry about escaping the control of the world. Fortunately, I succeeded. The physical stars would continue to be born, but their association with the concept of star would be erased, becoming lightful celestial bodies, corresponding to Cuyus, the lightless celestial god. In the present, starlight and pure light hardly differ, but in the future, Laine would personally endow them with distinction. But I could hang it later. Nyx said ungraciously, "As soon as the corresponding deity is born, your theft will no longer be effective." "Yes, if that is what you plan to do, then please do as you like." Laine spread his hands indifferently, not bothered by it. Chaos' uncertain fate was already entirely within the spirit realm. Not to mention the origin of destiny absorbed during the birth process, the spirit realm, even Laine himself, is a product that should not have appeared in destiny's design. So if Nyx intended to wait for the corresponding deity to be born, she might wait until the world's destruction and still not see it happen. Fee. Nyx was somewhat angered, and she didn't feel the need to hide her emotions. To the side, the Dark Overlord gave a slight chuckle, but he still spoke up to mediate. "Alright, Nyx, since you're still here, I assume your thoughts are probably aligned with mine. Let's get straight to the point, Lord of the Spirit Realm. We want to know how you stole source power from the hands of the world. No deity wanted to be controlled, but before they simply did not know such an option existed. However, Laine's success undoubtedly showed them a direction, and that was precisely why Nyx and Erebus were still here. They too wanted to follow suit and become gods beyond the control of the world. It's simple." Facing the Dark Overlord's inquiry, Laine was completely open. To possess a portion of origin beyond the control of the world, link it with space-time and fate, throw oneself in as the very first matter, and so the world was born. The void that carries the world, the matter that constitutes all things along with spirituality, plus fate, these are the four pillars of the world. freewebnsigmavel.cm. A deity's body can, to some extent, substitute for spirituality and matter, which was why the spirit realm was successfully established. The problem is, how did you obtain an origin beyond the control of the world? Nyx was unsatisfied with Laine's explanation. It was complete nonsense to her, like the 3 steps to put an elephant in a fridge. If she had such an origin, why would she need to ask him? Then I have no way to help, it's innate to all. I was born earlier than all of you, and you know that. Facing Lady Knight's questioning, Laine smiled and shook his head. "Why do you think, as one of the earliest ancient gods, my power is relatively weak? It's hardly because the world finds me unpleasant. If that were the case, why would it nurture me?" Nyx fell silent, having never considered this question before. But now, she realized that in chaos, the mighty were not necessarily ancient, but the ancient were mostly mighty. FKEUNVEL.com. Erebus was also somewhat disappointed. If it was only related to the time of birth, then indeed, he had no solution. Just as the primordial gods each have a part of the world as their very being, they can freely choose the degree of personification, but the later new gods can never achieve this. So if Laine's uniqueness was also because of being born early, Erebus could only accept it. "It seems we shall return empty-handed today." Erebus sighed. He did not plan to be persistently annoying. After all, once Laine successfully established the spirit realm, he was destined to become a being of equal standing. As Erebus mostly existed in his original form due to his degree of personification, he had no desire to do anything to Laine. In the end, Laine hadn't stolen the dark origin. Chaos belonged to everyone. What Erebus possessed was truly his own. This matter had nothing to do with him anymore. Even before leaving, he intended to give a gift as a way to ease the awkwardness of his imposition. Prince Laine, I regret the disturbance today. To express my apology, I also have a gift for you. Erebus beckoned with his hand, and a swirl of darkness appeared in his palm. The dark mist churned and changed shape, but under the hand of the Dark Overlord, there was no chance it would escape his control. Laine vaguely sensed that this might be an extreme form of emotion. This is my nephew's negative emotions. They shook the origin of the world and led to the birth of many of my offspring. I had previously been troubled about how to handle them, but now, they're yours. Receiving the mist, Laine felt the most intense emotions of the Divine King before he was deposed. This wasn't just negative emotion, it was the hatred of a father for his son, the deadly intent of a king towards rebels. Raw emotion isn't frightening, but when born at the moment of the Divine King's change, the already extraordinary became even stronger. Such emotional power was indeed useless to the Dark Overlord. Perhaps his children could use it, but Erebus clearly did not truly consider them his offspring. As for Laine, once the spirit realm transformed these emotions, he could use them to craft a divine artifact or give rise to a monster that could threaten the true gods. Faced with the 12 titans, they might have a different effect. Thank you for the reciprocal gift, Laine said with a smile, putting away the mist. This has truly been a pleasant meeting. Fee. In response, Lady Night gave a cold snort, while the Dark Overlord met her with a smile. Regardless, what could have potentially been a volatile confrontation ended peacefully in the end. Chapter 22 Enfeoffment. Half an hour later, within the spirit realm. After chatting with the two ancient gods a bit more, Laine bid them farewell one by one. If not for the birth of a divine child and the calling of the world, it would have been difficult to see these two reclusive gods in 1,000 years. Most of the time, they exist in their original forms. After parting, Laine took a step forward, passing through the sevenfold space-time barriers, returning to the core of the spirit realm. As the Lord of the Spirit Realm, Laine created the world in 7 days, thus dividing the spirit realm from the deepest to the shallowest into 7 layers. The concept of the moon was also divided into 7, each placed within the 7 layers of the spirit realm. The deep layers could see the moons of the shallower ones, but the shallow layers could not see the sights of the deeper ones. Thus, standing at the core of the spirit realm, Laine saw the 7 different spirit moons hanging in the sky together. When originally designing them, Laine intended each kind of moon to be dual-colored. They could be silver-white and also their own colors. In the future, he would assign them different symbols. However, the nascent spirit realm couldn't achieve this yet, so at the moment, the 7 moons all appeared in the same hue. Looking around, the barriers between each of the 7 layers of the spirit realm could not obstruct their master's vision. At present, the realm still appeared empty, except for life in the outermost 2 layers. The inner 5 were void of anything. This was also due to the current limit of Laine's abilities. He could only create more orderly life forms. The further out the layer, the more stable the chronology, and the further in, the more chaotic. Consequently, apart from the last created beings, only the 2 outermost layers of the spirit realm could sustain ordinary spiritual bodies. Of course, as the core of the spirit realm, the order of the unnamed mountain peak where Laine resided was absolutely stable. Its predecessor was Laine's spine, piercing through the 7 layers of the spirit realm in the temporal dimension, which would also be the location of Laine's future palace. After admiring his creations, Laine casually fashioned a chair with his hand. He sat upon it and summoned the beings he had created. Liana. I am here, Your Highness. As Laine's voice fell, a winged girl responded to the call of the creator. She bore an appearance close to humans, but the silver-white wings undoubtedly proved her extraordinary status. In the spirit realm, she and her sisters held powers similar to that of a territorial god, capable of handling many matters for Laine. Laine called them Christodes, meaning transparent, deceit-free souls. As the sacred beings created on the 6th day, there were 18 of them in total, with Liana as their leader. According to Laine's judgment, they were not demigods, as they possessed an essence akin to that of a true god. Yet they were not true gods either, for they lacked godhoods. They were somewhat like the Oceanides of later ages, divine yet not even amounting to weak divine power. Divine power level 0, that was their state. I have a task for you to do. Looking at the young girl kneeling before him, Laine said gently. Now, the projection of the spirit realm on the outside is the nether moon with the light of 7 crescent moons alternately shining through the projection onto the underworld. Concepts associated with chaos and the nether moon are thus converging towards the spirit realm from the origin, but to complete this process, it will take at least 2,000 years, and I cannot wait that long. Hence, I need someone to operate the authority of the nether moon. She will take over this godhood on my behalf, which will greatly accelerate the gathering of concepts. To serve you is the purpose of my existence. Laine's response was unhesitating. Faced with her creator, she had no thought of refusal. Very good, Laine nodded. He stretched out his hand and the richly gathered concepts of the nether moon in the spirit realm surged toward him. Soon, a crystal-clear, multifaceted crystal appeared in his hand. With a point of his right hand, the crystal instantly entered Laine's body. The next moment, a force belonging to a true god burst forth from her. From today on, you are the goddess of nether moon, Laine declared calmly. At the sound of his words, Laine's divine power surged upward, finally settling around the divine power level 2. Nether moon godhood currently has an upper limit of divine power level 5, but if Laine can gather all the origin related to chaos, then with this godhood alone, she could step into the realm of intermediate divine power. By then, Laine would naturally lend her a helping hand, further aiding her to become one of chaos's true top-tier deities. Divinity surged in his eyes as Laine observed the process of Laine merging with the godhood. His actions at this moment were akin to the bestowal of a sub-god, yet not entirely so. To him, Laine was like the gods to chaos. When this godhood was conferred, he did not feel any waning of strength, but rather his digestion of the chaotic origins even accelerated. This time he had gained too much source power, so much so that even now origins like nether moon and stars were still surging towards the spirit realm. According to Laine's estimate, it would take him at least a few thousand years to completely assimilate and unify these forces. But now, with the conferment of the goddess of nether moon, the concepts related to nether moon were being digested by him at 10 times the speed. Aster. I am here, your highness. This was the second divine life he had created. Laine did not speak much this time but directly took out hundreds of orbs of light. He could sense that the star symbolizing indeterminable destiny had already been placed by the Lady of the Night, and it was time for the remaining stars to make their appearance. These stars were, strictly speaking, only projections. Their actual bodies were still in the spirit realm. Just as the light of the 7-phase spirit moons shone through the nether moon onto the earth, the starlight in the spirit realm would follow the connection to their projections and shine in the sky of chaos. Until the true god of stars was born, they would continuously siphon source power from chaos's stars, growing themselves after being transformed through the spirit realm. If the star gods were born late enough, maybe without Laine's input of power, these illusory stars would possess more strength than the physical stars. With a slight pointing gesture, another multifaceted crystal fell into Aster's body, and Laine's voice followed. I decree you to scatter the stars across the night sky, to illuminate the earth with starlight. From this day forth, you are the weaver of stars, the goddess of starlight. Divine power surged again, but this time, Aster barely became a weak divine power of level 1. Compared to nether moon, the authority of scattering stars and starlight was still somewhat feeble. But this did not matter. Laine felt that his digestion of the star's origin sped up. Immediately after, Laine consecrated 12 star gods in succession. Each of them possessed a star corresponding to one of the 12 months. Laine imbued these stars with the concept of months, along with the influence different months had on plant growth and climate shifts. As the 12-week divine powers were born, Laine's digestion of the star's source power further accelerated, as did his merging with the power of time. With a wave of his hand, the 14 newly born goddesses retreated. Laine did not continue to consecrate more deities because he could feel that the more powerful the godhood, the more demanding it was on the recipient. As his first creation, Christodes, Laine could barely carry the still incomplete nether moon. But godhood such as order, history, spiritual plants, spiritual beings, and even time, space, life were not easily born by Laine's creations. Perhaps after thousands of years sitting as a true god, Laine could slowly elevate her essence and bear stronger godhood, But for now, Laine could only stop here. freewebadaoval.com. With a thought, space and time formed a circular mirror before his eyes. Through the mirror, Laine saw the current landscape of the Earth. Though it seemed a long time had passed in reality, just over a day had gone by in the outside world since the spirit realm's creation. Below the sky at this time, the war between Uranus and the Titans was still ongoing. Divine blood flowed on the ground like rivers. The Heavenly Father's power had already dropped to less than a third of its zenith. Despite his still brave demeanor, the outcome of this conflict was becoming increasingly difficult to change. An era's end. In a low murmur, Laine casually drew forth a scroll woven from moonlight. He mixed some paint with the Divine King's blood he had previously collected and placed it on the circular table next to his seat. Chaos's first painting, I shall call it the death of the God King. As a god, Uranus will not die. But as the oldest Divine King, today marks his destined end. Chapter 23 Curse. Boom. Another punch, and Epidus lay on the ground, utterly unable to move. Although the rising force from the earth shielded him from most of the impact, his divine power was still too weak. Relying solely on his godhood of speech, he couldn't even withstand a casual blow from Uranus. With a divine power level of 7, this was hardly befitting of an ancient Titan god. If not for the god's immortality, he would have been torn to shreds at the very start of the war. Ah, help! Bang! Without looking, the god of speech knew that it was his equally weak sister, Mnemosyne, the deity of language and script. Language and speech were just as feeble. And script, the 3 lines of maxims on the oracle stone tablet, was the true origin of script. They were the only 2 beings on the battlefield with weak divine power, their sole value lying in using their undying divine bodies to take a few more punches for their brothers. As offspring nurtured by the Heavenly Father and Mother Earth, they were born with weak divine power, but due to their insignificant godhoods, both saw little change over thousands of years. At least Mnemosyne had a target for her hatred, having identified the culprit who stole her godhood of memory, the mysterious ancient god Laine. But Epidus could only accept his weak status. Rip. Struggling to rise, the god of speech watched as the leg of his former elder brother Oceanus was torn off, the 4th time he'd lost a limb. The master of the ocean's divine authority lay in ceaseless regeneration, and the power of the sky wasn't adept at preventing recovery, so every time a limb was torn off, the lord of the great ocean was able to heal quickly. But it was meaningless, only subjecting him to more pain. Other than Cronus, who had thrown the Heavenly Father's organ into the sea, Oceanus had drawn the most hatred. Even though his divine power was strong, he still couldn't withstand a single blow. Clearly, the ruler of the sky had shown him that some deities possess strong divine power because they barely qualify, while others achieve it only because that final step is just too difficult to surmount. The earth split open, and land at the edges crumbled into pieces, strewing across the sea, giving rise to islands. Celestial bodies fell, lightless ones crashing onto the earth, creating veins of ore, making valleys and hills. This great war had been ongoing for 7 days and nights, and except for the first day when some luminous celestial bodies inexplicably appeared in the sky, the whole world had been in continuous destruction. But finally, during a certain collision, Oceanus was shocked to discover that although he was sent flying by the Heavenly Father, he seemed not to have sustained more serious damage. What? What? 2 cries of surprise rang out simultaneously. The master of the ocean was astounded at his own unharmed state, while Uranus was furious at the waning of his own power. On the side, Cronus, who had been constantly contending with the Heavenly Father by leveraging the power of space and time, finally revealed a smile. With most of his origin swallowed by the spirit realm, even borrowing power from the past with Rhea's help, he was barely able to hold on. The other Titans suffered only external injuries, but he was running out of his origin. Without claiming the title of Divine King, the remaining space-time source power wouldn't even allow him to maintain an intermediate divine power level. To prevent his brothers from harboring ill thoughts, he had even refrained from showing his weakness, detected only by his sister Rhea. But the 2 were always close among the Titans, so the goddess pretended ignorance. Fortunately, fate was still on his side, and Cronus had outlasted his father. He had persevered to this very last moment. Ha ha ha. You can't hold on any longer, can you, my brutal father god? Hidden behind time, Cronus's laughter spread across the land. He made no effort to conceal his joy, this being the only good news he had received in a while. Is that so? Uranus retorted with a cold laugh, silent. He looked at his once youngest child, now his eldest. He deeply regretted not realizing his ambitions earlier. Alas, it was too late. The power of a deity is eternal. Even 7 years would not exhaust me, let alone 7 days. Hearing this, the Titans couldn't help but feel anxious. They didn't question Uranus's words, for the power of deities was indeed eternal. Even though they were continually wounded, they could still fight for several months more. For the Sky Lord, whose divine power was far greater than theirs and who had always held an absolute advantage, 7 years were not an exaggerated claim. But could they hold on for 7 more years? At that moment, the majesty of the Heavenly Father seemed to regain the upper hand in their hearts, yet the act of betrayal made them too fearful to beg for the Father's mercy. Given Uranus's character, the rebellious Titans would, under no circumstances, receive his forgiveness. But at this moment, Cronus spoke, his voice even carried a hint of amusement. Under normal circumstances, indeed, as you have said, my father God. The corners of the god of time and space's mouth curled up in a mocking smile. 7 days had passed, and he had finally realized what that transformative force his father was contending against was. He couldn't help but thank fate once again. Deities are immortal, and he did not dare to cast his father, the symbol of the sky, into the abyss. But as long as this power of transformation existed, Uranus would soon fall into eternal slumber. Unless, in his arrogance, he was even willing to change his gender in order to cling to life. But that was impossible. Cronus was well aware that his own father would rather die than accept such humiliation. You are the original father. Cronus's laugh grew even more unrestrained, so you are different from the other gods. When the symbol of your masculinity disappears, you cannot use your divine power to recreate it. Because it is not only your organ, but it is also the embodiment of all your masculine energy. Without it, you will no longer have masculine energy within you. Is that right, my dear Father God? Or should I say, my dear Mother Goddess? Ha 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 ha. Amid his laughter, Uranus's face contorted in displeasure for the first time. The rest of the Titans also seemed to understand something and started to look at their father with strange glances. Silence. You rebellious. You are the rebel. Cronus interrupted his father's reprimand with a cold laugh. He raised the sickle, eyeing his father. He had once been so powerful, but now he was reduced to nothing but verbal attacks. Cronus felt a tinge of emotion, but then feeling the emptiness within him, he hesitated no more. You betrayed the Mother Goddess, you betrayed the will of chaos, your tyranny deserves punishment long ago. I, Cronus, the king of time and space, in the name of the future divine king, decree that the god of the sky is guilty and shall suffer the punishment of eternal slumber. Sentence, forever. The next moment, distance seemed non-existent before him. Though he was miles away from the Heavenly Father, his sickle pierced through the core of Uranus at that very moment. The Sky Lord tried to block it, but this time, his invincible divine power couldn't break through the slow of time. Right before the eyes of all gods, he was impaled by the sickle, his divine blood splattered across the earth. I have won, Father, Cronus murmured, so only the two of them could. Here. You have won. Perhaps, said Uranus. Sensing the increasingly turbulent transformation within him, Uranus knew unless he was really willing to let the world twist his gender, his only option would be to resist the transformation by sleeping. But at the last moment, the proud monarch of the sky still did not bow his head. He looked at his child with cold eyes, his voice was also soft, yet every creature under the sky could hear it loud and clear. Cronus, my child, I hope you remember. You may win once, but you cannot keep winning forever. Everything that has a beginning has an end. Indeed, the prophecy said so, I was so and you shall be so too. Watching Cronus's expression turn to one of shock and rage, the Heavenly Father laughed heartily for one last time. FreeOmegaEbNovel.com. I curse you, he said, you will be overthrown by your own child, just like me. The pinnacle of the sky is my destiny. And Tartarus is your future. Cronus, I await you, my child. Clang. The sickle fell to the ground, but no one cared. Before them, the anthropomorphic form of Uranus disappeared. He turned into an intangible current of air, ascending along his own origin all the way up, reaching an unfathomable height. The sky began to separate from the earth. The two that had once been close would never meet again. From then on, The distance between heaven and earth was immeasurable, and not even deities could fathom its heights. The reign of the Sky Lord, the first-generation god king of chaos, ended that day. I shall become the new king. Expressionless, Cronus picked up the dropped sickle and looked towards his brothers. Who is in favor, who is against? Chapter 24, The New King. No one dared to look Cronus in the eye at that moment. Even Hyperion and Oceanus, who once had designs on the throne of the divine king, were now silent. The curse Uranus had uttered before leaving was heard clearly by all the gods. If it were any other curse, they might have ignored it, but this one was different. It was not only because of the identity of the cursor, but also because it reminded them of a warning given centuries ago in the Underworld by a being once considered the god of prophecy. Rise by this means, fall by this means. Cronus had sought his father's position with schemes and force of arms. Did this also suggest that he would be betrayed by his own children and lose his reign to force? freeweboval.com. No one knew, but no one dared to guarantee that it wouldn't happen. One should know, the throne of the Heavenly Father had been bestowed by the world, so mere force could not replace him. But if Cronus became the divine king, this throne gained through strength no longer had the world's endorsement. However, time did not stop because of the god's silence. When no deity raised an objection to Cronus's claim to the throne, in the unseen, authority began to shift towards him. Since there was no world-recognized legitimate divine king, a leader acknowledged by the gods was passable. If within 500 years, no one challenged Cronus, then he would become Chaos's second-generation divine king. In the meantime, although he could not fully enjoy the authority of a divine king, that great power was already starting to be transferred to him. Children, you have won. In the quiet, the scar-covered Mother Earth walked over from afar. In the previous battle, the injuries she had sustained were no less severe than those of her children. She had not appeared on the front lines, but instead had continuously mobilized the power of the earth to stop the descending sky. She had heard the curse too, but she acted as if she hadn't. At a moment like this, she didn't want to worry about a future that was unknown how far away. Hearing this, the gods all reacted. Their faces were no longer taut. They began to celebrate the victory and Cronus's ascension to the throne. Regardless of what they thought inside, faced with the strongest of the titans who also held a high-grade artifact, Cronus, they all expressed agreement with his position as the divine king. You're right, Mother. We should hold a feast to celebrate today's victory. Listening to the gods' congratulations, Cronus forced a smile and said to the titans, "But I think we should first deal with one matter, Cronus." Suddenly, Mnemosyne, who was beside them, spoke up. Her body was still covered in blood, and her wounds were slowly healing under the influence of divine power. She had hurried over from a distant hole in the ground, one that she had created herself. But at that moment, Mnemosyne seemed to have forgotten her pain as she looked angrily at her former brother, now elder. That god of prophecy, that thief. He stole my godhood of memory. You all felt it, didn't you? At the beginning of the battle, Chaos's consciousness exposed his deception. He is the god of spirit, and he has done something that angered the world. We should go and punish him, she declared. Right there in the Underworld, the place where the world consciousness informed the gods. Indeed, before we celebrate our victory, we should go and discipline a sinner. Epidus also added his support. He thought that everyone would think the same, given that it was Laine's prophecy that caused them all to suffer. But to his surprise, after he spoke, no one picked up after him, and the expressions on everyone's faces were somewhat awkward. Ahem, my brother, Hyperion said, the awareness of the world only appeared 7 days ago. Even if we punish him now, there's no reward to be gained. Yes, the consciousness of chaos is always so inflexible. Once his offense against the world is done, the world's bounty on him is cancelled. Theseus also agreed. This elder sister among the titans rarely spoke. But what about my godhood? Mnemosyne didn't quite understand. Was there a need for discussion about punishing a weak god of prophecy? Even without the world's reward, it would still be beneficial to assert the new divine court's authority by using him. I want him to become my sub-god. Although godhood cannot be transferred, there can be a long-term loan between a principal god and an inferior god. A twitch formed at the corner of Cronus's mouth. He had thought the same about the non-transferability of godhood back then. But he is not as simple as we thought, Mnemosyne. The Lord of the Ocean seemed unwilling to beat around the bush any longer. He addressed his sister directly. Just 7 days ago, while we were still in battle with the Father God, the twin gods of the Dark Night had already visited the Underworld. Your divine power is too weak, so you couldn't sense it. On the previous divine birthday, 2 ancient gods hastened the birth of new gods with their origin. It is evident that they have gone to trouble the god of spirituality. Upon hearing this, Epidus fell silent. He understood his elder brother's point. If 2 primordial gods had taken action personally, then either Laine had already been cast into the abyss to receive the world will's punishment and they wouldn't find him. Or the opponent had used some method to make the twin gods of the Dark Night return empty-handed. In that case, they would be even less likely to find a solution. Including Gaia, all the gods here combined were not enough for the Dark Overlord to handle with one hand. After all, the Dark Overlord's strength could contend with Uranus at his peak, whereas they previously faced only a heavenly father whose power had been greatly diminished, not even 1/3 to 1/5 of his full strength. Let's leave it at that, Cronus said, glancing at his sister who was still somewhat unwilling to let go. He didn't want to delay any longer. If possible, he wanted to take action against that one who had devoured his origin more than anyone else, but he had no choice but to give up now. Not to mention the opponent's consistently mysterious approach and the means that made the primordial gods yield. Just his prophecy alone was unsettling for him. He now understood his father. The Heavenly Father had, countless times, treated the Titans as playthings, yet he had never laid a hand on Laine. This was the deterrence brought about by the mystery of destiny. The other Titans might not care, as they never asked Laine for a prophecy, but Cronus was different. He was beginning to regret asking Laine about his own future. If he hadn't known, at least he wouldn't be in such a difficult position as he was now. Let's go, back to Mount Otherworld. Mother's creations are ever so tempting. His mood darkened further. The future divine king, who should have been triumphant at this moment, forced himself to appear cheerful as he led the way towards Mount of the Gods. Let's go, we'll talk about the godhood later. Seeing her sister, Rhea, the only one who seemed to notice Cronus's state, also spoke out. Seeing that everyone said so, Mnemosyne could only suppress her reluctance and choose to fly with the Titans to the Mount of the Gods. She dared not act alone. Even Laine before, who was a level 9 god of chronology, was much more formidable than her, a level 8 god of script and language. The gods dispersed, and as the divine war ended, the earth too regained its calm. With the passage of time, it gradually recovered from the damage it had suffered. Half a day later, atop Mount Otherworld, the banquet celebrating the coronation of the new king began. Chapter 25, Divine Artifact. Shush. In the spirit realm, Laine added the final stroke to his painting and looked at his work with satisfaction. The divine king was impaled through the chest, but his expression was not fierce. He spoke softly and gently, as if imparting wisdom to his own child. Opposite him, the time god holding the knife appeared shocked and furious, while the Titan's expressions varied. Below the scene, Laine thoughtfully added face-like cracks to the earth, representing Mother Earth, who was paying close attention. The next moment, although chaos was reluctant, the source power of artistry and painting still connected with the spirit realm. Unlike the stars that were tangible, Laine couldn't possibly devour all of chaos's star source power. But now, if no god symbolizing artistry appeared within the next 300 years, chaos would never birth such a god again. It can't be said that way. Perhaps there will be a god of painting born with superb technique but utterly lacking in creativity. After sensing the situation of the origin absorption, Laine once again confirmed that he found it hard to absorb source power related to material things, which was determined by his original origin. Unless one day he could stand above the realm of great divine power and thoroughly comprehend the root of all things. Apart from artistry, there was also a surge of art and inspiration. The former was stronger and could last 1,000 years before being drained. The latter, pure inspiration, along with memory, was already within Laine's grasp. You are the world's first painting. The origin of artistry should favor you. You are the first piece of art in existence. Art regards you as its source. You record the end of an era. History should also include you, he said. Thus, the source power in the spirit realm began to converge on the scroll. Without a surprise, after 1,000 years, when the source power related to chaos was entirely consumed, a divine artifact would be born. With one step, Laine's figure vanished from the palace. The next moment, he appeared out of thin air inside an empty cavity in the mountain. There was nothing extra here, only a small pool in the center, with a fountain spewing a substance that seemed both illusory and real. Laine casually placed the death of the god king into the pool to nurture it on its own. The pool was an external manifestation of the origin of the spirit realm. Several other yet-to-be-born divine artifacts were inside it. Laine looked toward the pool. Situated around the fountain were the 3 transformed oracle stone tablets. This is the Genesis artifact. In essence, it's a sacred artifact that is on par with great divine power. Even in the records of later generations, few such powerful creations exist in the Chaos world. Feeling somewhat emotional, Laine knew that Gaia had never realized the true power of these 3 oracle stone tablets. Unlike other divine artifacts, the oracle stone tablets were rough drafts that only revealed their inherent power little by little as they were used. In the original history, Themis used them to write the codex, hence she was respected by the gods, and the envious Hera never dared to offend her. The wise Metis used them to create hydrology, hence her child was once destined to be the divine king. But now, they became possessions of the spirit realm. Even though the last stone tablet was not yet perfected, their power was still extraordinary. After looking at the slowly changing oracle stone tablets, Laine turned his gaze to their surroundings. 3 slightly inferior embryos were revolving around them, all divine artifacts spontaneously nurtured by the spirit realm. Time, space, and life. It's a pity, the source power of space is still too little. After all, I didn't acquire the corresponding godhood before. Laine shook his head. Although the 3 formless embryos were all powerful, the one for space was clearly not on par with the other 2 because the spatial origin in the spirit realm came solely from Cronus. Even so, once it was born, it would at least be a high-grade artifact, enough to drive any deity mad with desire. The other 2, the part for time, had integrated the temporal origin and chronology of Cronus, along with symbols of the past, present, and future represented by history, calendars, and prophecy. It was very close to a Genesis artifact, but still lacking a bit. Laine estimated that after 1 or 2 more eras of temporal erosion, it could make up for its shortcomings. As for the embryo of life, it was nurtured by a great portion of the source power seized from the life vase. A complete life vase would grow stronger with the prosperity of chaos, and it was supposed to become a Genesis artifact symbolizing the beginning of all things. However, having lost most of its origin, it was destined, just like the one nurtured in the spirit realm, never to break through to the final step. Unless in the future, they could gain powers outside of the life domain. Aside from these, what remained in the pool were ordinary divine artifacts scattered around the edges, similar to the new scrolls that had been added. Some were conceived from the concept of moon, others were born from the source power of transformation. They were still formidable within their own domains, but in terms of power, they were far inferior to the previous ones. As for the even lower grade sub-artifacts, those latter-day creations would not be found in the spirit realm at this time. Any true divine artifact contains the corresponding origin force. Even gods blessed with great divine power would not overlook their existence. If I hadn't created the spirit realm, I wouldn't have been able to obtain so many divine artifacts in one go. After all, only a world can directly nurture artifacts with origin force, Laine remarked. However, our new divine king would probably love to kill me. With a light chuckle, Laine glanced once more at the embryo nurtured by space-time source power, then returned directly to the palace he had been in before. The floating mirror of space-time in mid-air was now completely empty. In the span of that brief moment, Mother Earth and the Titans had returned to Mount Othries. Laine did not continue to pry into their actions. After all, the battle was over, and his level 11 divine power was not sufficient to make his spying undetectable. But without looking, he knew that the Titans were off to celebrate on Mount of the Gods, perhaps mixed with some distribution of power. Cronus, although the second-generation divine king, was also the one with the weakest divine authority. Unlike Zeus, he didn't have legions of offspring and lovers to solidify his divine court. Nor like Heavenly Father, did he have supreme divine power to suppress those who defied him. Under his rule, chaos would fall into a feudal age lasting tens of thousands of years. The Titans would be unrivaled in their respective domains, and the third generation of deities would be born during this time. Now, because of Laine's intervention, Cronus, already deprived of his origin, was even less likely to do anything extra. Barring the unexpected, he would first content himself with being a king, Joe. It would be at least 1,000 years before he tried to do anything else. But he will send someone to find me. It's not just because of the two agreements but also because he needs mortals to reinforce his kingship. If he cannot make the gods bow in worship, then making mortals, who resemble the gods, revere him as king is not a bad strategy. FREOEOmegaEboval.com. Besides, creation itself is an action favored by chaos. Laine silently chuckled. He was actually quite looking forward to creating life. The spirit realm is ultimately a world of spiritual life. Chaos is the ultimate destination for all creatures. The seed that endows creatures with souls, when that soul grows old and dies, all of it will return to the spirit realm. This is what Laine wanted, a way to continuously draw on the power of chaos. And then there is faith. Feeling the meager power coming from the lives in the spirit realm, Laine's expression was somewhat strange. First, he had chopped Cronus with a blow, and now Zeus was also suffering. For this unexpectedly good turn of events, Laine decisively expressed, "The more the merrier." Chapter 26, The New Era. Atop Mount Otherworld, everything was as Laine had envisioned. The banquet at Mount of the Gods lasted 3 months. Even Mnemosyne had set aside the displeasure in her heart to enjoy the long-missed freedom apart from Cronus. They had cast everything to the back of their minds. This was the first time in their immortal lives that they were not subject to anyone's control. Regrettably, nectar did not yet exist in the world at that time, so the gods could not drink themselves into oblivion. After 3 months, the banquet was about to end. As early as the first month had passed, Mother Earth had withdrawn into the depths of the Mount of the Gods, resting her battered origin, so at this moment only the Titan brothers were still feasting on the mountain. But as time went on, the atmosphere subtly shifted. It was undisputed that Cronus would become the divine king. But the former divine king treated the gods like servants, and this was something the gods could not accept. Just because Uranus could do it did not mean that Cronus could too. He did not possess the formidable power of the Heavenly Father, which led the Titans to entertain their own cautious thoughts. Especially Oceanus and Hyperion, one was the original eldest son, the other had command over the powerful godhood of Sun. Though they might not become divine king, they certainly wanted to be the kings within their own domains. FGEUYOBINO L.C sigma-m. And so, amidst the delicate atmosphere, Oceanus was the first to rise. He looked at his once younger brother, now his elder brother. Due to his sudden action, the Titans all cast their eyes toward him. Seeing this, Cronus's face remained expressionless, but his gloomy mood acquired a few more shades of panic. It was no longer the time of battle. The power Rhea had helped him borrow from the past was lost, and the power of the divine king had just begun to gather. At this moment, his strength was at an all-time low. If he were to come to blows with anyone now, he would have no choice but to seek Rhea's help. But doing so would only further expose the issues he was grappling with. "My brother, do you have something to say to me? On such a day worthy of celebration, I shall give serious consideration to your requests." Cronus tried to appear as gentle and majestic as possible, even refraining from addressing his former elder brother as younger brother. "You worry too much, Cronus. I am not here to oppose you." The god of the ocean shook his head. He could sense that something was off with Cronus's emotions, but he did not think it was fear of himself. In his view, Cronus simply did not want to face open confrontation with him. After all, as the lord of the outer seas, the circumterrestrial river, even if Cronus were stronger than him, he would be helpless if he just hid in the ocean. However, he also had no intention of challenging Cronus's kingship. Even if the latter could do nothing against him, the other Titans would certainly not submit to him. In fact, apart from Rhea, who knew the inside story, the Titans had already recognized Cronus's power. But recognition aside, they were unwilling to kneel before the new divine king as they did before the Heavenly Father. "You have proven your strength, Cronus, and I am no match for you," he said. "I merely want to bid you farewell, for afterwards, I may seldom come here again. I must return to the ocean, that is the place where I belong." With that, Oceanus gestured to his sister. Theseus hesitated for a moment, but looking at her brother, she stepped forward alongside him. "I'll leave Mount Otherworld to you. I am going to be neighbors with our uncle. I wish for your swift recovery, Mother Goddess. And for your kingship to be everlasting, Cronus." After bidding farewell, Oceanus did not wait for a response but left Mount of the Gods, taking his sister with him. He was not afraid of Cronus turning ruthless. Without the power to face many, if Cronus dared to act against him, Oceanus believed his brothers would not stand idly by. Watching the god of the ocean and the original goddess of water leave, Cronus's expression stiffened briefly but soon returned to normal. At least it was not the worst outcome. Even without the loss of his origin, he had never really expected his brothers to bow to him. Trying to calm his agitation, Cronus was about to say something to lighten the mood, but the rising figures of Themis and Hyperion made it even more difficult for him to maintain his composure. After the ocean deity sovereign had left, he realized that he could not make these brothers submit to him. So, he prepared to make concessions proactively instead of being coerced by the collective will of the gods. But clearly, the god of sun was not going to give him that chance. Haha, to my newly crowned sovereign, just like our eldest brother and sister, we are also preparing to leave, Hyperion declared. The mountain of the gods is never as warm as the sun, so I still prefer it there a little bit more. Hyperion looked at his former brother whose complexion seemed rather unsightly, feeling a bit of satisfaction in his heart. You plotted and schemed, deceiving father from the very beginning, but what of it? Even if you've assumed the position of the divine king, no one will truly submit to you. I suppose you wouldn't, like our father once did, forcibly keep us by your side, would you? Hyperion said with a smile that seemed to carry genuine respect for the divine king before him. Such brutal acts are not befitting of a divine king. Of course, you're right, Cronus said coldly. Among all the brothers, Hyperion had always been the one with the greatest ambition. Perhaps it was the influence of his godhood, but being the sun god, he naturally craved power. Then go back to your sun since you like it there so much, stay there for good. Hee hee, of course. As the center of the starry sky, it is only right that I remain there. With a light chuckle, Hyperion didn't take the divine king's words to heart. The earth belonged to the mother goddess and the mountain god, the great ocean to the two sea gods, and the starry sky was his domain. He was curious, what was left for Cronus, the divine king? Let's go, Thea. I wish for your swift recovery, mother. And to you, my dear brother, may your reign be eternal. The god of sun left with the god of eyesight, and Mount Othry suddenly felt much emptier. Seeing this, the remaining titans exchanged glances. Eventually, each of them stood up and bid their farewells to Cronus. Phoebe and Caius went together to the heavens, as gods of celestial bodies and light. They would be neighbors to Hyperion. Themis did not explicitly say she was leaving, but she mentioned wanting to walk the earth since she'd been confined to the mountain of the gods for too long. Mnemosyne was still resentful towards Laine and wanted to try visiting the Lady of Night to find out what had become of Laine. She did not dare to go directly to the Underworld to confirm it for herself, well aware of how weak her own power was. In the end, only Rhea, Creus, and Epidus remained. Meteorology is fickle, so Creus stayed, using Mount Othries as his foothold. Influenced by authority, Rhea had always been close to Cronus, so she had no intention of leaving. As for Epidus, he simply felt too weak and preferred to stay on the mountain of the gods. You're welcome to stay. I am not our father, here you may do as you please, Cronus said. Forcing a smile, Cronus didn't care whether his dejection was noticed or not. Everything that had happened today had humiliated him, the new king, but he was powerless to change it. You just need time, Cronus, Rhea consoled her brother. When you have fully seized control of the divine king's throne, things will be different. I will be with you. Even if we can't compare to father and mother, you can gradually establish your own reign. Yes, you're right, Rhea. At least you have always been by my side. Feeling somewhat consoled, Cronus arranged accommodations for Creus and Epidus. When he was alone, he stood atop Mount Othries, looking down upon the earth. Under the night sky, stars twinkled, and the vast earth lay silent. Regardless, the old era had passed and a new era had arrived. At least, he was now the divine king. Chapter 27, Themis. Since the divine king's succession, the exodus of the gods, 300 years, have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 300 years, as if a shackle was unlocked, the phenomenon of the birth of deities flashed across the world more than once, and chaos's origin expanded accordingly. Upon the seas, after the Heavenly Father slumbered eternally at the supreme height, Mother Earth, along with her second son, the primordial sea god Pontus, conceived 5 offspring separately. They were the friendliness of the sea, Nerus; the marvel of the sea, Thaumas; the wrath of the sea, Phorcys; the danger of the sea, Keto; the power of the sea, Eurybia; Fge Eubnovio Elcom. After the birth of these 5 ocean deities, Pontus became much more active. He no longer lay alone at the bottom of the sea but often roamed the coastal waters and occasionally set foot on land to meet with Mother Earth. In terms of power, the birth of his offspring caused a fraction of Pontus's godhood to split. However, as these deities were born, the concept of the sea further expanded. Between the increase and decrease, the primordial sea god remained a strong divine power level 17. Similarly, upon the seas, the ocean deity sovereign Oceanus and the primeval water goddess Thesis also conceived a host of children. They currently number over 100, with most of the divine children being river gods collectively known as Potamwa. The goddesses represent certain streams, rivers, ponds, lakes, or even the ocean and subterranean water bodies. The vast majority of them are not true deities but territorial gods like the Christodes created by Laine at divine power level 0. Though immortal like deities, their strength is far less than that of true gods. Of course, among the Oceanides known as Oceanids, there do exist true gods. Currently, the most well-known are the eldest Oceanid, the goddess of oaths, Styx of the Styx River, and her sister, the goddess of renown Clymen. From then on, the godhood of oaths was bestowed upon the world, and chaos no longer responded to the oaths of the gods. However, correspondingly, the cost of swearing an oath to the river Styx became much less than it originally was. Different from the hustle and bustle of the seas, on land and in the sky, besides the mountain god Aurea who alone engendered some unnamed mountain gods, only the eldest daughter of Cuyus and Phoebe was born. Her name was Leto, the goddess of nurturing and nursing. Laine paid certain attention to her, for her future offspring would be renowned in later ages. But all these matters were unrelated to the Lord of the Spirit Realm. In the past 300 years, Laine had been ceaselessly drawing and assimilating the origin power. The spirit realm's expanse had already covered the entire underworld, and it even began to spread to the surface. He had thought that such monotonous days would continue for hundreds of years more, but on this day, an unexpected visitor made Laine halt his actions. Through the projection of the spirit realm onto the material realm, the nether moon, Laine clearly saw the Titan deity, the goddess of justice and law Themis, standing there. He gently stroked his palm in front of him, and space and time fluctuated. Under Laine's power, the past and the ever-changing future continuously flickered before his eyes. It didn't take long for him to know the purpose of Themis's visit. "Lyanna, go bring her to see me," Laine said softly. "As you command, Your Highness." Since leaving Mount Othrys, Themis had roamed the earth for 300 years. FreeNoEvil.com. This world's chaos was very similar to that in mythology, but there were also many differences. Not to mention the oceans, the surface area of the land alone was hundreds of times larger than Earth's region around the Mediterranean Sea, although most places appeared wild and perilous. Moreover, as the origin of the world rose, the expanse of chaos continued to grow. By the time of Zeus, no one knew just how vast the earth would become. However, although the world became bigger, many problems followed. In the process of Themis measuring the land with her legs, she discovered various places of disordered laws more than once. The world was supposed to be orderly, but in those peculiar places, the rules of everything turned upside down. Water flowed from low to high, spaces where one would endlessly loop upon entering, flames that induced coldness. As the goddess of justice and law, Themis found it difficult to tolerate their existence. She tried to correct them with the authority of the law, and the result was delightful, as she indeed managed to restore the disordered rules back to normal. But as time passed, the goddess realized she was engaging in a futile effort. These phenomena represented the inherent chaos of the world's rules, loopholes left behind from the creation of the world, and they were being born and extinguished at every moment. No matter how many she eliminated, there would always be another one waiting for her. As long as chaotic source force remained within the current laws, this situation was unstoppable. I need to create a codex. I want to write the correct order on it, so the world can see what I mean, and then the laws of the current world will solve these problems themselves. After being inspired by her godhood, Themis went to visit Mother Earth. She had heard that Gaia possessed 3 magical stone tablets that had existed since the creation of chaos. But unfortunately, Mother Earth told her that thousands of years ago, the oracle stone tablets had been staked in a wager and transferred to the current god of spirituality. Therefore, to fulfill her idea, Themis went to the Underworld, where Laine last appeared in the present world. However, after half a year of searching throughout the Underworld, Themis still found no trace of Laine. Only the nether moon in the sky seemed to be a creation transformed from his works. In the end, she came before the nether moon, hoping its master would hear her plea. "Prince Laine, I have come to visit you and hope that you will meet with me," Themis said, somewhat helplessly standing before the nether moon. But the next moment, Themis instantly stepped back, watching the space ahead of her warily. A ripple of space passed, and the aura of spirituality seeped out. A black-robed girl with wings suddenly appeared before Themis, who had not sensed her presence at all beforehand. She had never seen her before, but without a doubt, this unknown presence emitted the aura of the nether moon. And most crucially, in Themis's perception, the figure was clearly a true god, but she had never felt the fluctuations from the birth of her divinity. Lady Themis, the unknown deity, spoke. Although the goddess of justice didn't recognize the figure, it was evident that she was quite familiar with Themis. "I have come in response to your request to meet, lady, my master sends for you." "Master?" Themis was somewhat surprised in her heart. She had come to visit the god of spirit, yet this goddess before her was calling Laine her master. Even the former heavenly father, though he enslaved the gods in substance, never had them refer to themselves as slaves. Because, as acknowledged deities of heaven and earth, embodiments of the laws of chaos, to demean another was to demean oneself. "Please follow me." Without resolving the goddess of justice's confusion, Laine turned around, and a transparent portal appeared before the two of them. Furrowing her brow but not stepping back, Themis as an immortal deity knew that only Tartarus could contain them in the current chaos. Clearly, she did not think that this unfamiliar space before her possessed might comparable to the abyss. And although not entirely sure, Themis guessed that this unknown space, as well as the goddess who claimed to be a servant, might very well be the aftermath of that day 300 years ago, a subsequent event of the world's furious upheaval. Perhaps she would soon know all the reasons. Chapter 28, Observations of the Spirit Realm by the Goddess of Justice. "How should I address you, goddess who oversees the nether moon?" As she followed the black-robed girl through the portal, Themis did not rush to look around but rather inquired about the name of the unfamiliar deity. In the current narrow divine circle of chaos, the sudden appearance of an unseen god inevitably aroused her curiosity. "My lord has named me Laine." The girl's voice was very soft, but when it entered her ears, it imparted a sense of full authority. Themis knew that this was the influence of the nether moon godhood. In today's underworld, aside from the recently emerged goddess of oaths, Styx, there were only the occasional descendants of the twin gods of the Dark Night. But Styx had just been born, and the 6 offspring of the Dark Overlord who wielded doom, destruction, decay, sorrow, deceit, and lust were not very powerful. The nether moon was subtly the ruler of the underworld. Even in later generations, the original nether moon and the goddess of crossroads became viceroys of the underworld, possessing authority second only to Hades. From this, it can be seen that the nether moon held an extraordinary position in the underworld. Therefore, under the influence of the godhood, Laine's voice naturally carried a hint of royal bearing, much like the ocean deity sovereign who now presides over the sea. Upon hearing this, Themis nodded but had taken only a few steps when she suddenly stopped. Hearing the silence behind her, Laine in front turned around, her gaze inquiring why the goddess of justice had halted. "I am terribly sorry, but may I ask what this is, Princess Laine?" She had been preoccupied with asking for Laine's name, but as Themis observed her surroundings, she was surprised to find herself in a special place. Everything around her seemed not much different from the external underworld, and if not for the sudden change to a world of black and white, Themis wouldn't think she had moved at all. Looking around, she saw transparent creatures resembling umbrellas floating in midair. Floating about, many tentacles hung down from beneath the umbrellas, seemingly extracting something from their surroundings. Themis could sense that this might be the power known as spirituality. Although she had never seen them before, the goddess was certain that these strangely shaped things were indeed a form of life different from the gods. They had no divinity, The mere passage of time could leave marks on them or even erase their existence. But undoubtedly, these peculiar life forms she was seeing for the first time also possessed thought, though still very rudimentary. This was what she found most incomprehensible. In the current chaos, no non-divine intelligent life existed, even in its most primitive form. This is a type of ghost jellyfish, the weakest of the wandering jellyfish, Laine explained gently. In the first layer of the spirit realm, the illusory spirit realm, they are the lowest level of the food chain yet reproduce quite easily. Look. Following the direction of Laine's finger, Themis noticed a larger transparent creature nearby that was splitting in the middle. The splitting process was slow, lasting about 15 minutes. When the last bit of attachment broke apart, the transparent creature completely divided into two. Immediately after, countless transparent filaments emerged from the split sides of each half, reconstructing the missing halves of their bodies. Both halves reduced in size, but as time passed, they each regenerated the missing parts, becoming two smaller complete beings. The Lord says this is mitosis, Laine introduced earnestly. It is a primitive yet efficient form of reproduction. If the concentration of spirituality is high enough, they can double in half a day's time. Fk eubnovio elcom. Mitosis. This brand new term challenged Themis's worldview. As the master of law and justice, she was usually reticent and maintained a strict demeanor, unaffected by external things. But today, she was genuinely surprised by what she had learned. Yes, mitosis, Laine corrected. Didn't you see the spirituality filaments that came out when they were regenerating their bodies? The goddess of justice remained silent, seemingly uncertain about what to say. Let's go. Seeing that Themis had no more questions, Laine gestured, and another gate of light emerged before them. Themis could distinctly feel that the force referred to as spirituality was incredibly dense beyond the gate of light, more than 10 times denser than where they currently were in the first layer of the spirit realm. This is the gateway to the second layer of the spirit realm, the communicative spirit realm, also known as the true spirit realm. Normally, only a few places in each layer of the spirit realm are interconnected, but the barriers between the first 3 layers are intentionally set weaker, making them easier to breach. Plus, since you are an invited guest, we'll just take the express route. Following Laine through the gate of light once more, Themis was just about to acknowledge her understanding when she was once again stunned by the scene before her. In the first layer of the spirit realm, despite everything being black and white, and her initial startling encounter with the peculiar ghost jellyfish and mitosis, it was still within Themis's comprehension. They were nothing but special creations. Hearing that the god of spirit had borrowed the life vase from Mother Earth and that the birth of new life forms other than plants was not too strange. But now, what appeared before Themis was a scene she had never before seen. 2 silver crescent moons hung in the sky, where many winged creatures chased each other in flight. The ground was covered with a variety of strange plants, exuding an air of spirituality, and there were at least more than 10 types of new creatures with fur or phosphorescent shells walking on the land. Not far away, around a kilometer off, there stood a small lake. Many scaled beings swam within it, and at the bottom, there was an odd creature that kept opening and closing, with a bright pearl forming inside. Are these all creations of Prince Laine? Witnessing everything before her, the goddess of justice asked incredulously. She had already thought it a monumental feat when Mother Earth created plants, but only today, seeing these special creatures, did she suddenly realize the desolation on the chaos terrain. Yes. The sovereign used 7 days to create the world. These are the creatures of the spirit realm that the sovereign created on the 5th and 6th days. Pleased with the foreign god's astonishment at the creator's mighty power, Laine explained with a smile. After a moment of silence, Themis promptly spoke. May I approach and take a closer look at them? Of course, but... With a slight wave of her right hand, Laine summoned a 3rd gate of light. This time, Themis couldn't feel any presence from behind the gate. It seems you plan to stay here a bit longer, so we can't go up layer by layer. I'll wait here for you, and later, we'll go directly to the 7th layer of the spirit realm, to the sovereign's palace. Then, you'll be able to present your reason for coming here to the sovereign. Only then did she remember that she had actually come to borrow the oracle stone tablet, but after hesitating for a moment, Themis still headed towards the multitude of spirit realm creatures. Such unique non-divine beings with minds of their own greatly intrigued her. Chapter 29, Chapter 6, Palace and Nectar. Half a day later. FEUBnovel.co. Though still feeling somewhat unsatisfied, Themis returned to where Laine was. She had kept her host waiting for too long. Although strictly speaking, the current chaos didn't yet have a well-defined etiquette, she still felt it wasn't right to do so. "How was your harvest?" Laine asked with a smile. It was an eye-opener. In the half-day, Themis had traversed thousands of miles around her, seeing over 1,000 types of bizarre spirit realm beings. Some of them fed on plants, some on other lives, and some on certain concepts, all of which the goddess had never seen before. Compared to her oddly shaped brothers, they didn't seem so strange after all. During her observations, Themis had tried to stop the confrontations between different beings, but later she came to understand. Mortals and gods are different. Food is a pleasure for the gods, but a necessity for them. The goddess had witnessed the spirit realm beings fight each other for food more than once, and as a result, she was exposed to their unique battle methods. Their power was weak, but their fighting techniques were primitive and fierce. Unlike the gods who merely wield divine authority and divine power, the spirit realm beings also knew how to probe, trap, and disguise. "When I return, I must discuss this with Cronus. The mother goddess's agreement with Lord Laine still has 700 years to go. Once the life vase returns to the mother goddess's hands as agreed, we should also borrow this divine artifact to create life on Earth." As she followed Laine through the light gate, Themis silently made up her mind. In comparison to the current desolate chaos world, the spirit realm felt much more vibrant to her. Passing through the illusory portal, the next moment, the breath of source power that hit her face brought Themis's thoughts to an abrupt stop. Looking around, the goddess found herself on a peak so high that its bottom was nowhere to be seen. 7 crescent moons hung in the sky, and the mountain pierced through 6 layers of semi-solid interfaces. Standing on the mountain, although she couldn't make out the details of those interfaces, Themis still felt like she had the world at her feet. Mount Sinai, also known as Neroth, was the name of Mount of the Gods, which translates to the beginning of the moon, the source of spirituality. When she reached this place, the goddess understood this information instantly. Moreover, she felt a power within the mountain, very similar to her own origin of godhood, breathing, flowing, and slowly changing its nature. "If this was all opened by Lord Laine, it truly is a magnificent feat," the goddess of justice said sincerely. Creating interfaces and giving rise to living beings was something Themis, with her divine authority, didn't know how to achieve. "It is indeed a magnificent feat," Laine said matter-of-factly. "The world has not yet spread the name of the Lord, but one day they will know the supreme power of the Lord." With a polite smile and although struck by the scene before her, Themis still felt it was due to a particularity of authority. The gods had absolute power in their respective domains, much like how a future goddess of agriculture could prevent everything from sprouting. But without the corresponding authority, even a being like Uranus couldn't change this outcome with sheer power alone. Themis didn't know what spirituality as a godhood meant, but she guessed that everything before her was probably a demonstration of the absolute nature of this particular godhood. Continuing forward with Laine, the steps under their feet were made of unknown materials, and the various man-made objects along the way kept the goddess's gaze busy. The place opposite the light gate was not the summit, but a bit lower down. After all, although capable, Laine would not directly open a portal to Lord Laine's palace. However, Themis didn't feel slighted, on the contrary, she was quite interested in observing the surrounding landscape. Everything before her eyes was a novel scene she had never encountered before, and such more civilized creations naturally resonated with the higher positions of the law and order godhoods. Themis had made her decision. She too wanted to set her sights on building something on Mount Othries. As time slowly passed, although Mount Sinai was a no-fly zone, the two were already not far from the summit. So soon, Themis arrived at the palace gates led by Laine. Themis's eyes brightened once again at the sight of the magnificent man-made structure she had never seen before. Compared to the sprawling and rudimentary abodes of the chaotic gods, this orderly and civilized creation undoubtedly won the goddess's favor. The buildings were not clustered together, each boasting its own style and beauty. Although Themis could only see a few nearby, she still took note of their styles one by one. "This is the place where gods should dwell," the goddess thought to herself. "Here we are, the Temple of Lops, where the master welcomes guests." Laine pointed to the splendid great hall in front of them, smiled faintly, and then bid farewell. "I have completed my task as a guide, and now it's time for your meeting with the master." "I Themis had just wanted to ask Laine to stay, but the black-robed goddess gave her a smile and then took a step back. With that step, just as when she first appeared, she vanished without a trace in an instant. But this time, Themis noticed something. The other's movement seemed to leverage the space-time power of the spirit realm, allowing her to shift to a different plane of the spirit realm in the blink of an eye. Even without moving, when separated by a layer of the world, she naturally could not sense the other's presence. Seeing this, Themis thought of the first layer of the spirit realm, the illusory spirit realm, identical to the Underworld. Perhaps Laine had always been standing by her side, standing in the nether moon, only invisible due to Themis's inability to penetrate the barrier between reality and the first layer of the spirit realm. Could Cronus achieve this level of space-time power? After a brief contemplation, Themis shook her head. Rather than dwelling on it, she stepped toward the great hall before her. Having arrived at the doorstep, it would not be proper to keep the host waiting any longer, especially since she, too, was keen on building her own palace and interested in learning from the palace's interior designs. Stepping over the threshold, her vision was suddenly brightened. The palace interior was somewhat brighter than the light of the crescent moon. Looking around, she saw tables, lamps, vessels, decorations, and a black-clothed deity rising from the main seat. Though Themis did not know what civilization meant, she felt that everything she saw was more to her liking than anything she had experienced in the past. "Welcome, my lady." Raising a goblet, Laine said with a smile to the approaching goddess of justice. "Before we discuss serious matters, please enjoy the dinner I have prepared for you." Free OmegaEbnovel.cm. Thank you for your hospitality, Prince Laine. With a subtle lift of her eyebrows, Themis accepted the floating goblet and drank the red liquid in one gulp. This is nectar. The liquid seemed to contain memories, as Themis knew its name upon tasting it. For her, it was merely a rather pleasant drink. But the goddess believed her brothers would absolutely adore such a creation. Setting down the goblet, Themis moved forward to take her seat. She looked forward to the forthcoming banquet with added anticipation. Chapter 30, Chapter 7, Codex. What an unforgettable experience! Within the Temple of Lops, Themis drank her last sip of nectar, her originally pale cheeks also flushed slightly. Ordinary beverages were not enough to affect a deity, but clearly, those crafted by Laine with the authority of the wine were not among them. "If you're interested in it, you can take some back with you." Setting down the crystal-clear wine glass, Laine gestured and dozens of barrels of brewed wine appeared. "Since our last parting, it's been a while since I last saw Cronus. Consider these drinks as my belated congratulatory gifts for his ascension to Divine King. I suppose he will like them. Then I will accept them on behalf of Cronus." Apologetically smiling, Themis was unaware of the grudge between Laine and Cronus concerning the origin of space and time. She thought Laine intended to remind Cronus not to forget their two previous agreements. Indeed, the goddess of justice was somewhat dissatisfied with her brother's prolonged failure to fulfill the agreements. In the past 300 years, she visited Mount Othri several times, paying her respects to Mother Earth, who had regained some vitality. Themis heard from the Mother Goddess that Cronus had used the excuse of not having full control over the divine authority to refuse going to the abyss to release his 6 strangely-looking brothers. Mother Earth was quite angry about this, but she was not the Divine King after all, so she did not know whether Cronus was just making excuses or if his powers were indeed far lesser than those Uranus once wielded. Because of this, Mother Earth left Mount Othris, residing permanently near the ocean in the eastern region, staying with her second son. The 5 marine deities born one after another came into being during this period. "Your Highness Laine, I thank you once again for your dinner. But I have come here to seek a favor." Adjusting her demeanor, the goddess of justice, who had removed her blindfold 300 years ago, looked straight at Laine and got straight to the point. With a faint smile, though he had already made plans, Laine still feigned ignorance. "Please speak, my lady. I am quite curious as to what has compelled you to seek my doorstep after 300 years of wandering." Hearing this, something stirred in Themis. Although she did not conceal her tracks, it was apparent that Laine possessed unknown means to observe the earth. However, the goddess of justice paid no attention to these details, as she directly stated her purpose. "In these 300 years, I have traveled many places. In the mortal realm of chaos, I found that the disorder and madness left over from the dawn of creation had not all flowed into Tartarus but still existed within the laws. I sought a solution, and eventually the priesthood of law gave me an answer. I need to create laws for the realms of existence, which would allow the laws themselves to expel the disorder and madness. But what does this have to do with me? Laine asked, still smiling. Because I also need a creation capable of carrying these laws, through which I can communicate with the world, etching my laws into the roots of existence. Themis's expression was solemn. She could feel that the elevation of her godhood was tied to this task. If she could perfect the current world, the godhood of law would rise, supporting her to become a powerful deity of divine power level 18 and above. I visited the mother goddess, seeking the oracle stone tablet, this enigmatic artifact born at the beginning of creation. But she told me that thousands of years ago, it had come into your possession as part of a wager. So I've come to boldly ask if I may borrow this divine artifact from you. Saying this, Themis looked towards Laine. Yes, meeting the gaze of the goddess, Laine nodded. It's indeed in my hands. But now, it is no longer the oracle. Fk eubnovio elcom. With a slight lift of his hand, the next moment, accompanied by a ripple of space, a huge bronze book materialized in his hands. Without any attempt to hide, the powerful presence of the codex of creation was immediately perceived by Themis. Without a doubt, this was a frightening high-grade divine artifact, and it even gave her a sense of something even higher. Different from what Mother Earth knows, Lady Themis, Laine said calmly as his right hand brushed over the spine of the brass book. The essence of the oracle stone tablet is beyond her imagination, and the order it contains is even close to a great part of the chaos of Tartarus. I have crafted 3 divine artifacts using 3 stone tablets, and what you see here is the second one. Furrowing her brow, Themis knew that she might have to return empty-handed. The aura of the divine artifact before her was comparable to the life vase, and nobody would easily lend out such an artifact. But driven by the desire to perfect her godhood, she still spoke up. If you are willing, she said, I don't know what I would have to give to borrow this divine artifact from you. She had already prepared to make an oath, ready to serve Laine in the future. In truth, she had nothing else to offer. However, to her surprise, she received an unexpected answer from Laine. Nothing is needed, he said. As long as you swear to the spirit realm and acknowledge my indisputable sovereignty over the codex of creation. Then, for the next 1,000 years, it is yours. Looking at the astonishment on the goddess's face, Laine did not explain but simply handed over the book that seemed forged from brass. He believed that she would not refuse. A bit astounded, but just as Laine thought, Themis hesitated for a moment when offered the divine artifact and still reached out to take it. The deity and godhood mutually influence each other. Facing the temptation of an elevated priesthood, Themis could not refuse. After chatting for a while longer, soon, with the borrowed divine artifact, the goddess of justice left the Mount of the Gods. After sending Themis away from the spirit realm, Laine too retreated to a palace behind Mount Sinai. That was his sleeping chamber, the Temple of Elis. Sitting on a soft couch, Laine watched through the time-space mirror as Themis, with her doubts and confusion, made her way down toward Earth. He knew that she was seeking a divine decree from the Divine King. To enact laws in the mortal world, the Divine King's nod was also an indispensable part. After the laws are established, this divine artifact will be considered initially perfected. Looking at the stone book in the goddess's hands through the mirror, Laine whispered to himself. In his original plans, the codex of creation ought to be the recorder, perfecter, and innovator of all the world's rules and laws, and indeed, it's feasible for laws to be linked with spirituality. But the problem was that, long before Laine had established the spirit realm, the goddess of law had already been born. Laine could absorb the origin of the stars of the world, and he had almost taken in all of it, but that was because the true god of stars had not yet come into being, and Caius was merely the god of lightless celestial bodies. But the law was different. The earlier codex of creation was powerful solely because it depended on the order origin inherent in the oracle stone tablet. The part of it that belonged to law was only a minute amount from chronology. However, as Themis establishes laws for the mortal world, a significant portion of the origin of law of chaos will rise, half of which will go to the codex of creation that bears it, while Themis will only obtain the other half. After this, the powerful creation, which could be considered near a Genesis artifact on its own, would be fully matured. And then there is the chaos and madness that are expelled after the establishment of the codices. Power does not differentiate between good and bad. What matters is that it's used in the right place. Gazing at Themis, who had reached the surface and was heading toward Mount Otherworld, Laine dispersed the time-space mirror. He could silently observe Themis, the deity with a divine power level of 13, but that did not mean he could watch the divine king, who was gradually securing his position. The following matters no longer needed his concern. The goddess of justice, for her own ascension, would invest all her efforts into completing everything related to legislation. His mind sinking into the root of the spirit realm, Laine continued to digest different origins. For a considerable time in the future, this would be his primary task. Chapter 31 Chapter 8 Mutual Concealment. Atop Mount Otherworld. Having obtained the codex of creation from Laine, Themis didn't stop for a moment and hurried to the Mount of the Gods. Legislating for the world wasn't something that could be done casually. A fitting godhood, a sufficiently powerful vessel, the interim world steward, and the divine king's authorization, each of these was indispensable. However, Themis didn't worry that her younger brother would refuse her request. After all, the position of the divine king was not immutable. As for Cronus, not to mention the 500-year limit had not yet been reached. Even if it had, his divine authority could definitely not compare with that of his father. Despite Uranus's retrograde and contrary actions, his deed of birthing life through union was, in itself, the greatest achievement of the divine king. Moreover, Cronus was a usurper, and the divine power he obtained was bound to be even lower. To be able to accomplish legislation during his own reign, this new divine king would undoubtedly be desperate for it. 3 days later, Themis finally returned to the Mount of the Gods and immediately sought out her younger brother, explaining her ideas to him in detail. FreyaWebnovel.com. However, contrary to what the goddess of justice had anticipated, although Cronus was very supportive of her legislation, he seemed to be more interested in the god of spirit. So you're saying he not only made no demands on you but also promised to deal with the chaos and madness expelled from the laws on your behalf? Yes. I thought they would gather on the land, creating many perilous dead zones, since I can't deal with them. But since Prince Laine is interested in them, I agreed to hand them over to him. A bit puzzled by the focus of Cronus's concern, Themis still answered. She guessed that Laine must have had some intent, but she didn't care. Those things were useless to her, keeping them would only cause her trouble. Although Themis took it lightly, Cronus did not see it the same way. He had harbored resentment towards Laine for more than just a day or two. It's not that simple, there must be something you don't know. Laine will definitely gain something in the process. He is not the kind of person to act out of the goodness of his heart. With a cold snort, Cronus's expression turned somewhat unsightly. 300 years had passed, and although the power brought by his own godhood was insignificant, the greater part of the divine authority he had consolidated still granted him the formidable power of divine power level 17. But even so, whenever he thought of the origin power he had lost, Cronus deeply regretted the decisions he had made in the past. Divine power level is one thing, actual combat power is another. With the loss of most of his time-space godhood, even if the divine power level was the same, Cronus's strength was greatly reduced compared to before. What's more, if his time-space godhood had remained intact, his current divine power would have been one level higher. In the realm of powerful divine forces, the gap between levels is not something that those below intermediate divine power can compare to. Meanwhile, observing Cronus's expression, Themis was obviously misunderstanding. She thought he was angry about Laine's past prophecy. But as the goddess of justice, she wouldn't act on misplaced anger, so she spoke up to remind him. I know, Cronus. Because of Prince Laine's prophecy, you and our brothers all harbor discontent towards him. But you should remember, at least for you, you not only proactively sought the prophecy from him, but you also owe him 2 favors. You once swore to the world to fulfill them. After 200 years, once you fully inherit the position of the divine king, you cannot delay any longer. Cronus was somewhat at a loss for words. He cursed chaos's rigid instincts in his heart once again. Even though that god of spirit had done something to displease the world, and even though he had encroached on his own origin to the world, it was always about the deed, not the person. Even its instinctive disgust for Laine, who stole source power, would not prevent it from honoring Cronus's promise. I will, but there are still 200 years, are there not? In the end, Cronus still accepted the fact that he had to work for Laine and turned to ask another question. You said he has opened up a domain called the Spirit Realm, which contains many special beings. Yes, Timus nodded. I plan to visit the Mother Goddess after he returns the life vase and create some new life on the earth as well. New life. Now that you mention it, I have seen some. Cronus furrowed his brows slightly, recalling, about 100 years ago, the god of destruction, Kur, representing the 8 gods residing in the Underworld, came to Mount of the Gods to see me. At that time, some beings called nymphs of eternal night were following him. They were not deities, nor did they possess divine authority as quasi-gods. According to him, they were servants bestowed by Mother Night, the ancient god Nyx. In fact, Cronus had beautified the process. Kur didn't come to represent the 8 gods to pay homage to the divine king, he came purely to show off in front of the new divine king. Indeed, the deities of chaos were mostly very emotional. The divine king was still alone, but Kur had attendants with him, which satisfied Kur's vanity to a great extent and secretly angered Cronus. But there was nothing he could do, for according to Kur's statement, he had a close relationship with his mother goddess, and the new divine king did not dare to provoke a primordial god at this time. Of course, what Cronus did not know was that the god of destruction had also beautified his own process of obtaining the nymphs of eternal night. In his account, the 2 ancient primordial gods were very concerned about their divine children, but in reality, the twin gods of the dark night had hardly ever met with them. Erebus completely ignored his own offsprings of bodily evolution, and Lady Night, only out of nominal consideration, had given a few of the nymphs she created with spiritual embryos to them. None of them were endowed with divinity and transformed into demigods by Lady Night, not at all like the evidence of closeness between mother and child as Kur had claimed. Hadn't Mother Night sought out Prince Laine before? Timus speculated, it might have been at that time that he and Princess Nyx created new life together. Perhaps, Cronus replied, but since Princess Nyx has accepted the existence of the new life, there should be no problems with them. When the time comes, I'll go with you to see the Mother Goddess. The chaos terrain should also have some life that knows to revere the divine king. Frowning slightly, Timus felt some dissatisfaction. Laine had created life in his own realm, and Cronus's first reaction was actually there might be problems. At least in her memory, Laine did not seem to have actively done anything to the Titans. You don't understand. Cronus shook his head and glanced at the face of the goddess of justice, but in the end, he said no more. He certainly didn't wish to broadcast his flawed thinking all over the world. If possible, he would rather nobody knew about the deficit in the origin of his godhood. Let's leave it at that for now, Timus. By the time you've completed the draft of the codex, I'll probably have already taken control of the throne of the divine king. Then, I will support your actions in the name of the divine king. That would be for the best. Nodding, the goddess of justice still didn't discuss Laine with Cronus in depth. To her, legislating was the most important matter at hand. The past 300 years were far from enough for her to understand all the loopholes in the current worldly laws. Now, with the help of the Codex of Creation, she could delve deeper into the rules of the world. Chapter 32 Chapter 9 Metis. Since Timus left the Mount of the Gods in the blink of an eye, another 500 years had passed. In the Chaos world, time was so valueless that this remained the case even after the appearance of the first generation of humans. It was not until the era of Bronze humanity that the gods grew accustomed to counting time in years rather than centuries. 300 years ago, on Mount Otherworld, Cronus truly became the divine king. Driven by his oath, he declared the new rules of the sun and the moon in the name of the divine king, and the few remaining concepts associated with the moon completely flowed into the spirit realm. As expected, the future goddess of the moon, aside from having a glowing celestial body of her own, wouldn't be able to control anything else. Even the light emitted by the moon, apart from being called moonlight, had no mystical significance whatsoever. In regard to the second oath, Cronus also announced Laine's sovereignty over the elements and the qualification to weave the net to control them. The power of the elements thus flowed towards the spirit realm, but aside from the fire element, the influence of the other elements was mostly superficial. Although there were no wind gods yet, wind was subordinate to meteorology. Water, earth, light, and darkness all had their respective deities, only fire had not yet found one. Therefore, it was not surprising that there would be a future fire god who could not control the fire element. Moreover, as Laine fully embraced the source power of the fire element, he could further touch the true fire, bringing this unclaimed natural godhood into his control. In the future, even if a fire god was born in chaos, she would merely be a deity presiding over the burning of physical matter. Henceforth, the fire of the spirit could harm the material, but the material fire could not touch the spirit. In the realm of spirituality, Laine defined fire as the primal one. Beyond that, during these 500 years, chaos witnessed many divine births and celestial events. The most widely known among them was the birth of the original god of sun, Helios, the eldest son of Hyperion. On the day this new god was born, the entire world saw the great sun shine 1,000 times brighter. The original sun godhood split in two, with the larger part reverting to the Titan ancient god, and the lesser portion to his child. Hyperion still represented the sun, but his eldest son represented the trajectory of the sun. There was no sunrise or sunset in the original chaos world, but now, there were evening and dawn. And with the division of godhood, Hyperion, who was already approaching divine power level 18, suffered a great loss of vital essence, barely maintaining his strong divine power. Divine power could be sustained, godhood could be split, but the sun could not be duplicated. FreyoWebnoL.com. Thus, Helios, barely born, became a sun god without a sun since he lacked a celestial body corresponding to his godhood. Helios, though nearly a century old, still maintained the appearance of a child. Possessing a sun godhood of level 15, he was like the early Laine, merely a true god with feeble divine power. This Titan family drama certainly provided much amusement for the divinities of chaos. Apart from that, the second daughter of Caius and Phoebe, the goddess of meteor Asteria, was born. Chaos's sky now had an erratic celestial body. But to Caius's surprise, his daughter only represented the celestial body itself. The light she emitted didn't even contain a trace of energy, even though she was also a type of star. Aside from these minor events in the sky, the ocean saw the birth of numerous deities. Oceanus, in particular, had a keen interest in procreating offspring. With the birth of hundreds of divine children, numerous rivers, lakes, and fountains sprung up on the earth, and the sovereign authority of the god of the ocean began to expand. Although, as the circumterrestrial river Oceanus technically presided over distant seas and ocean currents, friction began to arise between him and the ancient sea gods as his offspring proliferated. Their godhood couldn't be stripped away, but that didn't mean those with similar domains wouldn't fight. Just as the land was ever expanding, the ocean was actually growing as well. The newly grown ocean didn't have innate ownership, and though it had been divided between the two sea gods, that didn't mean it would always continue this way. The two sea sovereigns didn't clash directly, but conflicts among their children were not uncommon. Nonetheless, Oceanus, while prolific, was discontented. He had only two true god children, and Styx resided in the underworld, scarcely heeding the commands of her own father. There was little he could do about this but to continue procreating with the original sea goddess, Thetis. In such an environment, Metis, later renowned in mythology as the goddess of wisdom and strategy, now the goddess of hydrology, was born. Congratulations, my brother, another true god has emerged, and your divine lineage grows ever stronger, the god of meteorology said to his long-unseen elder brother within a palace far out at sea. Ever since Themis had built her temple on Mount Othrys, soon after, big and small palaces began to proliferate throughout chaos. At least in the matter of indulgence, the chaotic gods learned quite quickly. And you will be soon too, won't you, Creus? I hear that you and Eurybia have come together, he said. Judging by the days, your first child should also be born soon, he added. With a lukewarm smile, Oceanus seemed not too enthusiastic. Beside him, Creus looked somewhat embarrassed. He was well aware that Oceanus was expressing his dissatisfaction. After all, it was common knowledge now that the ocean deity sovereign had a falling out with his uncle. Even though neither had come to blows, the two had ceased all communication for centuries. At such a time, Creus's choice of the ancient sea god's youngest daughter naturally upset him greatly. I know that you've had a conflict with Pontus, Creus said with a hint of helplessness, but there's absolutely no need for hostilities. FEUNV.com. So, on which side do you stand? Disregarding the pleasantries of the god of meteorology, Oceanus asked bluntly. I will stay on Mount Otherworld. I have no desire to come to blows with Eurybia's kin, but neither will I against you, Creus replied. Though he said this, Creus was acutely aware that for him, who had not yet become a god of great divine power, taking sides was not a good thing. It's better that way, my brother, Oceanus said, casting a warning glance at Creus, then turned around and loudly announced to the gods who came to the celebration. To celebrate the birth of my daughter, the goddess of hydrology, Metis, let us begin the festivities. Everyone present here is a friend of the ocean divine lineage. At these words, the tense atmosphere due to the two titans finally eased, and the gathering of gods began to enjoy the festivities, blessing the newborn as they indulged in the nectar of the banquet. This beverage, originating from the Mount of the Gods, became the favorite of all deities the moment it appeared, and no feast was complete without it. Rumor had it that it actually came from a deity in the Underworld, but no one cared about its provenance. The gods only cared about one thing, that the nectar was pleasurable, and that was enough for them. Before the palace, while the deities celebrated in a place unseen by them in the spirit realm, a figure arrived silently behind the ocean temple. When the spirit realm began spreading across the earth, Laine did not first choose the continents but opted instead for the more remote ocean. Now, he stood in the first layer of the spirit realm, looking at the small infant on the outer bed, his expression hesitant. She was Metis, who originally presided over strategy, wisdom, thought, and hydrology, the first wife of the third-generation divine King Zeus, and the mother of the goddess Athena. But now, she was just a weak infant with control over hydrology. Chapter 33 Chapter 10 The Move. Unlike the offspring of the primordial gods, the progeny of the second generation of divine beings needed to develop. Free OmegaEbnovel.com. They no longer matured in a mere half-day after birth like their parents did. Some took months, others an indefinite period, their growth rates varied. At the same time, the new gods did not possess innate, powerful divine powers. Even the ancient titans had at least weak divine power at birth, but these new gods, except for very few, mostly started from divine power level 1 and slowly grew from there. Now, Metis before Laine's eyes was just like that. Her newborn skin was as smooth as milk, and her pair of black, lustrous eyes didn't resemble those of a newborn at all. But without a doubt, it would take decades for her to become an adult deity. This was not only because this was how it should be for the third generation of gods, but also because her origin was not strong. When she was born, wisdom, thought, and strategy automatically scattered throughout the heavens and the earth, much like memory once had, leaving her with only hydrology. Unlike Mnemosyne, however, the third-generation gods were not born with knowledge, so she would not realize that she was meant to have these powers. Metis. Athena. Perhaps I should take her away. Muttering softly, Laine was not worried about being discovered. Oceanus and Theseus were indeed strong, but as long as he didn't show himself near them, it was hard for them to detect him. This was the absolute nature of divine authority when Laine hid within history, and with the spirit realm as cover, even if there was only a room apart, no one could sense his presence. Never mind. Although destiny has been altered, I still hope the world remains familiar until Zeus ascends the throne. Moreover, in the original trajectory, the goddess of wisdom didn't seem all that clever. Shaking his head, Laine eventually gave up on his plan. With Metis's potential, if he took her back to the spirit realm and nurtured her carefully, she would be capable of holding some powerful godhoods. For instance, script, its origin flowed towards the spirit realm every moment. Normally, the presence of the god of script would to some extent block Laine's absorption of script, but unfortunately, the Oracle Stone Tablet possessed an even more orthodox source power of script. Under these circumstances, having another person in charge of a godhood would not only accelerate the spirit realm's absorption rate but would also bring Laine a powerful subordinate in the future. But in the end, he abandoned this idea. A goddess of wisdom who couldn't even discern her own safety. How was such wisdom any different from Prometheus's forethought? In comparison, perhaps her daughter would be a more fitting spokesperson for wisdom. Having made his decision, Laine stretched out his hand, and 3 multifaceted crystals silently appeared before him. The spirit realm's absorption of the 3 great godhood origins had just begun, but that did not prevent Laine from solidifying the corresponding godhoods. Even though they were weak now, as the spirit realm absorbed all the scattered origins, they too would return to their rightful heights. With a gesture, the 3 crystals fell into the body of the infant girl before him. Simultaneously, Laine's figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, the ocean deity sovereign appeared directly beside the bed. He looked around, but found nothing. The instant Laine conferred the godhoods, he returned from history to the present. Oceanus immediately sensed something amiss but was incapable of tracking Laine's presence. What is it? Soon after, Theseus also appeared here. The goddess wasn't previously in the temple, but sensing her husband's sudden burst of divine power, she quickly rushed back. It's nothing, might have been my illusion. Shaking his head, Oceanus prepared to return. But as his gaze swept over his daughter, his expression suddenly froze. Is this the aura of the godhood of wisdom? A bit uncertain, Oceanus picked up his daughter, carefully sensing the aura within her. Soon, he not only confirmed his previous sensing but also discovered additional auras of strategy and thought. Was Metis gifted with other godhoods by the world? Did you sense the presence of chaos just now? Theseus also noticed the anomaly in her daughter. But since chaos had never shown the phenomenon of transferring godhood outside of the sub-gods, she instinctively thought it to be a gift from the world. Perhaps, but that's not important anymore. The ocean deity sovereign was not entirely sure, but he was indeed very surprised. Unlike Pontus's selective breeding strategy, he was synonymous with casting a wide net. Among his many children, only Styx had a godhood that allowed her to reach intermediate divine power level, while the rest like Climene and Metis with fame and hydrology, found even achieving weak divine power level a challenge. But now, with wisdom, strategy, and thought, Metis was destined to become a powerful being like her eldest sister. Fgeubino L.C sigma m. At least intermediate divine power level, and in the distant future, possibly even a mighty divine power level, that would be much stronger than many of the ancient Titan gods. My brother Epidus once sought a wife from me, and though he made no demand, my daughters who are less than true gods do not match his status. I was initially inclined to choose between Climene and Metis, but it seems now that I don't need to choose. Oceanus was very pleased, and Theseus nodded in agreement. Bearing many children and spreading the influence of the ocean god's lineage across the world, forging alliances with deities through marriage, this was their plan from the beginning. The mythology of later generations also proved his success. Unlike his other brothers, besides Rhea and Themis, the ocean deity sovereign was the only ancient Titan god who still retained some influence in the era of Zeus. I will discuss this matter with Climene. As the goddess of renown, marrying a noble Titan also suits her godhood well. She will be satisfied with this. As Oceanus's wise and supportive wife, Theseus voluntarily took on this task. Good. I hope she can bear my brother a powerful deity. In this way, when we face my uncle in the future, we will have one more ally. Nodding to his wife, Oceanus got up and headed to the front hall. His abrupt departure had surely sparked much speculation among the guests, but now, he could cheerfully share the good news with them. From this day forth, the name Metis the Wise would resound throughout the sea, and no one could criticize him anymore with only quantity, with Styx being just an exception. Behind him, Theseus took another look at her daughter, and then she too left the grand hall. She had been previously monitoring the currents, preparing to extract the essence from her husband's domain to combine with her godhood, nurturing a divine artifact. This primitive method of artifact creation was quite ordinary, not as powerful as those made by the Cyclops who had special talents in smithing, but it was still sufficient to serve as a symbol for the ocean deity sovereign. Theseus was going to continue preparing for this. As for her daughter Metis, gods are immortal, she did not need to be looked after all the time. Chapter 34 Chapter 11 Desire gives birth to love, love gives birth to beauty. In the ocean temple, Laine bestowed godhood, and in the next moment, he utilized the properties of the spirit realm to leave his original location. Beyond Mount Sinai, the space-time of the spirit realm became increasingly chaotic the deeper one ventured. Beyond the third layer, one entered the deep layers of the spirit realm, where a single step forward could mean traveling 1,000 miles in the real world. Although currently only the first two layers of the spirit realm had been completely structured, this did not prevent Laine from leveraging the characteristics of other dimensions. Thus, in an instant, he arrived at the sea surface thousands of miles away. This was still due to the spirit realm's coverage being too small in the present world. Otherwise, with the movement method Laine called spiritual realm shuttle, he could travel between the two sides of the earth in a matter of minutes. When living beings are born on the earth and my divine power accumulates to level 16 or above, I can weaken the barrier between the surface of the spirit realm and the real world. By then, life forms with innate intuition could directly see into the first layer of the spirit realm, and spirits that are deeply resolute or honored with rituals can stay in the shallow spirit realm, continuing to exist in another form. Contemplating in his heart, Laine looked back in the direction of the ocean palace. Later generations would say that much of Zeus's wisdom came from Metis, yet now the godhood of Metis had been conferred by Laine. But it's hard to say. Rather than attributing Zeus's wisdom to Metis, I'm more inclined to believe he just borrowed her name, swallowing a deity to use her divine authority, as if it were that easy. Besides, if Zeus managed to deceive the goddess of wisdom, his sweet talk is probably not inferior to Metis's wisdom. Shaking his head, Laine continued on his way to a location near the coast, following the direction in his memory. Having diligently absorbed Origin for 800 years in the spirit realm, Laine had no intention of immediately going back upon finally emerging. At the very least, he intended to retrieve something from that place. We've arrived. 7 days later, after crossing the vast sea, Laine reached a peculiar sea surface. There were no waves here, the surface of the sea was as still as death. Yet, when the sunlight shone upon it, it possessed a divine beauty. Not far away, a layer of blood foam emitting desire and hatred floated in place. This was the source of all anomalies in this sea area, and even Pontus himself was reluctant to come near. This was where the organs of Uranus had fallen, imbued with his hatred for the Titans and Pontus. In the future, the Erinyes and Aphrodite would be born here. As the birthplace of 4 deities, once the blood of the divine king dissipated, this place too would become a sacred sea area. Who are you? This is the domain of the nearby Sea Lord. Strange deity, state your name. Suddenly, along with a somewhat strange tone, a half-snake, half-fish creature emerged. She eyed Laine not far away with caution but did not act rashly, as the aura of divine power on him informed her that this was at least a deity with intermediate divine power. As one of Pontus's 5 offspring, she, like her brother and husband Phorcys, was a life form that was half demigod and half monster. Together, they had sired many sea monsters, the most famous being the Grey Sisters. They appeared as old women but shared one eye and one tooth among the 3. They each ruled over venom, brutality, and terror, but they were not true gods. They were quasi-gods who held powers and possessed immortality akin to the Oceanides without godhood. Keto, danger of the sea, I know of you. Laine didn't look at her, nor did he answer her question. Compared to Eurybia, the power of the sea, and Nereus, the friendly sea deity, Keto and her brother were more like Cyclops, disliked by all deities of chaos. There was no helping it, the gods of chaos have always been superficial. But I do not know you, strange deity. This is a forbidden sea area transformed by the Father God, a fact known to all deities. Keto's expression grew increasingly unfriendly, particularly affected by her instincts compared to regular deities. That's not important, Laine said, an interesting thought suddenly emerging in his heart. What's important is, do you want to change your appearance? To get rid of your current form, or at least, to have another form that can be recognized by the gods? Keto's increasingly ferocious face stiffened. Laine's persistent irrelevance was somewhat infuriating to Keto, who, being somewhat controlled by her beastly nature, had intended to follow her instincts and attack Laine, but his subsequent words immediately brought her back to her senses. She had claimed more than once that she didn't care about her appearance, but only she knew her thoughts when the gods' banquet turned her away at the door. What should I do? Her voice suddenly softened, though Laine could tell that this softness was still harsh to the ears. Without playing coy, Laine pointed towards the foam of blood in front of him. Drink it, of course, only a small part of it. If you dare swallow it all, you'll only serve as a vessel, birthing 4 new deities. But if you take just a few sips, maybe you'll gain more than you expect. Keto hesitated. Known as the peril of the sea, she was very aware that this place was the most dangerous part of these waters, and the source of the danger was this blood. She didn't know whether she should believe this stranger deity's words, but she was too desperate for change. To drink or not is up to you, but this might be your only chance. Extending his hand, Laine scooped a spoonful from the blood before him, then with a flicker, vanished silently from the surface of the sea. Free web no yo lc sigma m. In coming here, he had done so for this particular reason. Encountering Keto was an unexpected bonus. Wait. Hurriedly speaking out, Keto wanted Laine to elaborate. But Laine clearly had no time for her. His casual reminder was merely for his own amusement, like watching a spectacle for fun. Damn it. With a roar, but driven by a deep-seated longing, Keto still turned her gaze to the blood foam. After a long while, her ferocious face showed a struggle, but in the end, Keto's desire for beauty overpowered her instincts. She no longer cared about the danger of the blood before her and gulped it down. As the blood entered her stomach, her appearance indeed began to change. At a certain moment, she stopped drinking and looked at her reflection on the sea's surface. A beautiful goddess with black hair appeared there, the wildness in her eyes adding a touch of allure. Yet at that moment, Keto felt no joy. Instead, she felt envy towards those who were truly beautiful. She knew she had now become a goddess of beauty, but it was a dressed-up beauty, a false disguise of loveliness. Simultaneously, she understood under the influence of godhood that the true deity symbolizing love and beauty would be born from these blood foams in the future, and her disguise would be meaningless in front of them, serving only as a backdrop for the flowers. Nothing is everlasting without change. One day I will become true beauty. If not, then let them all die. As long as there is no one more beautiful than me, then I will still be the epitome of beauty. Her voice was no longer raspy, but the pleasant tone spoke cruel words. Keto looked at the blood foam on the sea and silently swore an oath in her heart. The future goddess of love and beauty was destined to be her enemy. After a long stare, when the sun set, Keto still left that place. Following her memory, she headed towards the palace of a deity, where a gathering seemed to be taking place. The future was still distant, but now, she wanted to experience what it was like for the other deities to enjoy a banquet. This time, she wouldn't be rejected. Chapter 35 Chapter 12 A Gathering of Gods. Laine casually created a different kind of goddess of beauty and didn't take it to heart. In later generations, Keto actually didn't have much presence, only her monstrous offspring appeared in the epics of humans to highlight the great achievements of the demigod heroes. As a monster herself, compared to the king of all monsters, Typhon, she wasn't even a match for one of Typhon's many children. However, now, as the goddess Keto, perhaps she may leave some new traces in the history of chaos. 700 years had passed since the birth of Metis and the rebirth of Keto. The world doesn't revolve around one person. Despite Laine living a secluded life for 700 years, it didn't affect the increasing prosperity of the world of chaos at all. 100 years after returning to the spirit realm, a bright moon once again hung in the sky of chaos, which had been dim for 900 years. That was Selene, the daughter of Hyperion, and Thea, the moon goddess. This powerful goddess, which should have been in her original trajectory, seemed particularly weak since she had lost all concepts related to the moon. Her limit was the realm of weak divine power, and she could be thankful that the moon was the largest luminary in the night sky. This matter greatly annoyed Hyperion. He had suppressed his own son because the sun could not be divided, but his daughter Selene should have been his best assistant in ruling the stars. Instead, she turned out to be a great disappointment. Because of this, Hyperion hesitated for a long time, but he ultimately went to the Underworld. After all, in his view, as long as he did not seek a prophecy from Laine and let himself be caught in the web of fate, the so-called god of spirit was nothing to fear. The twin gods of the Dark Night who had once retreated were probably entangled by the same mistake of the two generations of divine kings, because they were restrained by prophecy. Therefore, Hyperion searched throughout the Underworld. He tried to find Laine to have him return the concept of the moon. The god of the sun was unwilling to trouble himself for a sister he was not close to, but it was different for a daughter who held the promise of becoming a powerful deity. However, facing Hyperion's actions, Laine simply couldn't be bothered, and so after several years of searching, the god of sun could only release his power in frustration around the nether moon, unable to touch the light body that seemed so close at hand. Having returned without success, Hyperion then approached Cronus. He assumed that it was only because of the Divine King's edict that Laine was able to take away Selene's power, and that if Cronus revoked that order, the concept of the moon would return to its rightful owner. But Cronus decisively refused. Not to mention that the previous matter regarding the moon was a vow he had made about the world. Even if it was not, he would not show a friendly face to this brother who had always been unpleasant. Moreover, Cronus knew very clearly what others did not. Referring to his own origin of time and space, he knew that the concept of the moon before it came together might indeed have been under Laine's control due to the authority of the Divine King, but afterwards, it was likely a one-way journey. So, to cover up the true nature of his own origins deficit, Cronus was even less likely to agree to such an impudent request. Repeatedly rejected, Hyperion flew into a rage, but sensing the Divine King's increasingly powerful aura, he felt somewhat helpless. In the end, he had no choice but to return to the sky, venting his anger on those around him. During that period, the sun in the sky capriciously released its power, causing the temperature of the entire world to rise. Fortunately, at that time, the earth was mostly inhabited by deities, so it didn't cause any disaster. However, because of this incident, the third generation of deities in chaos also came to realize that in the Underworld, there was an ancient god who controlled the nether moon and spirit who rarely ventured out. After a few more years, Astraeus and Eos were born successively. The former was the child of the god of meteorology and the powerful sea god Eurybia, the god of the stars. The latter was Hyperion's second daughter, the goddess of dawn. Unlike the records in mythology, there was no violent drama this time. Or rather, Laine never really believed that part of the mythology had much authenticity. Rumors said that Eos, cursed by the goddess of love and beauty, could only fall in love with mortals, but given her later behavior, she didn't seem like any kind of prudish goddess. So, just over 100 years later, these two new gods came together spontaneously. They gave birth to the four wind gods as well as numerous star gods, most of whom were quasi-gods without godhood. Among the star gods, there was only one exception. She was Astraea, the star of justice, the goddess of purity. Although not very powerful as a bona fide true god, she was seen as a leader by all the star gods. The wind gods, the Anemoi, were much more powerful. They tore off parts of godhood from their own grandfather, the god of meteorology, representing the winds of the four directions. They were Boreas, the god of the north wind, Notus, the god of the south wind, Eurus, the god of the east wind, and Zephyrus, the god of the west wind. With their birth, the air currents of chaos became more variable. At the same time, on the earth and in the ocean, the Mealy, three birch tree goddesses, and the three Furies, the goddesses of vengeance, were successively born. They were the transformation of the divine blood left by Uranus, the former called the Mealy, and the latter called the Erinyes. Perhaps because the dangerous Keto of the sea had drunk the divine blood before the Furies were born, they regarded Keto as their eldest sister and stayed in the ocean with her. The three birch tree goddesses came to Mount Otherworld to meet the divine king and were taken under the wing of Rhea, who had become the queen of gods. Elsewhere, on the Mount of the Gods, Epidus also had his own divine child. With the daughter of the ocean deity Sovereign, his own niece Clymene, he successively fathered three deities, all of whom were well known in later generations. The first god of strength, later the bearer of the heavens, Atlas. The creator of bronze humanity, the forethought fire thief Prometheus, and the afterthought simpleton Epimetheus. Unlike his weaker brethren, from the day of his birth, Atlas showed extraordinary divine power and possessed the potential to become a great force. For this, the ocean deity Sovereign personally congratulated his nephew/grandson's birth and blessed him to never be invaded by the ocean. Of course, while his own brothers were striving hard, the prolific Oceanus was also busy. Over 700 years, thousands of children were born into the chaos world, and rivers and lakes started to spread across the earth. Most were territorial gods, but there were still several true gods among them. They were Eurynome, the water meadow deity, Perse, the boiling water goddess, Pronoia, the goddess of foresight, Doris, the gentle goddess, and Philyra, the healing goddess. As the number of children increased, the tension between Pontus and Oceanus intensified. Their offspring had fought a few battles at sea, but with no significant outcomes. But anyone with clear sight could see that, if not for concern over the divine king on Mount Otherworld, perhaps these two sea gods would have long since gone to war. Besides, during the birth of the many deities, something happened that puzzled the gods. It was roughly 1,000 years after Cronus took the throne, when many mountain gods and river gods noticed a verdant light flying out from underground, heading towards the abode of Mother Earth beside the East Sea. After that, the ground of chaos terrain inexplicably trembled for 3 years. It was Mother Earth's anger, but there were no further developments. Later, Divine King Cronus came to visit Mother Earth to borrow the life vase, but returned empty-handed. It was not until the goddess of justice, The queen of gods Rhea accompanied him that they obtained what they sought. However, to the disappointment of the three Titan deities as the origin of life of chaos, the life vase indeed could create living beings, but none of them possessed consciousness. With no other choice, Themis had to give up the idea of creating life for the time being and continue with her preparations. So, hundreds of years passed by, and after 1500 years of preparation, the preparations came to an end. It was on this day that the goddess of justice and law finally stood atop Mount Otherworld, beginning to enact laws for the present world. Chapter 36, Chapter 13, Legislation. Are you ready? At the summit of Mount of the Gods, in front of a complex of palaces, Cronus asked. Although he wasn't leading the legislation as the divine king, he would also have a share of the world's rewards. Of course. Where is your decree? 1,200 years had not left a mark on Themis. Instead, years of toil had made her gaze even more steady and sharp. She looked at Cronus, demanding the last necessary item for the legislation. Use this, the scepter of divine authority. My brother, who dominates the outer seas, is enormously powerful, with progeny more numerous than all the deities of Chaos World, aside from Ares, mountain gods and the celestial lineage of star gods. Cronus spoke in an even tone, showing no particular emotion when talking about Oceanus. His former elder brother had fused the essence of the sea with the origin of godhood to smith the scepter of the Sea King for himself, thus commanding the great oceans. Cronus, following suit, forged a scepter of divine authority for himself. Yet, once the scepter of the Sea King appeared, thousands of sea deities followed its command. But Cronus's divine decrees have been largely ignored to this date. His authority does not extend beyond Mount of the Gods, such is the current state of Cronus. Even the earth has long been occupied by a host of river gods, lake gods, and mountain gods. In their eyes, the rank of the divine king is a fact that hardly needs stating. Following behind others is not something to be proud of, Cronus. The gods will remember the first, but few know of the second. Themis, taking the scepter inlaid with 3 colored gems, reminded her brother. Novel.co. This was a sentence she had heard from Laine, and the goddess of justice found it quite sensible. For over 1,000 years, she had been visiting the spirit realm and then duplicating what she had learned on Mount Otherworld. She did this not out of stealth, for Laine had been happy with her actions. Themis's conduct not only did no harm to his interests but actually accelerated his absorption of the related chaotic source force from Chaos World. Perhaps. But the strongest one is also the first, isn't it? The voice of Cronus had grown more confident than it had been hundreds of years earlier, or perhaps, the increasingly significant divine authority had given him that confidence, and he was beginning to plan to act. The divine king had set 3 jewels in the scepter, hoping that one day he could command the sky, the earth, and the seas with it. Perhaps then, he might have the confidence to confront the curse left by the Heavenly Father, or even the unspeakable fate. However, unlike Cronus, Themis, in response to the divine king, nodded but inwardly was not optimistic about her brother's prospects. Unless he possessed a power comparable to that of the primordial gods, becoming the true king of all gods, the strongest one would remain no more than an empty boast. And just relying on godhood, Cronus was completely unable to achieve this. The sky had the potential for great divine power, as the Heavenly Father was the embodiment of the sky. But even Cronus, though Themis did not know of his origins deficiency, originally only embodied slightly more than 30% of the current world's spacetime origin. To become a true divine king, one must possess great power. But to obtain great power, Cronus could only rely on his position as divine king, which was essentially a vicious circle. In later generations, Zeus would break this cycle with faith, but the second-generation divine king had not that option at the time. I am about to begin. Themis softly announced, no longer delaying. Everything was in readiness, and she was somewhat eager to start. Upon hearing this, Cronus quickly stepped aside. When the legislation began, the rules of the entire present world would converge here, and except for the lawgiver herself, even the primordial gods dared not come into direct contact with these endless chains of law at this time. After all, the so-called present world was in the eyes of the gods the consciousness of chaos. Including the anomaly of the law at the birth of a deity, it also only occurred in the present world and did not affect other places. The true complete chaos included everything in the world, but the side of order is what the gods were in contact with. This part included most. Of the sky, all the land, most of the oceans, and the core of the underworld. Beyond the present world lay the land of eternal night, the realm of lightless, the bottomless abyss, the edges of the starry heavens and the great seas, and some perilous areas of the underworld. There, the chaotic aspects of chaos predominated, and the powers of the gods could even be diminished in that region, accessible without impact only to those who had touched upon great divine power. Seeing Cronus retreat, Themis pursed her lips. She stepped forward, standing at the highest point of Mount of the Gods. In the next moment, the goddess of justice gripped the scepter of divine authority tightly, and the vast divine power began to surge within her. It was not just her intermediate divine power at work, but also a portion of the divine authority of the divine king temporarily bestowed upon her by the scepter. Under the dual influence of divine power and divine authority, imperceptibly, a part of the innate consciousness of chaos, the law of the present world started to open its gates to the goddess guided by the godhood of law. Instantly, Themis seemed to see the chaotic source force accumulated between the chains of order. These remnants from the beginning of creation were common in the regions outside the present world, but in places dominated by order, their mere existence made the flow of law much more arduous. Thus, Themis raised her right hand. In complete silence, a brass-colored book, neither jade nor stone, opened its cover. On the tome initially engraved with calendars and the order of the spirit realm, new inscriptions began to emerge. As part of the pact, she used spirit script to write, reinforcing the initial spirit script connected to law. The divine power in her body churned increasingly. As inscriptions emerged on the codex of creation, strands of law materialized from the void, racing each other to flow towards the divine artifact. During this process, not only did the chains of law themselves seem to be purified, but also invisible forces emerged, silently infusing into the codex, slowly enhancing its power. This invisible, high-quality force strengthened and rounded the aura of the divine artifact with every increment. Themis knew this was the attributeless source power transformed from the chaos. Apart from acting as a medium through the codex, this source power also continuously poured into her, becoming part of godhood of law. Though Themis's divine power did not increase, her limit had been opened. The path to powerful divine strength had been paved by her. Thus, under the watchful eye of Cronus and the secret observation of the Lord of the Spirit Realm, the goddess of law held high the codex and proclaimed to the law of the world. I, bestowed by Chaos the Master of Law, the great ancient Titan god born, the wielder of the divine authority of the divine king, the writer of the codex of creation. In the name of order, I hereby make a covenant for the present world. At the same time, the very moment Themis raised the codex of creation, an invisible ripple spread out. Every deity with intermediate divine power or greater in the chaos world turned their gaze towards Mount Otherworld. There, the law of the present world was being rewritten. Chapter 37 Chapter 14 Convergence. Unlike minor divine power and weak divine power, starting from intermediate divine power, deities could begin to make initial contact with the origin sea of the world. Godhood is the external manifestation of source power. Except for the world itself and great divine power, no intelligent being can easily touch the source itself, as this essential force of the world would only assimilate their thinking gradually. In the words of Laine's previous life, it was assimilation into the Tao. Therefore, chaos created godhood, and Laine formed the multifaceted crystal condensed from the source power. Only by adding a layer in between could the gods exercise their authority freely. However, just like a needle dropped into seawater, although the water cannot stop it, it's also difficult for the needle to cause any harm to the water itself. Once divine power stepped into intermediate divine power, gods were no longer as fearful of source power as if it were a fearsome beast, but instead could sense its rhythm to a certain degree, and even utilize this to deepen their understanding of their corresponding origin. And it was this sensing ability that allowed them to faintly perceive that at this moment, on Mount Otherworld, the current laws of the world were converging, and some deity was influencing the arrangement of the rules. Themis had walked the earth for 1,000 years, and more than one god had witnessed her presence. The gods were well aware of what this goddess had done. But in their eyes, a being with intermediate divine power daring to amend the law was utterly impossible. Yet, the tremors from the origin sea forced them to change their minds now. Maybe this not-so-famous ancient Titan god was not arrogantly overestimating herself, but truly had some special method. And no matter what method Themis employed, the gods were very clear that as the laws of the present world were completed, her godhood of the law would undoubtedly be elevated. Great divine power, there was no question about it. Whether they wished to admit it or not, the gods could only accept that another deity capable of influencing the direction of the world was about to be born. It's Themis. She said last time that she wanted to establish laws for the present world. I thought she was joking, but I never expected it to be true, one god said. Upon the sea, the primordial sea goddess stood beside her husband, speaking with certainty. To establish laws for the present world. If she is successful, the ascended godhood of the law would be strong enough to support her in reaching the peak of great divine power. It looks like another strong figure is about to emerge from our generation of titans. Upon hearing this, Oceanus nodded. As the ocean deity sovereign, he was happy to see his sister's promotion come to fruition. Themis's godhood meant she would not interfere in his and Pontus's war. After all, as fellow sea gods, their conflict was deemed natural. Let's set out. We shall go and congratulate her together. After watching for a while, Oceanus withdrew his gaze. Establishing laws for the present world was not a matter of 1 or 2 days, and there was enough time for him to reach Mount Otherworld before it was completed. It's been a long time since I returned, and I wonder how much the Mount of the Gods has changed from what it once was. In the Underworld, the god of the sky, Ether, was surrounded by his brothers and sisters. Unlike the gods of the land above, the deities of the Underworld were few and weak. Aside from the goddess of daylight's relatively strong godhood, only the god of destruction and the god of doom had a chance of stepping into intermediate divine power in the future. In the eyes of outsiders, even though they weren't strong, with the support of 2 primordial gods, their special status was recognized by all the gods. But only they themselves knew that the primordial gods had never truly regarded them. Even the land of eternal night and the realm of lightness kept their distance from them. It wasn't that they were unable to enter, but like other gods, they did not know themselves whether they could return once they went inside. Kerr, I have warned you before. Not to go around causing trouble. Last time you went to Mount of the Gods, Cronus let it go in consideration of Mother, but that doesn't give you the reason to act rashly. No secret can be kept forever, and they will eventually learn the truth. When that time comes, no one knows whether he will use us to establish the authority of the Divine King. After all, unlike his Titan brothers, no one would stand up for us. Looking at his brother, Ether felt some irritation, even though he knew that Kerr had been somewhat influenced by his godhood. Is that so? If there really is such a day, let him come to me. You will likely be fine, since you're just about to go and show your loyalty to him, aren't you? With a cold laugh, Kerr was ungrateful. As a descendant of the primordial gods, even if his nominal parents did not acknowledge him, he still considered himself equal to the ancient Titan gods. In fact, gods like him were not uncommon in chaos. Deities were immortal, but that didn't mean they were particularly wise. You. Pontus, pointing a finger at his own brother, ultimately said nothing. Now, he completely understood why Hemera didn't want to be with them, because, as she said, they were different. The sky and daylight, their godhood itself dictated that they did not fit in with the other 6 deities. I will go to Mount of the Gods to congratulate the Master of Law. As for you, if you don't want to go, then stay here. Shaking his head, Ether left with a flick of his sleeves. He needed to consider his sister's opinion. Perhaps compared to the Underworld, the stars were where they truly belonged. Should we attend as well, Father? Gazing up at the sky that Ether had on his mind, the moon goddess Selene looked at Hyperion. Though she had been born hundreds of years ago, she still possessed weak divine power. Like all deities, she had an appearance mortals could hardly dream of reaching. And unlike in later times, gods of this era, even those weak but beautiful like her, were not worried about their predicament. On the contrary, many deities had expressed their affection to Selene, but she declined them all. Of course, Selene. Laine shamelessly stole the concept of moon, making you so weak. But when I tried to create a land of eternal night in the Underworld, I never succeeded. I don't know how he did it, but as the goddess of justice and law, your aunt will uphold justice for you. Selene fell silent. She had heard many times from her father about that deity who resided in the Underworld. His seizure of the concept of moon stemmed from a pact with Mother Earth and the Titans. She doubted her aunt would break her godhood for her father. Still, considering her own power, she resigned herself to her fate. The current family of the sun god was different from before. The eldest son and daughter both had feeble divine power, while the once subordinate goddess of dawn was stronger than her siblings. Helios's weakness was at least because he had no opportunity to revolve the sun to enhance his divine power, but his godhood was still powerful. But Selene, she did not want to remain weak forever. FreyaWebnovel.com. Maybe I can find a powerful entity to rely on. If it weren't for the dispute between my father and the divine king, he could have been a good choice. Silently thinking, Selene followed her father, flying towards the center of the earth. At the same time, similar scenes were taking place in many locations. The higher the divine power level of a deity, the bigger the gap between levels. A powerful deity with the potential of level 18 or 19, even in later times, would be an influential existence in chaos. Regardless of their motives, whether their relations were friendly or not, gods left there. Divine palaces one after another, flying towards Mount Otherworld. And so, on this day, in the 1500th year of the God-King era established by Cronus himself, the gods converged. Chapter 38 Chapter 15 Chaotic Source Force. Atop Mount Otherworld. The sun and moon took turns in the sky, and the tremors of the origin sea grew denser. As time passed, the number of deities around the Mount of the Gods also gradually increased. Surrounding the Mount of the Gods, the positions of the gods were clearly demarcated. The ocean deity Sovereign's lineage, the lineage of the ancient sea gods, the mountain gods, and the god of stars each claimed their own direction, not intermingling. As for the other deities, they were scattered among them, somewhat easing the heavy atmosphere of the divine factions. Out of the four major factions, the lineage of the god of stars was unconcerned with worldly affairs. They resided in the sky, led by the god of sun, without conflicts with other lineages. The only celestial god who could potentially conflict with them, Caius, had only 2 children, and the stars treated him with exceptional respect. However, the remaining 3 factions were different. Subtly, the mountain gods and ancient sea gods stood together in opposition to the growing divine lineage of the ocean deity Sovereign. The conflict between 2 sea gods had been long-standing, and on the earth, due to the increasing number of river, lake, and spring gods, the tensions between Oceanus and the mountain gods also accumulated. As such, Aurea and Pontus, these 2 brothers, also joined forces to face their nephew's ever-strengthening lineage. That is also why, even with 2 great divine powers, Oceanus had yet to truly move against his uncle. It wasn't merely out of concern for Mother Earth's stance, but more so because of Aurea's presence. Of course, there was also Cronus on the Mount of the Gods. Everyone knew that although the divine king had been forced to accept the current state of gods governing themselves, he would not always accept it. If the gods went to war, should they give him this opportunity, then he would surely do something. The sovereigns of several divine factions were well aware of this. In the somewhat tense atmosphere among the gods, 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. The perfection of the codex gradually approached its end. Around the body of the goddess of law, chains of law visibly converged, tightly connecting with the increasingly profound codex of creation. With the tip of her finger as her brush and the source power as her ink under the gaze of the gods of chaos, Themis freely wrote down her achievements of 1,000 years. At one moment, when she inscribed the last character, time and space seemed to freeze for an instant. The surroundings of the Mount of the Gods immediately fell into a strange silence, only the sound of the chains of law pulling remained unchanged. In this special atmosphere, Themis was not affected. The legal clauses were already written, with just one last step remaining. She pressed her hand on the brass pages of the book, which had somehow grown to the height of a person, and the divine artifact began to flicker in response to the will of the goddess of law. Themis could feel that at this moment, she was infinitely close to the origin sea. Every word she spoke could be heard by the world. In the name of the highest order of law, under the witness of chaos, I hereby make a covenant with the world. Whosoever has lived for 100 days, establish a law, from this moment it shall take effect, for all eternity. The voice was soft as it left her lips, but when it truly spread, the very reality of chaos seemed to tremble with it. Immediately, the chains of order around Themis began to chime in an orderly fashion, and shades of gray mist began to emerge from the laws. The mist was fickle, eventually taking the form of serpents. They slithered around the codex of creation, hissing and howling at it. The gods couldn't help but feel solemn in their hearts. That was the chaotic source force remaining in reality, a malignant remnant from the beginning of creation. They were the placenta that birthed Tartarus and also the core of those places beyond reality, which turned back even the gods. The chaotic source force lingering here was just a fraction, 1 or 2%, of what it had been at the beginning, but it was enough to intimidate any deity. Chaos is naturally hostile to order, and that's why it surrounded the codex of creation. But the disparity in power made them instinctively halt their advance. After all, a complete divine artifact of the Trinity was a true equal to the great divine power, and even if not yet perfected, it was not something these remnants of chaotic source force could oppose. Time ticked by second after second, the mist serpents around also gradually increasing in number. When the last traces of gray mist trickled out, the chains of law returned to calm. There were no trumpets or sudden surges of power, but everyone knew the lawmaking had been a success. In the past 100 days, Themis's godhood origin and Cronus's divine king authority had both been gradually elevated. All gods could feel that even though her divine power had not increased, the goddess of justice had opened the threshold to great divine power. What remained was simply the accumulation of time. Congratulations, my sister, the gods shall remember your glorious deed, fge novio elcom. Surrounded the Mount of the Gods, Oceanus was the first to speak out his congratulations. Despite the mist serpent's unpredictable roaming, which kept him from approaching the mount, his resonant voice still carried far enough. Congratulations, Themis, your grace. It is my honor to witness your great work. Congratulations. Your deeds today will surely be immortalized within chaos forever. The ocean deity sovereign's voice seemed to remind the assembled deities as the sounds of celebration started to ring out incessantly. Atop the Mount of the Gods, Themis, despite being very exhausted, still mustered the energy to exchange pleasantries with the various gods. Her efforts of a millennium had finally borne fruit. Feeling the increase in her godhood's origin, she even managed to smile for a few gods from the Underworld who were usually not to her liking. The godhoods of deceit and lust naturally conflicted with that of law, but since they were brought by the god of light and the goddess of daylight, the goddess of justice reluctantly accepted their somewhat begrudging congratulations. Yet in her memory, there should be more than 5 deities from the Underworld. She wondered what had detained the others. The voices of the gods offering their congratulations kept on coming, but Themis soon realized their awkward predicament. With the legislation concluded, the gods were supposed to come to the Mount of the Gods, but due to the presence of chaotic source force, including Cronus, none dared to come close. Themis had no solution for this. She signaled to Cronus with her eyes, ready to invite the gods to the divine palace behind Mount Otherworld first, where the celebration feast was already prepared. Congratulations, Lady Themis. Just as she was about to speak, a familiar voice came over. The goddess of justice turned around with a bit of surprise as she had thought the other would wait until the crowd dissipated before coming over. Where her gaze landed, a ripple of space appeared, and a young deity in black quietly materialized before her, seemingly unaffected by the chaotic source force. A few of the great divine powers in the distance frowned, for even with their might, they had only noticed the newcomer a moment earlier. This level of spatial temporal power, they had only seen in Cronus before. It should be shared joy, Prince Laine, she said with a slight smile, relieved. She pointed to the nearby codex of creation. 200 years overdue, it's time the item returned to its rightful owner. And these chaotic source forces, if you hadn't come, I wouldn't have known what to do with them, Themis said. Hearing this, many of the deities who had never seen Laine before were curious about his identity and his connection to the goddess of law's divine artifact. The few who recognized Laine's presence were also puzzled. Chaotic source force was like poison to the gods who were born in this era. Laine, paying no heed to the other deities, nodded towards Themis. With a gesture, the codex of creation shrunk to the size of a normal book and fell into his palm. He tapped the spine with his fingertip, and a page fell from the divine artifact. A streak of golden light flashed across the page, and the surrounding mist serpents were sucked in like water into a whale, leaving no trace behind. Clearly, in the hands of the true owner of the divine artifact, it exhibited an even greater might within the domain of order. Will you stay for my victory celebration? Themis asked. No, I'm just here to take these things you couldn't handle. I've been looking forward to the chaotic source force for quite some time, Laine replied, shaking his head as he declined Themis' invitation. He had no interest in attending a celebration of this era. With the items in hand, Laine was about to bid farewell, but in the next moment, an inexplicable oppressive force suddenly arrived, solidifying the space around them. This level of confinement actually had little effect on him. With just a bit more effort, Laine could easily break free. But he didn't do so. Instead, he simply turned to look towards the source of the power. As expected, in his line of sight stood the family of the god of sun. Leading them was none other than the principal god, Hyperion. Chapter 39 Chapter 16 Evaluation. As the god of sun displayed his divine power unabashedly, the atmosphere both inside and outside the Mount of the Gods, which had been lively, began to weigh down with gravity. The deities who were preparing to come forward also stopped in their tracks. Although the mist serpent had been cleared away, they were equally reluctant to get involved in the obvious conflict before them. The character and ambition of the god of sun were well known. He was not one to engage in pleasant sociability. Aside from his wife Thea, even his own children held more fear than respect for him, so naturally, the gods were not going to speak on his behalf. As for Laine, it was even less necessary to mention. Among the deities present who knew him, aside from Themis, the majority would be happy to see someone laying hands on him. This deity, who seemed to be older than the primordial gods, had never truly made a move. Even though fate made the gods fear him, it wasn't as intuitively powerful as strength. Now that someone was willing to be the one to test Laine's strength, even the ancient mountain god Aurea couldn't help but entertain the idea of enjoying the show. Is there a problem? Under the gaze of the gods, Laine asked in an unhurried tone, facing the faintly oppressive divine power coming from Hyperion. With a calm tone and an unrippled expression, Laine's attitude was unmistakable. He didn't seem to take the god of sun seriously at all, at least that's how it appeared. You know why I am here, Laine. I once went to the Underworld to find you, but you didn't even dare to meet me face to face. With narrowed eyes, facing Laine's indifference, Hyperion responded with an even stronger pressure of divine power. Light and heat surged around Laine, rushing straight toward him. But soon, Hyperion realized that, despite his continuing surge of divine power, it all disappeared at the edge of Laine's rope. No, not disappeared. Hyperion could feel that the power of the great sun was still there, still pressing forward. Only a distance as narrow as a finger's breadth seemed to be stretched a million times longer. No matter how close his power got, it was always just a bit short of reaching the other party. Facing such a situation, the god of sun glanced sideways at the divine king, using his peripheral vision. This kind of technique seemed like it involved the authority of space, but as far as Hyperion remembered, it was Cronus that was the god of space and time. But none of that mattered now. As the forces of both parties met, the intermediate divine power level of Laine was clearly perceptible to him. It was somewhat threatening, but that was all, making Hyperion's resolve strengthen slightly. Laine, you must be very clear about my purpose. Thousands of years ago, you used eloquence to confuse the divine king, obtained 3 conditions, and shamelessly stole the concept of the moon. Today, I have come to correct that mistake. In front of the gods, Hyperion still had to speak some reason. Although the ancient Titan gods who had truly experienced that time knew that he had been one of those in agreement then. The god of sun was very much in favor of the Underworld sun broadening his authority, and not yet free at that time, he did not know that the future moon would become his daughter. However, the Underworld sun had not appeared for a long time, and with the birth of Selene, Hyperion's thoughts had changed as well. On the other side, Laine remained unmoved by the god of sun's questioning. From the time the other party had gone to the Underworld, he had anticipated this day to some extent. The other party wanted the moon in his hands, but how could he not want a chess piece to deter the gods? If it were any other Titan with the gap in divine power level, Laine might not have any good solutions, but Hyperion picking this time and place to create trouble could only be seen as planting the seeds of his own misfortune. Feeling the laws of the current world that had not entirely dissipated around him, Laine did not respond but instead turned to look at Cronus. Is this your idea? Upon hearing this, the divine king standing off to the side was first taken aback, then promptly and decisively denied. No, this matter is not of my concern. The divine king's promises are never discounted. Although he longed to say yes, then join forces with Hyperion to bring down Laine and see if he could reclaim his origin of time and space, Cronus, after much consideration, abandoned this thought. Now that Hyperion had taken the initiative to step forward, Cronus could decide based on how events unfolded. If Laine was not as fearsome as he thought, he believed his own Queen of Gods would certainly defy the Divine King's command, voluntarily doing something to Cronus's regret. But if Laine dealt with the problem brought by the God of Sun, then he would not act rashly. freewebnovel.com. Laine. With a low shout, the God of Sun, who was ignored by Laine, once again felt a surge of anger. He had anticipated many possible reactions, such as refusing to hand over the concept of moon or finding some way to leave directly, or perhaps telling the gods about the past agreements and prophecies, attacking his inconsistency, but Hyperion had never expected to be completely ignored by Laine. He wanted to take action directly, but the fruitless probing from before still allowed the God of Sun to barely regain some rationality. Cooling down, he turned his head to glance at Creus, the god of meteorology. The result was a relief. This relative gave him an affirmative look. Once, because of the calendar, Creus also harbored some dissatisfaction towards Laine. It would be too much to provoke a conflict directly, but to lend some support in a fight, he dared to do so. Goddess of justice, my sister Themis, this greedy deity first stole Mnemosyne's memory, then conspired to take my daughter's moon. I hope you can make a fair judgment and make him pay for his misdeeds, Hyperion said. Now with a helper, Hyperion still thought it wasn't enough. He tried to get Themis to stand on his side as well. Clearly, the result was not as he wished. Gods and godhood mutually influence each other, at least that's how Chaos's native deities are. Besides the former Heavenly Father, no one could make the Master of Law go against her nature. Moreover, even on a personal emotional level, between a friend who lent a divine artifact and the God of Sun whom she hadn't seen in a millennium, Themis wouldn't hesitate. The God of Spirit was born before us, the ownership of memory is Chaos's decision. As for the moon, that is an agreement witnessed by the Mother Goddess and us. Shaking her head, Themis had no intention whatsoever of showing favoritism towards her brother. She turned her head to look at Laine. If he required her help, she wouldn't mind standing on the side of justice. Themis, whose divine power had not yet broken through, might not be a match for the God of Sun, but she was confident in stopping Thea. FK Eubnovio Elcom. An agreement. It was nothing but him threatening us with a prophecy. With a scoff, Hyperion seemed to have forgotten how meek and humiliated he had been during the time when the Heavenly Father was still present. As the leader of the lineage of the God of Stars, he had long since lost his former wariness and meticulousness. Since you are unwilling to help me, my sister, you'd best not interfere with me, he said. Even if you have received a promotion in godhood, you are still not a match for me as of now. And you, Laine, Hyperion sneered as he looked over, ready to stop tolerating any further. In the presence of the gods, I will show you that power is far more effective than words. The next moment, the sky brightened. Chapter 40 Chapter 17 The Power of the Codex of Creation. As his voice fell, Hyperion no longer hesitated. Vast divine power surged from him, echoing the celestial bodies in the starry sky. Having made his decision, he did not intend to probe any further. The sun in the sky instantly erupted with 1,000-fold heat, and all intelligent creatures of chaos could see that the sun, originally suspended overhead, began to deviate from its position, falling towards the earth, gradually accelerating. As the original God of Sun, the mighty Titan deity, Hyperion did not need any sun chariot to drive this celestial body. Or rather, relying on external objects to harness the symbol of his godhood was in itself a sign of insufficient strength. At the same time, the ancient Titan gods Thea and Creus also secretly exerted their authority. Although they did not take direct action, light and sun were so compatible that meteorology could also amplify the sun's power. The sun's radiance became intensely brilliant, drawn by divine power, it hurtled straight towards Laine. The force of this single blow, with the combined strength of the three titans, elevated Hyperion's power more than just a level. Even the several beings of great divine power present could not help but show a grave expression. Although the birth of his eldest son had caused Hyperion's divine power to fall back to the threshold of great divine power, this attack that pulled the sun could make any deity here take 3 steps back. You still have time to give up now, Hyperion finally smiled as he looked at Laine on the Mount of the Gods. Once the sun sets, you will have no chance to repent. Raising an eyebrow, Laine had to admit that Thea and the God of Sun were indeed a natural pair. Together, they were almost approaching divine power level 19. If it were not for Hyperion digging his own grave, Laine would not have dared to stay put. Of course, not being able to withstand it did not mean he could not avoid it. The sun faintly locked onto this space, but after all, it did not have the authority over time and space. If he circumvented through history, traveling through time, Laine could easily retreat tranquil. However, compared to avoiding it, he had a better solution. Nothing is absolute, Hyperion. Gods must pay a price for what they have done. The same was true for Uranus, and you are no exception. The lessons of history are right before your eyes, yet you have never learned a thing. Shaking his head slightly, Laine calmly responded. The next moment, the flow of time around him was instantly distorted under the power of his authority. 1 second stretched into more than a quarter of an hour. This was just a basic application of the power of time. With ample time, he slowly raised his hand and the codex of creation floated and turned pages in midair. In the blink of an eye, countless pages filled with spirit script were flipped through, finally stopping on the section that detailed the rules governing celestial bodies. Everything has its order, and even the divine king, if he misuses his authority, will be punished by the world, to say nothing of a god of sun. And with the codex of creation in hand, Laine could make this retribution more concrete, more severe, more efficient. The dissension of the great sun was actually not a big deal as long as Hyperion controlled it properly and did not let it truly collide with the earth. The backlash he would need to endure was almost negligible. However, the fact that the sun god suppressed his eldest son for hundreds of years, causing the celestial body that was supposed to rise in the east and set in the west to hang in the sky, was his greatest violation of order. And on this mount of the gods, where the current laws had just been established, the remnants of the world's laws would amplify the power of the codex of creation, subjecting those who strayed from order to compounded punishment. The revolution of the sun and moon follows its statutes. According to the codex, each should follow its path. As he spoke, Laine's divine power flowed into the book in his hand, absorbed by this object that was close to a Genesis artifact. The next moment, a sound of chains clinking echoed through the void, and the sun that was hurtling towards Laine slowed down abruptly, losing the momentum it initially had. Hyperion, as a god of sun, also noticed that the more the sun deviated from its original trajectory, the stronger a force seemed to resist its movement. Although the great sun was still approaching Laine, the might of this strike had already been greatly diminished. Fee, just a little trick, Hyperion scoffed. Snorting coldly, Hyperion glanced at the Mother of Light beside him. Seeing this, Thea understood and agreed, and the two of them began to mobilize their divine power together, accelerating the descent of the sun once again. If Laine had been an equally strong deity, or held a complete Genesis artifact in his hand, Hyperion would have definitely turned tail and fled. But now, even if it meant using almost half of his strength to counter the chains of law, he still had ample confidence. However, he had yet to realize the gravity of the situation until this moment. Violators are guilty. Those who are guilty shall be punished. Accompanied by Laine's second proclamation, Hyperion at first didn't take it seriously, but then his expression suddenly changed. He had been prepared to once again resist the power of order, but just now, he was horrified to discover that his control over the sun was waning. Apart from chaos, no one could shake a god's divine authority. Hyperion thought he might be hallucinating, but then he quickly realized the problem. Is it Helios? What have you done to him? Crying out in alarm, Hyperion understood, it wasn't chaos who was diminishing his divine authority, but that the sun itself had inherent issues. Since Helios's birth, the sun had two masters, one symbolizing its existence, the other its operation. But due to the oppression of his eldest son, the sun had never truly orbited since the day it was born. Without a doubt, this was a violation of the existing order. But under normal circumstances, being the original sun god, a few hundred years wasn't enough time for Hyperion to pay the price for this. However, under the influence of the codex of creation, the feedback of order had been amplified. Hyperion's control over the sun began shifting towards his child. Although this transfer was reversible, he was forced to stop the descent of the sun. He could continue the attack, so long as he had enough trust in Helios. But obviously, there was no such trust between the god of sun and his son. Although Helios had always been obedient to him, Hyperion knew all too well not to trust that, from his own experience. For the sun god, who had personally staged fatherly love and filial piety, a daughter might be okay since there was no conflict in divine roles. But for his son Helios, he had long been on guard. Good, very good, Themis, is this your justice? Knowing he could only return today without accomplishing anything, Hyperion cast an angry glance at his sister. Since the Oracle's stone tablet was remade, it was entirely different from the original. Even the ancient gods on Mount of the Gods, who had seen the tablet before, did not recognize that the codex of creation was that same stone tablet. This was always meant for Prince Laine. I merely returned it to its rightful owner, Themis explained, frowning slightly. Would he kindly lend you the divine artifact, considering his and our fellow Titans' relationship with us? FreeNovel.cm. Hyperion snorted coldly, his rage not clouding his mind. He gave Laine one final look and turned to leave. Any more harsh words now would only become a joke, but today's matter isn't over. Watching Hyperion walk away, Laine shook his head slightly. He could probably guess what the other was thinking. But unfortunately, when to act, you may decide, when to end, that's for me to say. And so the next moment, he reached out his hand and took out a gift that had been stored for 1500 years. Chapter 41 Chapter 18 The Eater of Suns. 1,500 years ago, Uranus lost his position as the Divine King, and Laine created the spirit realm on that very day. At the same time, the twin gods of the Dark Night were called forth by the world, but instead of clashing with Laine after he sent out the soul embryos, one of them returned with a gift. Nyx hung a star for Laine while Erebus passed on the negative emotions from Uranus's deposition to Laine. That was the hatred of a father for his son, the murderous intention of a king towards a rebel. Laine originally planned to mix it with other materials in the future to forge it into a divine artifact specifically designed to target the 12 Titans, but later on, he had some new ideas. Why target 12 gods when you can target one? With a light touch of his left hand on the codex of creation, the intangible order was rewritten. At this moment, the sun had not yet returned to its place, and the retribution against Hyperion was still being maintained. Laine thus wielded his divine power, cleverly altering the method of retribution. The god of sun in mid-air suddenly felt a shadow creeping over his heart. He glanced around suspiciously, but found nothing. In the next moment, standing in the twisted flow of time, Laine drew the source power of the spirit realm, slowly infusing it into the undulating black mist in his hand. A bit of the newly acquired chaotic source force rapidly transformed as well, blending into that mass of negative emotions. As time passed slowly, the tangled creation of source power and emotions in front of him had begun to take shape. It inherited its previous form, resembling an indistinct fog. The mark that belonged to Uranus had been washed away, only the hatred directed towards the Titans was preserved. Without a doubt, having come into direct contact with the origin, it would never have a normal mind. But Laine did not care. It was just a weapon, it did not need intelligence, only usefulness. After examining it for a while, finally, in the name of the master of spirituality, Laine gave the object in his hand new life. Eclipse, indescribable evil spirit of the spirit realm, nebulous devourer of light and heat, I grant you life in the name of the Creator. As soon as the words were spoken, the black fog in front of him trembled and then became animated. Although the evil spirit still lacked a mind, it was born with the instinct of chaos. In the next moment, the newly born Eclipse seemed to sense the intentions of the Creator and instantly merged into the surrounding space, rushing toward the celestial body far away. The murderous intent of the Divine King was originally directed at the 12 Titans, but during the reshaping, Laine focused it solely on Hyperion as the representative of the sun. When the target was narrowed, this power became even more targeted and restraining. Moreover, this created life was different from deities. They did not need to grow, but were born at their peak. After blending with other forces, what Laine originally considered enough to create beings comparable to a true god advanced further, directly becoming an evil being close to intermediate divine power. Against the sun, its power was especially formidable. What felt like a long time had passed was in fact only a few seconds in the outside world amidst the twisted flow of time. Thus, the gods atop Mount Otherworld had just seen Hyperion leave in disarray when the next moment, the sky darkened. Hyperion, who had never before seen an evil spirit, was momentarily dazed, and the black fog had already encircled him. The newly born evil spirit unfolded its intangible form, enveloping the originally vast body of the god of luminous. Therefore, the sun's light was obscured, and chaos for the first time outside of nightfall, plunged into darkness. What is this? No, Stop. First stunned, then for the first time, the majestic and valiant god of sun showed a look of fear. When the evil spirit born of the emotions of the former divine king obscured the sun, he suddenly felt the power belonging to the sun truly diminish. This was not a transfer as before, nor was it a temporary change. Hyperion clearly felt that a portion of the sun's origin was being transformed into a force opposed to it, a force that seemed born to hate light, wanting to drag the world into eternal night. Even in this moment, his divine power, which he had managed to stabilize after the birth of his eldest son, began to waver. If the sun's source power continued to ebb, he would probably no longer be able to maintain his own power. Back off. Boom. Overcome with fear, Hyperion no longer cared if he might hurt himself. He summoned his divine power and threw a punch towards the sun. The dark mist cloaking the sun's surface dispersed under that strike, allowing some light to break through, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the black fog had once again enveloped it. Hyperion's attack was not without effect, but the evil entity merged with the origin power itself, gained an incredible immortality under the premise of sacrificing its sanity. Even with a massive power gap, it was not easily vanquished. Thea, help me. Hearing her husband's somewhat panicked call, the Mother of Light, although not as sensitive to changes in the sun's source power like the god of sun, unhesitatingly threw her hand in as well. The black mist around the sun instantly swelled, which was the light induced by the goddess. But in the blink of an eye, the black fog returned to normal. The light mobilized by Thea failed to penetrate its body and was instead devoured by the evil spirit as nourishment. Clearly, the couple, who had encountered an evil entity for the first time, did not know the correct way to deal with it. Simple divine force attacks were nothing more than massaging the opponent. Meanwhile, as Hyperion made an all-out effort, the disturbance of his divine power was noticed by the observing deities. The second and third generation Titans sensed it vaguely. But it was different for the first generation. They had felt something was wrong as soon as Laine had released that wave of emotion. Now, the shaking of the god of sun's godhood had truly changed their complexions. Thesis, did you feel it just now? I felt it. I'm not very sure, but it gave me the impression of facing the Heavenly Father directly. The original water goddess responded gravely to her husband's words, involuntarily clenching her fists. Thousands of years had passed, and she thought she had forgotten the past, but when that familiar aura arrived, she couldn't control her own emotions. Titan, a word that stood for the faint-hearted. In an attempt to sever ties with the past, they changed the term to Titans, symbolizing courage and strength. But in truth, they were no different from what they had been thousands of years ago in the face of the Heavenly Father. It's not him, at most it's just some power he left behind. Unlike her siblings, the goddess of luminous, Phoebe, appeared much more composed. Phoebe always valued her dignity, longing for the respect and flattery of others, but even she did not notice her voice trembling. The two deities who governed the sea, her own husband, the deity of heavenly bodies, or even Hyperion, who was wildly attacking the sun in the sky, were all deities with formidable divine powers, but Phoebe was different. If the Mother of Light was held back from advancing due to her slow accumulation of divine power, Phoebe's hindrance was purely a limitation of her godhood. Perhaps in her original trajectory, Phoebe once had control of oracles and through that insight managed to take that critical step. But now, it seemed she no longer had that opportunity. Some power. If it's just that, I'm less worried. But he's actually able to turn that power into such a special form of life. With an inherent ability to counter, despite such a vast gap in power, it can render Hyperion utterly helpless. That is a terrifying creation. The taciturn ruler of mountains identified the crux of the problem. Let us hope it cannot be replicated. Pontus's expression was also somewhat gloomy. Unlike his indifferent brother, he had personally hidden Uranus's organs in the ocean depths. Whether there was only one force against the 12 Titans he did not know, but the question of whether there was something directed at him was the ancient sea god's real concern. A silent oppression spread amongst the deities. This was the first time they had heard of a creation that could shake the very origin of godhood. Chapter 42 Chapter 19 The curtain falls. Prince Laine. Atop the Mount of the Gods, Rhea, who had always been by the divine king's side, suddenly spoke. The gaze of the gods was drawn to her. The goddess of time speaking at this moment was clearly not only representing herself but also expressed the will of the divine king. Prince Laine, your creation has alarmed me, but the earth cannot be without the sun, just as the underworld cannot be without the nether moon's light. If the daylight were to lose its lightness forever, then everything in the world would wither and descend into silence. The collision in the sky was still ongoing, and the power of the god of sun became more and more erratic. If it were just Hyperion himself that was weakening, Rhea did not want to say much. Her words were clearly exaggerated, but feeling the turmoil of the sun's origin, the Queen of Gods was very aware that a world under Cronus's rule missing a celestial body was something he would find utterly unacceptable. The god of sun might pay a price, but the sun itself must remain unharmed. Without agreeing or disagreeing with the Queen of Gods' proposal, Laine looked at the divine king and queen, whose expressions had changed slightly, and he did not insist any further. Let alone that he actually did not have the power to destroy the sun. Even if he did, he could not see any benefit in doing so. Hyperion rightly deserves punishment for his arrogance, but you're right. Chaos cannot be without this celestial body. Therefore, in the presence of all gods, I can make some concessions. If Hyperion is willing to apologize to me and swears to relinquish control of the sun for 500 years, letting his offspring manage it in his stead, then I can forgive his actions. The corner of his mouth twitched. Cronus beside him did not know what to say about Laine's concession. It was not permanent, only for 500 years. It seemed generous, but the divine king did not even need to think about it. Having experienced true freedom, Helios would never want to continue under his father's control. Perhaps another father-son struggle was to be seen in the future, but that was none of the divine king's concern. Deep down, Cronus was actually quite eager to see such a scene unfold. In the past, the divine king was not allowed to leave Mount of the Gods, but if he could take control of the starry sky, he would have his own territory to rule over. Respected god of sun, I trust you have heard as well. Since he had received a response, the divine king no longer hesitated. He looked up to the sky and spoke to Hyperion. As the lord of the spirit realm said, you should pay a price for your actions. Celestial bodies have their own laws, and it is time for my nephew to join you in governing the starry sky, rising in the east and setting in the west, as the sun should. As his words fell, the gathered gods also looked up towards the sky. If Laine had been determined to destroy the sun, even if they were not close to Hyperion, they could not sit idly by and let that happen. But if it was only a matter of the sun god's family discord, that was a different story. In the sky, listening to the voice coming from the earth below, Hyperion punched out in unwillingness. But looking at the eclipse that tore and then closed, he ultimately submitted. He did not know if this monster had a limit to its transformation of the sun's origin, but if this continued, he feared he would become the second deity after chaos to fall from great divine power. Stopping the attack, Hyperion took a deep breath. He remained silent for a while, trying to squeeze a smile on his face, but ultimately, he was unsuccessful. Yes, you are right. Prince Laine, I apologize for my previous actions. You have undisputed sovereignty over the moon, established by the mother goddess and witnessed by all of us. Laine nodded his head, watching the sun god's rigid face, showing no response. Hyperion's cheek twitched, knowing what the other party wanted. So he looked at Laine and said, word by word, I swear upon the Styx River that for the next 500 years, my eldest son shall replace me in governing the sun as my due punishment. The next moment, a wave of law's fluctuation descended upon the place, a spontaneous response from Styx's godhood, far in the underworld, witnessing the sun god's oath. Good. Seeing this, Laine finally looked satisfied. Come back, Eclipse. He gestured towards the direction of the sun, summoning his creation. Although the consciousness of the evil spirit was chaotic and disordered, it could not resist the Creator's call. Leaving the sun as an immortal and indestructible spiritual body, it directly disintegrated its form, returning to Laine in a dispersed state. Darkness had ended, and sunlight once more shone upon the earth. Everything seemed unchanged, yet everything had changed. This was merely a lesson. Beneath the sun, Laine closed the codex of creation, smiling as he swept his gaze over the gods before looking up at the disheveled figures in the sky. But if there is a next time, it will be more than just a lesson. His face darkened, but upon seeing the mist that lingered around Laine, Hyperion ultimately held his tongue. He turned and walked away, with Thea and the ever-silent Selene following closely behind. The young moon goddess seemed a bit frightened. She had anticipated her father's endeavor might fail, but she hadn't expected this outcome. From the corner of her eye, she glanced at her aunt, Phoebe. This titan's godhood wasn't particularly strong, but her husband, Caius, as a deity of the lightless celestial bodies, had even touched upon the domain of darkness. Even among the mighty divine powers, his was no ordinary force. The moon goddess found her thoughts drifting again, yet despite pondering all of the deities of chaos, she could not think of any who were close to her father. The family of the god of sun departed, while around the Mount of the Gods, the expressions of the deities varied. Some were worried, some panicked, some indifferent, some admiring, and some wary. Yet they all silently categorized Laine as someone not to be trifled with. They were acutely aware that usurping the origin of godhood was by no means as effortless as Laine had made it appear, and it was an experience none wished to endure themselves. Under the watchful eyes of the gods, Laine, sensing the godhood of the eclipse from the evil spirit, couldn't help but feel some pleasure. He hadn't been disinclined to let Chaos's first eclipse last a bit longer, long enough for Hyperion's divine power to plummet completely. However, Laine knew that continuing would risk revealing too much. The sun's origin had indeed been shaken, but it was actually the will of Chaos that had taken action. Eclipses were regarded by the world as new deities born from the emotions of the former divine king, and the eclipse was its godhood. Thus, the previous draining of the origin was actually more akin to the splitting of godhood that occurs when a new god is born. Only Laine had manipulated the process through the use of the divine artifact. If one were to truly compare their strengths, even with a restraining relationship, the evil spirit would struggle to bridge the gap between two levels of divine power and pose a real threat to the god of sun. Nevertheless, after this event, once the concept of eclipse seized by it was taken over, absorbed, and digested by the spirit realm, and then reintegrated with eclipses, with the strength of intermediate divine power and a double buff of restraint, it would truly become the nemesis of the sun. Now that the farce is over, I shall not impose any longer. My apologies for disturbing your celebration banquet. The latter was addressed to the goddess of law. Themis shook her head upon hearing this. She too was not concerned with such matters. Seeing Laine ready to depart, the deities present, no matter their inner thoughts, all paid their respects. Laine nodded in acknowledgement to each of them, and shortly after, as spatial forces surged, his form started to fade into translucency. Before leaving, Laine cast a glance towards the god of meteorology on the mountain. Thea's loyalty to her husband was incontestable, but Creus's actions in mobilizing divine authority to lend support were duly noted. However, he had done enough for today, and there would be a more suitable candidate to mete out punishment in the future. Laine was gone, and with the departure of the two main protagonists of the previous conflict, the atmosphere among those remaining grew more relaxed. Today's events had introduced many of the new gods in attendance to this ancient being who preferred the solitude of the Underworld. Even the first-generation Titans were now deep in thought. Oceanus began to ponder whether there was any chance for him to turn Laine into his relative. Meanwhile, Creus was already regretting that he shouldn't have intervened. As for Cronus, aside from stepping in to mediate halfway through, the Divine King had remained largely inscrutable, as if everything was unfolding within his expectations. But just as Laine had said, the farce was over, so he no longer continued in silence. Ladies and gentlemen, the Divine King announced loudly, the interruption was merely an accident. Now that the issue has been resolved, please join me in my divine palace for the banquet I have prepared for all of you. A small incident had occurred during a celebration meant to commend legislative achievements, but for the Divine King, neither side of the conflict were good people, and he would be pleased with either's loss. Now, it was time for the banquet to officially commence. Chapter 43 Chapter 20 Evil Objects. Half a day later, Laine returned to the heart of the spirit realm. Mount Sinai was as tranquil as usual, with virtually no life able to approach it except for Laine and the first-generation angels he had created himself. The light from the 7 moons cascaded down, lending the place a semblance to the land of eternal night. The domain of the night. Lady and the Dark Overlord were different. Eternal night did not mean the absence of light. Evil spirits, or perhaps it is more appropriate to call them evil beings. Even though they are purely spiritual bodies, this method of direct integration with the source power seems to be applicable not only to spiritual bodies. With a wave, Laine dismissed Lyanna, who had come to greet him, and sat in the temple of Elis, watching the indefinable and erratic eclipses, feeling somewhat pleasantly surprised. Such beings, possessing great power and also capable of rapid development, were indeed useful. Other deities could not do this because beings directly fused with source power lacked wisdom, their thoughts were entirely chaotic and mad. Even the creators of these beings found it difficult to control their behavior. But Laine was different. As the master of source power in essence and the one who had opened up the spirit realm, he could control these lives in other ways. In later times, Gaia bore Typhon to express her dissatisfaction with Zeus, to declare her power. Perhaps by that time, I too could set loose a couple of ancient evils upon Mount Olympus to see how this divine king who sows his seeds across the world would cope. Lightly tapping the armrest of his chair, Laine was very satisfied with his creation. The cultivation of a deity required time, even with a powerful godhood. It also needed a potential vessel and ample time to accumulate divine power. But these evil beings were born powerful, like the Hecatonkers. They were at their pinnacle from birth. The only imperfection was that perhaps due to the fusion with the chaotic source force, the eclipses had gained even more strength, but they were also subtly rejected by the laws of the material world. The chaotic origin was, after all, the detritus expelled from the material world's order after the laws were established. Now, even though they had integrated with other elements, they were still unwelcome by the material world. It could be said that these kinds of evil beings could only make brief stays in the outside world or use some means to block the law's detection of them. Otherwise, the longer they stayed in the material world, the stronger the suppression from the planes would be. Only at the fringes of the underworld, the ends of the ocean and the sky, the domains of the three primordial gods, and a few other places were exceptions. Like the spirit realm, those regions were outside the control of the material world, so the eclipses naturally would not be affected. The ancient evil being of the spirit realm, the undefinable one that roams the threshold of reality and illusion, this is really getting more and more interesting. I wonder if the people of later generations will consider the depths of the spirit realm a feared forbidden land where evil gods roam everywhere. Smiling, he shook his head. Laine was, in fact, somewhat looking forward to this. With a slash through space, Laine sent the eclipses to the fifth layer of the spirit realm. For such a spirit realm life with power comparable to a true god, if it had wisdom and rationality, it would naturally be able to travel freely among the 7 layers of the spirit realm, but clearly, the eclipses were not among them. Compared to ordinary life, it actually prefers to stay in the deep, chaotic layers of the spirit realm. For these beings, the shallow layers of the first and second levels of the spirit realm are somewhat confining. This confinement is not spatial, but rather a matter of spirituality. When dwelling in the shallow layers of the spirit realm, an evil spirit that cannot condense its power like a true god feels an instinctive sense of restraint, and its very existence is an unstoppable disaster for the non-divine beings of the spirit realm. Thus, unless necessary, Laine does not intend to allow it to move around freely. It's best to let it stay in the 5th or 6th layers of the spirit realm. For the wisdom-less Ecliptos, even wandering for 10,000 years, unable to comprehend the chaotic space-time of the deep spirit realm, it might just be going in circles in the same spot. Having dealt with the newly created evil spirit, Laine took out the codex of creation again. Compared to before, the brass-colored ancient book had clearly gained many more patterns, which were manifestations of the rules of the current world. The thickness of the book hadn't changed, but Laine knew that its number of pages had increased by about a third. Through this legislative process, the components of this Genesis artifact were completely perfected. From now on, it no longer needed to stay in the source power pool of the spirit realm, but could serve as one of the cores of the spirit realm, assisting Laine in organizing rules and integrating source power. With this single artifact alone, the rules and order of the spirit realm could be strengthened by more than 30% on the original level. Externally, the expansiveness of the spirit realm greatly accelerated. Internally, the suppression by the interface against other life forms entering the spirit realm without permission also intensified. It could be said that for beings below the intermediate divine power level, Laine didn't need to take action himself, as the chains of laws within the spirit realm alone could easily suppress them. That is, the codex of creation is not an artifact for attacking. Its power leans more towards assistance rather than direct combat. Otherwise, a Hyperion who has fallen to the 16th level of divine power, even with the support of the Mother of Light, I would absolutely be able to suppress him head-on without needing to go through all this trouble. Shaking his head, Laine knew the key issue was that he was busy integrating source power, raising the bulk of the spirit realm and the ceiling of godhood, and had little time to accumulate divine power. This time forcing Hyperion to surrender also occurred because the time, place, and people were all favorable. Otherwise, with his current level 12 divine power, it would indeed be very difficult to win with merely an assistive artifact. The hierarchy of divine power among deities increases significantly the higher one goes. Below intermediate divine power, the type of authority and number of deities are key to deciding victory or defeat. 2 or 3 true gods with weak divine power could defeat one with weak divine power. A godhood oriented towards combat could enable a deity to fight above their level, like the protagonist of a Shakespeare novel, taking on multiple foes by themselves. But once you reach the realm of strong divine power, basically being 2 levels higher in divine power means one can fight 2 others and still have the upper hand. And those who have reached this point typically do not have a weak godhood either. Once I've absorbed the source power of Chaos's fire, I wonder if I'll be able to create an artifact specialized in combat. Zeus has his thunderbolt, Cronus has his sickle, and I too should have a weapon that belongs to me. It's just that the power of fire is indeed a bit overwhelming. I hope I can fully absorb the relevant concepts before the birth of Cronus's eldest daughter. Sighing, Laine still continued with the great task of assimilating source power. When it comes to being a deity, Zeus definitely has it the easiest, either abusing his authority or on the path seeking princesses/queens/goddesses. Nothing like himself, who, since the inception of the spirit realm, has barely had a few days of leisure time. But, sigh as he might, now was clearly not the time for Laine to relax. Once the associated deities of chaos are born one after the other, unless there's another as easily deceived as Cronus, he wouldn't be able to fleece the world as unscrupulously as he does now. To enhance the origin through the spirit realm's own operations is nowhere near as simple as snatching it directly. Therefore, before that time comes, it was natural for Laine to grab as much as he can. Chapter 44 Chapter 21 The Theory of Creation. The scene returns to Mount Otherworld. After Laine returned to the spirit realm, the banquet officially began. In the past, for various reasons, the deities of chaos rarely gathered together. But taking advantage of this rare festivity, some divine clans with conflicts set aside their disputes and sat together within the same temple. Perhaps because they could often learn something new, Mount Otherworld has been somewhat of a trendsetter over the past millennium. Regardless of whether they liked Cronus, the divine king, the gods of chaos truly enjoyed his hospitality. In the blink of an eye, 3 months hurried by. In this era when the earth was still barren, without the short-lived humans for comparison, the gods' sense of time was always vague. At this time, a month for the gods was even shorter than a day in later ages. The banquet was about to end, but just as the divine king was preparing to raise his glass, an unexpected topic sparked a heated discussion among the gods, and it ultimately came to his attention. The cause was simple. Just as the divine king had once experienced in the past millennium, Ker, the god of destruction, had visited more than one deity on the earth. Dwelling in the desolate underworld, where even plants struggled to grow, this was one of his rare entertainments. Thanks to him, the gods all became interested in nymphs, a wise form of life that wasn't divine. But because Ker claimed that they were created by Lady Nyx, they did not dare to face the majesty of the primordial gods, so they had to let go of the idea. It wasn't until today that, in full view of everyone, Laine created a monster comparable to a true god, that the Titan gods finally remembered that it seemed to be after Lady Nyx's visit to the Underworld that these beings called nymphs came into existence. In addition to that, since Laine held the godhood of spirituality and had once received the life vase from Mother Earth, many deities could not help but speculate. The gods discussed the matter fervently at the banquet, and finally, Epidus, the god of speech and one of the 2 titans with weak divine powers, stood up first. As a deity, he felt no sense of honor that was due to gods. Compared to other gods, he wished for more weak but thoughtful lives to emerge on the earth. Happiness is always relative. It's true for humans, and gods are no exception. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the gods, Cronus listened quietly to Epidus's speech. The god of speech hoped that the divine king would, like Laine and Mother Night, create new life on the earth as well. I understand what you mean. But regarding this matter, I'm not very clear either. Sitting on the high platform, Cronus, with eyes open, lied, I once borrowed the life vase from the mother goddess, but I couldn't create life with consciousness. Perhaps the wisdom of life is different from that of plants, it might involve the authority of other realms. As for how Prince Laine and Lady Nyx managed to do it, that I do not know. As gods born at the beginning of creation, perhaps they know some secrets that I'm unaware of. Although Cronus had long heard from Themis about the existence of life in the spirit realm, he still pretended to be ignorant. He and Themis borrowing the life vase was something others might not know, but the god of speech and Creus, the god of meteorology, were his neighbors on Mount Otherworld, and they were very aware of it. Now that Epidus had mentioned this, it was nothing more than a desire to have him ask one of the two ancient gods for help in the name of the divine king. Although Cronus also agreed with the idea of creating life, asking for help himself was absolutely out of the question. As Cronus's speech ended, the first generation titans looked at one another. They made no comments, but the new generation of gods began to talk. Most of the new gods had never seen Mother Earth, and what they knew about the previous era was only legend. Now hearing that the divine king had failed at creating life, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Even the life vase can't create beings? Unbelievable, I thought that Mother Earth's treasure was the source of life. It said that the initial vase contained a seed of everything, from which Mother Earth planted a golden apple tree. I wonder if using a golden apple could create life with wisdom. It seems the divine king is only so-so. It said that the former divine king had power to rival Mother Night. If he were still here, perhaps he could also create life like Lady Nyx. I've heard my father god say that when the ruler of the sky was still around, my cousin here didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Is that so? You mountain gods do know quite a lot. Prince Aurea is one of the rare ancient gods left unoppressed by Heavenly Father, so of course, he has no reservations about these matters. It would naturally be different for your Titan deity clan. His expression remained unchanged, but Cronus, hearing the discussions among the gods drifting further off topic, couldn't help but feel agitated. Glancing at the god of speech from the corner of his eye, Cronus decided that since you are so interested in the creation of life, then you should be the one to face Laine. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Cronus drew all the gods' attention. He looked at Epidus, a warm smile on his face, and said, Epidus, the deity who governs speech when it comes to endowing creations with wisdom, perhaps the respected lord of the spirit realm is indeed more knowledgeable. Since you brought this matter up, my brother, I will entrust you to handle it. In the name of the divine king, I commission you to visit Lord Laine and request his presence in the creation of life together. If such a feat could be accomplished, I believe the gods will remember your contribution. But your majesty. No sooner had the divine king finished speaking than Epidus's face changed. The battle 3 months ago was still fresh in his mind. He couldn't even defeat the creatures newly made by Laine, and he certainly didn't want to venture into the Underworld. But obviously, since someone had stepped forward, the gods were not going to give him a chance to refuse. I think Divine King His Majesty makes a good point. Oceanus was the first to speak up. Perhaps because of Cronus's increasingly prominent divine authority, the ocean deity sovereign used a respectful title this time. Isn't the duty of speech to be used here, my brother? I believe you can persuade him. If conscious life could spread across the land, I hope you'll remember to add some new life to the sea as well. Yes, Nereus, son of Pontus and friendly to the sea, also chimed in, the near sea should also have life. If you can accomplish this task, my father will also appreciate your achievement. With the sea gods speaking in turn, the other gods began to discuss. In the end, under the gaze of all, Epidus accepted the task. The feast that was meant to end was postponed. The gods watched the god of speech depart for the underworld, waiting for the results he would bring. Although they were not very sure what creating life would cost if it wasn't too difficult, they didn't think Laine would reject the request of so many deities. But while Laine might not refuse, whether the person who went to make the request would be remembered by the Lord of the Spirit Realm wasn't their concern. Even the ocean deity sovereign, after learning that Atlas and his relations with his father and brothers were mediocre, stopped paying much attention to this brother. After all, the duty of speech was just too weak. Chapter 45 Chapter 22 River of Vows. Having traversed the earth, Epidus arrived in the Underworld. Although, strictly speaking, the underworld at this time is also a part of the earth, it feels like a world unto itself, perhaps because it is tightly enveloped by the four primordial gods. No matter where one enters the underworld, whether from beneath the sea or the center of the earth, unless they leap through dimensions like spirit realm traversal, everyone first appears at the edge of the underworld, a place later guarded by the three-headed hound Cerberus. Behind the gate lies the river of sorrow, Acheron, with the land of eternal night and the realm of lightness on either side. For anyone wishing to enter the underworld, crossing the river is the only way. Of course, at this time, the underworld had neither gates, nor had the river of sorrow come into existence. Carefully avoiding the domains of the two primordial gods, the god of speech stepped onto the Grey Plains. Of the 5 great rivers of the later underworld, only one existed now, the river Styx, which conceptually circled the underworld 7 times, but in reality stretched from the present world all the way into Tartarus. Epidus stopped here, nodding slightly towards the direction of the river of vows, and then waited for a moment. As expected, after some time, he received no response. But the god of speech was not angered, he simply continued flying towards the center of the underworld. As the goddess who presided over chaos prophecy law, Styx had been alone in the underworld since her birth. Even her father, the ocean deity Sovereign Oceanus, rarely saw her, so she was among the few deities who had not participated in the legislation process. Despite this, the god of speech still dared not take her lightly. Once Styx took over the world's delegated authority over vows, she became one of the rare deities under chaos capable of increasing the strength of her godhood on her own. Witnessing the vows of gods brought her an influx of source power from the world, and punishing those who broke their vows provided an additional boost. This strengthening might have its limits, and it might be slow, but at least so far, Epidus hadn't seen where its upper limit lay. Feeling some envy, the god of speech quickly swept across the Grey Plains, flying straight toward the nether moon in the sky. As a deity of weak divine power, Epidus was not fast in flight. But before he set out, Cronus and the 4 wind gods had given him a temporary blessing, enabling him to travel swiftly between Mount Othrys and the underworld. So, on the 3rd day after leaving Mount Othrys, he arrived before the nether moon. According to the goddess of justice, the nether moon was the official gateway to the abode of the Lord of the spirit realm. As long as one called out to him here, he would receive the visiting deity. Respected Prince Laine, I am the god of speech Epidus. By the divine king's command, I bring with me the petitions of the gods, hoping you would grant me an audience. Speaking respectfully toward the nether moon, which seemed close at hand yet untouchable, Epidus said. Unlike the other titans, the god of speech had no airs about him. He now placed himself entirely in the role of a messenger, not planning to utter a word more than necessary. To convey the will of the gods as it is, and then to return to Mount of the Gods with the reply, that was all he intended to do. The idea of using his godhood to influence Laine's decision, such a thing was out of the question. He had come for the benefit of all gods, not just for himself. When he becomes the divine king, then he can come to serve the gods. God of speech. After a short wait, a strange female voice came from beside the nether moon. Epidus turned towards the voice and saw a goddess in a black dress silently appear before him. The goddess in front of him had wings on her back, and her silver-white wings shimmered with 7 different colors of light. A faint aura of divine power surrounded her, indicating that she was a deity close to the limit of weak divine power. In his heart, the god of speech knew that according to the goddess of justice's instructions, this must be Laine, the goddess appointed by the Lord of the Spirit Realm to oversee the nether moon. Themis had advised Epidus not to underestimate the other party, even if she often claimed to be Laine's servant, but the god of speech felt that the goddess of justice's reminder was completely unnecessary. After all, contempt presupposes a sense of superiority, but the reality was that without even fighting, Epidus knew he couldn't possibly defeat his opponent. Though their divine powers were not much different, the nether moon was not something speech could compare with. Thus, the next moment, he expressed his reverence without hesitation. Respected Princess Laine, goddess of the nether moon that eternally illuminates the underworld, your beauty is astonishing. I have come here at the request of the deities to visit the Lord of the Spirit Realm and to seek his wisdom about the secrets of creation. Please, would you guide me on my way? Laine nodded in acknowledgement of the deity's greeting, but she showed no intention of opening the gates to the spirit realm. The current Laine was not the same as the one who could not make any prophecies before. Shortly after returning to the spirit realm, he had already felt the rhythm of fate. Although he never actively observed his own fate as the symbol of indeterminate destiny and the observer of what was destined, Laine could always gain some inspiration from fate. The more closely related a matter was to him and the lower the level of power involved, the higher the probability and clarity with which insights appeared. Undoubtedly, in the trajectory of fate, the birth of creatures on the earth was extremely important and the soul was involved to a significant degree. Therefore, it was only natural that Laine foresaw the visit from Epidus. Regarding your purpose, the master has already been made aware, Laine calmly said, facing the eyes of the god of speech. Merely creating a shell is not enough for a sentient being to possess wisdom. Sentient beings also need souls to carry thoughts and memories. The master can grant souls to the mundane, but as for shaping bodies, that will be something you must figure out for yourselves. As her words ended, Laine quietly awaited a response. As she said, Laine had no interest in participating in the preparations for creation. Although he, too, looked forward to life, he would only bestow souls and at most would personally witness the birth of golden humanity. After all, the first generation of life had no ability to reproduce and would eventually die. The gods only wanted to create servants and pets, not a species capable of self-perpetuation. Even in creating humanity, his intention was more to verify a hypothesis, for the humans of the Golden Age differed greatly from the people he understood. Lifespan of thousands of years, born as adults, an unchanging appearance even in death, and minds seemingly imprinted with only devout faith and positive emotions. Apart from their appearance, Laine couldn't see how such beings were like people at all. Even from the perspective of human nature, the deities of chaos were far closer to humankind as Laine understood it than the mortals of the Golden and Silver Ages. Chapter 46 Chapter 23 Everything eventually dies. I understand. Before Laine, Epidus bowed slightly. I will surely convey the intention of the Lord of the Spirit Realm. However, I hope that you can provide a more detailed description, so that I can present it to the Divine King. Laine nodded, calmly stating the decision Laine had previously prepared. The Lord can endow mortals with thought, but the deities need to create life themselves and decide the nature of their creations, granting them the corresponding powers. Be it appearance or abilities, that is the concern of the gods themselves. The Lord will only, at the very end, and according to pre-established requirements, bestow upon them souls, and when they die, the souls of mortals shall also return to the embrace of my Lord. Death. Hearing this, Epidus was somewhat surprised. This was a term he had never heard before, as the language of the deity race naturally born from chaos did not contain the existence of death. Yes, death. It is a term in the language of the spirit realm that describes extinction, the end. Laine nodded, explaining. Laine had evolved the spirit script using the oldest origins of writing on the oracle stone tablet. Naturally, it had its own pronunciation. Many words that did not exist in the divine language of chaos could be found in the language of the spirit realm. Death was one of them, and now nectar, a must at the banquets of the gods, came about in the same way. I am very sorry, but, respected goddess of the nether moon, I don't quite understand. Why would life, after obtaining thought, still die? Listening to Laine's explanation, Epidus still looked puzzled. That the Lord of the spirit realm was uninterested in fashioning shells did not surprise the god of speech. Even though he had not done it himself, he could guess that creating life was not an easy matter. But when it came to death, Epidus simply could not comprehend. In all his years, he had never seen anything with intelligent thought die, or rather, he just did not understand why death would occur. In the minds of the gods, all conscious beings were eternal. Being cast into the abyss was already a terrible punishment, and eternal slumber was the most difficult ending to accept. As for the end, annihilation, beings are unable to imagine and understand what is beyond their comprehension, and gods are naturally the same. Facing Epidus's confusion, Laine said faintly. Before the Lord took control of the power of spirituality in life, not all beings with consciousness were created. Plants are such beings. You not detecting their faint thoughts does not mean they don't exist, it's just that these weak thoughts are not sufficient to form a soul. Just as plants can be destroyed, so can lives with thought die. In this world, only gods are immortal. Unless the gods sever a part of their own divinity, all mortals must eventually die. This is also the end that fate has decreed. And the soul, There was a moment of silence before the god of speech keenly identified a problem. If the shells of life can die, does that mean their souls cannot? Of course, they can, but it happens more slowly. Laine had anticipated the ignorance of external deities, and so she continued to explain. In the present world, matter is more readily manifest than spirituality, so bodies decay more easily than souls. When the mortal shell dies in the mortal world, its spirit is far from its end. Life belongs to the gods, but souls belong to my Lord. When they lose their worldly vessel, they naturally should return to the spirit realm, to the embrace of the sovereign of spirits. I understand. Epidus nodded, indicating he had understood. He could accept such an outcome, but the other gods might not be without objections. However, that was no longer his concern. After all, he was merely a messenger. Life and death, truly miraculous phenomena, but also very logical. How could the creations of the gods compare with their creator? Death, indeed, is an excellent existence. It allows them, after having thoughts, to recognize the difference between gods and themselves. With a sense of emotion, Epidus finally spoke. I will convey the intentions of His Highness Laine truthfully, but the specific decision will ultimately be made by the Divine King. Then be on your way, Laine said indifferently. The decisions of the gods are their affair. The intent of my lord has been fully expressed. If there is anyone with objections, let them try to come to the spirit realm. If they manage to enter, my lord will spare the time to see them. Now, you may leave. Having spoken the last sentence calmly, Laine's wings fluttered gently behind her. In a trice, she vanished silently from Epidus's sight. Watching Laine disappear as she had come, the god of speech stood still for a while longer and then turned to leave as well. He did not know whether the gods would accept that souls return to the underworld after death, since for all deities nowadays, death was still a new concept. But since the outcome had been received, Epidus simply decided to leave the decision to the gods. Whatever the result, his task was over anyway. 3 days later, with the help of the wind and space, Epidus hurried back to the Mount of the Gods. Just like 6 days prior, the Feast of the Gods was still ongoing, with all awaiting the return of the god of speech. In front of all the gods, he recounted his experiences, especially emphasizing his own hardships and how he had cleverly used his divine power to persuade the mysterious ancient god. I spoke at length and, in the end, His Highness Laine told me that only when the body and spirit come together can life have thought. He agreed to endow mortal beings with spirits after the gods have completed their creation, for which I am grateful for his kindness. After hearing the god of speech's narrative, the gods were moved by his words. They indeed appreciated Epidus's hard work, and even many gods of lesser divine power regarded him with respect. But in the end, His Highness Laine told me, non-divine life is subject to death. All mortals have an end, and the decay of matter is much swifter than that of the spirit, so the souls of the dead should also return to the spirit realm. Death. Forgive my frankness, but is this some newfangled term? Beside Queen of Gods Rhea, the 3 goddesses of the white oak birthed from the divine blood of Uranus asked. Like Epidus before them, the assembled gods expressed their confusion. Seeing this, the god of speech elaborated on the news he had received from Laine. The reaction among the gods varied. When true gods concentrated, they could sense the vague thoughts of plants. But just as humans don't usually pay attention to ants, the gods of the past had never really cared about this aspect. In the end, they all accepted the existence of death. Using life and death to differentiate mortals from gods seemed a logical approach. It would just be a bit troublesome later on. Every few thousand years, they would have to create a new batch of life. With the last issue of creating life resolved, the god of speech prepared to return to his seat, confident that his mission was complete. However, at that moment, the eldest son of the ancient sea god Pontus suddenly stood up. It was Nereus, the friendly companion of the sea, a sea god with good relations with many deities. Even among the gods of the ocean lineage, many held him in high regard. I am grateful that His Highness Laine is willing to endow life with a spirit. Speaking in his usual, heartwarming tone, Nereus looked at Epidus and slowly said, but is the destination of the soul still up for discussion? I think this is not only my own thought. Chapter 47 Chapter 24 Creation of Life. In the Great Hall, Nereus continued to express his opinion. Many deities actually didn't care about the ownership of souls, and they didn't understand the value of souls either. It was simply out of a mentality that they didn't need to give anything, so they chose to wait and see how things unfolded. Moreover, it must be said that Nerus's subsequent views, at first glance, seem to have some merit. Ladies and gentlemen, the soul is merely a creation of authority and is not some precious thing. To Prince Laine, it is like the sea water to me, or the rocks to Princess Aurea, inconsequential in themselves. As long as we don't create too many, there is no burden. Furthermore, I have heard that Prince Laine also possesses the godhood of memory. From this perspective, the souls of creations should belong to each deity themselves. A few heads nodded slightly, and, at least for the latter point, quite a number of gods showed agreement. The souls of all beings contain memories, and no god wanted their secrets to be known by others. Perhaps, in an inadvertent moment, they might discuss something in front of a mortal that should not be known to them. But you can bestow divinity. Listening to the gods' discussion, the goddess of justice spoke up. Letting too many creations be immortal is a burden for gods, but it is different for just a few. As long as those selected by you to be immortal, the issue of souls returning wouldn't exist. Faced with Themis's suggestion, the gods fell silent. It wasn't that they all hadn't thought of this, but the few who did never pointed it out. After all, it wasn't their souls that were being offered. Let's try again. In the end, a deity proposed, it's just some souls, maybe Prince Laine will change his mind. This suggestion was met with agreement by some deities, and many more chose to give tacit consent. But this time, Epidus refused to go again. He had already served as an envoy once and had obtained a not-so-bad result, so the gods didn't force him and instead sent Zephyrus, the god of west wind. Although the wind gods and the star gods were siblings, the bond of blood in the chaos world was honestly not held in high regard by many gods. Compared to their maternal side, they were closer to Creus, the controller of meteorology, so even though the progeny of the star gods had followed Hyperion back to the sky, the four wind gods still chose to stay behind. Zephyrus accepted the mandate and immediately set out. He transformed into an invisible current of air, rushing through the crevices of the earth toward the Underworld. But this time, after more than half a month, when the wind god returned, he was furious, stating that no deity had paid him any heed. He had stayed in front of the nether moon for over a dozen days, exhausting every method to try to find an entrance to the spirit realm, but the result was obvious, so he had to return the same way he came. There's no need to send anyone again. The Divine King finally spoke. He had known it would come to this. Only these foolish beings would think that Laine was willing to bestow souls upon life because of the gods' requests. Since Themis had seen the lives in the spirit realm, he himself had begun to doubt it. Laine was pleased to witness the emergence of life, Divine King was sure of that, but he most definitely had other desires, yet Cronus just watched the futile actions of the gods. Now, seeing the wind god return without achievement, Cronus couldn't help but feel a strange sense of pleasure. Only the wisdom of the Divine King could uncover the true nature of certain gods, not like the others, who still didn't know that some gods can devour the origin. If Laine were here, he would tell Cronus, this is a sense of superiority akin to everyone is drunk and I alone am sober. The whole world is muddled and I alone am clear. The master of spirituality should rightfully possess the ownership of souls. It is a right granted by his godhood. Casting his gaze over the gods, Cronus said unhurriedly. So if no one is willing to try and use his power to change this outcome, then let it be settled as such. In 500 years, we shall together seek the life vase from Mother Earth, use it to create the bodies of beings, and then have Prince Laine bestow souls. So be it, Oceanus sighed. Although he was also interested in the soul, it wasn't enough for him to do something about it. After all, he wasn't very clear about the true significance of the soul's existence. As for what Cronus mentioned about 500 years later, that did not surprise him. The son of the god of sun was destined to replace him in moving the sun. This was already a foregone conclusion. Though everyone knew that even after 500 years, Helios would still be no match for his father, it seemed likely that the Divine King was planning to take this opportunity to do something. Among the many children of the father of star gods, god of meteorology Creus, was his eldest son, Astraeus. If the king of all gods were to enlist another god of sun under his command, even the other titans would have to acknowledge his qualification to intervene in the celestial space. Let it be decided thus. We shall each create the life we desire and possess its entirety. Those gods of the land shall create that of the land, Those gods of the sea shall create that of the sea, with each minding their own business. The deities nodded in agreement. Neither the king of all gods nor the ocean deity sovereign wished to take the lead, and naturally, the rest were not inclined to undertake any superfluous actions. With the matter of life decided, the feast was also drawing to an end. But at the last moment, a proposal by Cronus piqued the interest of the gods. He proposed the creation of a special species, similar to deities, yet lacking divinity. Your Majesty, is it really necessary to combine the forces of all the gods to create a species? Of course, it is, Cronus said with a smile. I intend to create a race in the image of the gods, one that worships us. Even with the life vase, none of us are deities skilled in creation, no one could accomplish such a feat alone. But together, we can bring such life into being. I agree, Epidus was the first to support the idea. He had initially proposed the concept of creating life because his power was negligible among the gods. Rather than assert his authority before a host of bizarre and peculiar forms of life, he preferred the existence of creatures similar to himself but significantly weaker. Creating life like ours, would that not undermine the dignity of the gods? A deity questioned. No, they will die, but we will not. Although I have never seen what death is, Rhea, the heavenly empress, said, causing the gods to nod in agreement. This goddess scarcely spoke, but since it was her husband's proposal, she lent her support. Cronus looked around at the gods with satisfaction and nodded. Regardless of Laine's thoughts on spirituality, filling the earth with life under his rule would also serve to elevate his position as the king of all gods. Themis's actions provided him with some inspiration. Although that individual who resided in the spirit realm was full of schemes and plots, as long as they were not aimed at him, he could still benefit from them. Regarding his final proposal, in this regard, he in fact was on the same page as Epidus. As the king of all gods, his status among the deities was still inferior to that of the ocean deity sovereign and his two uncles. Even if the godhood of the god of sun had not been divided and Thea was a few years away from a significant divine power, even Hyperion would have a more prominent presence than him. In such a context, creating beings similar to the gods, and watching them worship him could also be a choice. On the other hand, his divine palace was also in need of other life forms. Like now, having to personally take care of presenting food and nectar, Cronus likewise hoped for some creatures aligned with the gods' aesthetics to take care of these menial tasks. Since no one objects, Cronus concluded, let's draw today's gathering to a close. In 500 years, any deity interested in this matter can head to the shores of the East Sea and then together visit Mother Earth. Creating life is no simple task, and I guess you all will need some time to prepare. Chapter 48 Chapter 25 Divine King and Mother Earth. After the banquet on Mount of the Gods had drawn to an end, 500 years swiftly disappeared under the flickering sun. Unlike the peace upon the earth, the aftermath of Laine's confrontation with the god of sun played out among the stars. Returning to the stars, Hyperion fulfilled the vow he had sworn by the river Styx. He handed over the sun to his eldest son, Helios, who although nearly 1,000 years old, still harbored merely faint divine power. Thus, for the first time in thousands of years, the sun began to move along its trajectory. But contrary to many deities' expectations, the sun's movement was not as smooth as they had thought. Perhaps it was because of his too meager divine power, or maybe due to the lack of cooperation from another ruler of the sun under Hyperion's indifferent watch. Helios could not manage the sun's movements without his father's assistance. His power was so weak that even just moving the sun a short distance exhausted him. Because of this, he pleaded with the divine king for help, but Cronus had no solution either. Hyperion did not break his promise, he did not interfere with Helios. He merely merged with the sun, becoming one with it. This act increased the weight of the celestial body. If Helios had been a deity with intermediate divine power or higher, he could easily have controlled the sun, but due to the suppression by his father over many years, his strength was among the lowest of true gods. The divine king was disappointed. He had many plans, such as secretly supporting Helios and continuing to hold sway after 500 years, which he knew the latter would surely agree to. But what he had never anticipated was that the other party would fail to fulfill his godhood. Thus, Cronus's idea of winning without a fight was shattered. He had to prepare to intervene in the stars with more direct methods. But what happened next disappointed Cronus once again. Roughly 200 years after the succession of the sun, endless light bathed the earth, and the Mother of Light finally stepped into the realm of powerful divine power. Seeing this, Cronus could only lament that time was not on his side, and he temporarily abandoned the idea. In such a situation, when the 500-year term had passed, Hyperion abruptly imprisoned his eldest son on the surface of the sun, then took control of it once again. This time he was wiser. Although the rising and setting of the sun was not his domain, he still actively moved the heavenly body to complete this act. With his divine power, while moving the sun daily was a bit of a bother, it was not really a difficulty. However, because of this, the rift between the sun god and his son was completely out in the open. In such circumstances, a day came 500 years later when all the deities gathered on the shores of the Eastern Sea, the unnamed secluded place of Mother Earth. Here, they would create the first batch of life upon the earth. Haven't you given up yet? By a stream near the East Sea, Mother Earth cradled the verdant life vase in her hands. The gods were waiting in the distance, with only a few titans approaching Mother Earth right now. Many years had passed since the succession of the Divine King. As the world's source power rose, the earth expanded correspondingly, and Gaia reaped many benefits. Although she had not fully recovered from her previous injuries, at a glance, she no longer looked decrepit, but instead, like a wealthy matron in her 50s or 60s. Cronus and Themis had already visited once before, and Gaia thought they had given up. But unexpectedly, not only did they return, they brought with them more than half of the true gods from chaos. Mother Goddess, the previous attempt to create life failed because it lacked a soul. But now, the Lord of the Spirit Realm has agreed to lend a hand. Faced with Gaia's questioning, Cronus spoke quietly. If possible, he would have preferred not to explain. Among all the deities present, he was probably the only one who had guessed the true reason behind Mother Earth's rage a millennium ago. Perhaps the original life vase could have created whole life forms, like plants. Although they lack specific consciousness, they are not utterly devoid of it, it's just that their consciousness is vague, nebulous. But now, considering his own origin of time, Cronus was already prepared for Gaia's anger. Laine. As expected, at the mention of this familiar name, Gaia's expression abruptly changed. The surrounding earth trembled in response to Mother Earth's wrath, but then, as if a thought struck her, she suppressed her anger. Now that you have his assistance, why come to me? Although she didn't show her anger, Mother Earth's expression still visibly cooled. As long as you have souls, you can create life using your divine power. Why do you need to borrow the life vase? Facing Mother Earth's reproach, Cronus remained composed. In fact, he was somewhat surprised, having thought that Mother Earth would have a more intense reaction upon hearing Laine's name. But that was none of his business. As a primordial god, even the least fortunate among them, Mother Earth often knew some information unknown to ordinary beings. Perhaps she had learned something from Mother Night and thus had not bothered Laine. Thinking this, Cronus couldn't help but admire his own cleverness once again. Compared it to dimwits like Hyperion, what did they have to compare? Mother Goddess, the deities do not intend to create just a few lives, we plan to fill the earth with creatures. Without the authority tied to life, this would be very difficult to accomplish. Furthermore, we also plan to create a special kind of species in the image of the deities. Lifting his head slightly, although still angry, Gaia was nevertheless intrigued by what Cronus said. Creating a species in the image of the deities, indeed, sounded very interesting. If you are willing, we can start the creation right here in the vicinity. Seeing that he had caught Mother Earth's interest, Cronus continued, in your spare time, you might also come to see our progress. After all, you have far more experience in the domain of creating life than we do. After some thought, Mother Earth ultimately found herself persuaded by Cronus. It wasn't just because of the special species, but also because it was the collective will of many deities. After experiencing the era of Uranus, Gaia had gradually come to realize the importance of power and influence. The Earth did not excel in combat. Rather than asserting force, she preferred to express her status in other ways. Take it, after all, you are the divine king now, aren't you? Fetching the life vase, Mother Earth still jabbed Cronus with a remark. The divine king was not offended but took the high-grade artifact related to the domain of life. He knew that because he hadn't freed the Cyclops and the hecatonkers, Mother Earth had harbored some resentment towards him, but Cronus still had no intention of releasing them. In fact, from the very beginning, Cronus had done this deliberately. He knew his refusal would not engender much hostility from Mother Earth, but it was enough to make the only primordial god walking the present world leave Mount Otherworld as a form of protest. But Gaia's departure was exactly what Cronus desired. If his siblings were gone, but Mother Earth stayed, and he lacked sufficient power, he really wouldn't know to whom Mount Otherworld actually belonged. If he couldn't have complete control over his place of residence, then the title of Divine King would be quite laughable. As time went by, Cronus had firmly established himself on the throne, but he still did not wish for Gaia to return to dwell on Mount of the Gods. Rhea, as his Queen of Gods, had always advanced and retreated alongside him. After secretly aiding Hyperion failed previously, the god of meteorology chose to completely side with Cronus. The present Otherworld no longer needed a primordial deity that refused to heed the orders of the Divine King. And there's the urgency of the world. Strengthening my authority can indeed delay it, but as Chaos's Divine King, the duty of birth is ultimately inevitable. With a somewhat icy gaze, Cronus didn't know what Mother Earth might plan for his future, and he didn't want to know. No matter who it was, if they threatened his position as the Divine King, then they were his enemy. Be it children, siblings, or Mother Earth, none would be an exception. Chapter 49, Chapter 26, The Beginning of Life. Since Cronus took the life vase from Gaia's hands, decades had flashed by in the blink of an eye. Near the abode of Mother Earth, the gods found a vast plain. They gathered there, and with the essence flowing from the divine artifact, they tried to create various forms of life. Their choice of materials was quite arbitrary: mud from the riverbed, fallen leaves beside trees, soil and rocks on the ground, clouds in the sky. The deities shaped them into forms they desired, then merged them with the divine essence. If their creations conformed to the fundamental rules of life's existence, a new species was born. Thereafter, using the first as a template, countless similar beings would emerge. However, easy as it may sound, the actual process was not so straightforward. The gods, inexperienced in creation, attempted many structures, but most ended in failure. For them, how to create the first was the greatest challenge. At last, fumbling their way through nearly a century, a total of 8,400 new species appeared upon the earth. Be they of the heavens, the earth, the sea, each true god created a few. Although these life forms lacked souls at this point, from a biological standpoint, they were already living beings. It is finally complete. Looking at a strangely shaped fish before him, the ocean deity sovereign wrapped it with divine power to sustain its life. For the first time in thousands of years since the Heavenly Father ascended, he showed a weary countenance. Though his divine power was still abundant, Oceanus felt his strength faltering. "Metis, my daughter, let us stop here," he said, shaking his head at the young and beautiful goddess beside him. Oceanus had no intention of continuing. "All right, Father, this truly is the limit of our abilities," agreed the goddess Metis with a hint of regret. Despite her belief that sea creatures did not require limbs, when it came down to practice, both she and her father had no idea how to go on with the fish. "Not yet, Oceanus, we still have one species left to create," Cronus remarked, unfazed, as he glanced at his former elder brother and niece. Aside from that, the Divine King had no particular life forms in mind to create, as for the most of the years he mainly just provided advice to other divinities. Given that the Mount of the Gods had its limits, he had no plans to allow beings without godhood to enter his divine palace. These simple life forms already proved so difficult to create. To craft life in the image of the gods, even 500 more years would not suffice, declared Theseus, shaking her head, no longer harboring any hope. Even if the mother goddess were to lend a hand, the life vase is after all her divine artifact, and she does not truly possess the godhood of life. While compatibility with plant and the earth runs high when it comes to creatures similar to deities, I fear the mother goddess has little in the way of solutions, she reasoned. Only those who have tried know the immense difficulty in creating life. According to the original narrative, the god of souls, Iapetus, created the golden humanity and the silver humanity, and some say it was Gaia who created the golden humanity. The myths merely skim over the process of their creation. No one knows how much effort these two deities invested in it. The water goddess Theseus quietly vowed that once this batch of created beings perished, she would never again undertake life creation herself. Such complex matters could be left to others. With a slight frown, Cronus also found himself at an impasse. He now realized that his previous ideas had been too simplistic. It seemed, to bring forth the quasi-god creatures he had envisioned, he would have to enlist the help of a specialist. Thinking back on the spirit realm anecdotes Themis had once shared, Cronus secretly made up his mind. "Epitus, my brother, I fear I must trouble you to make another trip," he said, turning to the god of speech not far away. The divine king's smile was warm, yet his tone left no room for dispute. "The creation is nearly complete, and it is time to invite Lady Laine. Aside from the matter of bestowing souls, there are quite a few things I'd like to consult her about concerning the last species we are to create. Your Majesty, I think, The god of speech, about to be pressed into service once more, was on the verge of declining when, in the next moment, he along with the other deities present turned their gaze towards a place not too far off. Space trembled, and under the watchful eyes of three mighty deities, Laine's figure quietly emerged. "No need to trouble yourselves, I have already arrived." With a gesture, Laine smoothed out the ripples he had created in space, laughing as he spoke. "Prince Laine's control over destiny is truly astonishing," Theseus remarked with emotion. "If it weren't for Laine's rarity in the mortal world, she would have long since wanted to exercise the traditional talent of the ocean deity lineage to introduce a goddess to this most ancient of divinities. Regrettably, unlike other deities from chaos, this ancient god who resides in the underworld seemed to have little interest in banquets and entertainment. At least, Theseus had never seen him in any deity's palace throughout these years. Of course, if Laine knew what she was thinking, he could only say it wasn't that he lacked interest in entertainment, but rather that he found no interest in the entertainment of the present. In an era when music and dance had not yet been invented, what was Laine supposed to do in other deities' palaces, if not to drink a few cups of poorly made nectar? "Haha, since the Lord of the Spirit Realm has already arrived, it seems our final creation is about to be completed." Even though Cronus's corner of the eye twitched when he saw the spatial fluctuation, he still laughed heartily to welcome Laine's arrival. Over the years, Cronus had gradually come to accept the facts. He no longer gritted his teeth upon hearing Laine's name, as he had once done before Themis. "Yes, to create humans, that is exactly why I have come." Nodding, Laine looked at the strangely shaped fish in front of the ocean deity sovereign with an interested expression. "So this is the life created by Lord Oceanus, isn't it? It certainly looks peculiar." At these words, the expression of the ocean deity sovereign became somewhat unnatural. Much like Uranus detested the Titans, for the current deity's ugliness rejection was entirely normal. "This indeed is the creation of the Lord of the Outer Seas and his daughter, though it has not yet been perfected. If Prince Laine is interested, he could also help refine it." "Then let's do just that. Metis of wisdom, I have long heard of your great reputation." Laine nodded slightly and greeted the goddess beside the ocean deity sovereign. Metis also responded with a smile. He knew what Cronus intended, the other wished to further confirm Laine's proficiency in the field of life. After all, hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. Nevertheless, Laine shared this desire. At the very least, he was very interested in getting directly involved with the first generation of humans. Extending his right hand, a vibrant light emerged in Laine's palm. Although he only mastered that part of life authority related to spirituality, it was originally one with what remained in the life vase. In the field of life, even Gaia might not match him. Besides, for Laine, creating life was also akin to a bit of homework copying. With the light of life contained in his hand, Laine gently brushed it over the fish. As the light entered its body, the previously visible spines disappeared, and the warped spine straightened out. The arms used to move water transformed into fins, the surface barbs into fish scales, and the body became more compatible with fluid dynamics. In almost the blink of an eye, the fish that previously had a Lovecraftian visage had turned into a regular animal, leaving the surrounding three deities of the ocean lineage dumbstruck. If the fish had not been something they had created incrementally themselves, they would not have felt so surprised. But having had a little experience, they could truly appreciate the finesse of Laine's proficiency. Seeing this, even Cronus was taken aback. He had never believed the sayings about world creation in 7 days, and on the 5th and 6th days, creation of all living creatures. The Divine King thought that if Laine took a few days to improve the fish to look better, he would be competent enough to lead the creation of quasi-god life. But he never expected it to take less than a minute. It's passable for such a rush job. Laine seemed to still be dissatisfied with his work, but he made no further move. He looked towards the divine king, laughing as he said, "Destiny has guided me here for the birth of humanity. Since everything is ready, we should begin the creation, shouldn't we?" Chapter 50 Chapter 27 Golden Humanity. He had always said golden humanity is not human, but he had thought that when he actually witnessed the birth of humans, saw life forms similar to his former self appear, he might feel something different. Yet, in reality, he felt nothing at the moment. When he personally fashioned the first person, when he, as if writing a setting, made stipulations for the emotions of the golden humanity, he looked at the bewildered hundreds of thousands of humans before him and, for some reason, Laine no longer felt they were anything special. This is the golden humanity. Shaking his head, Laine ultimately said nothing. He merely dissipated the phantom of the spirit realm, then quietly waited.